Chapter 1770. The space blade collided with the void beast's void roar. Thunderous booms rang out incessantly as a violent burst of space force erupted. 10 feet in front of Yang Kai, space suddenly collapsed. That space was like a broken wall, shattering into pieces in a very short period of time. Chaotic fluctuations of power surged out and sputtered into the void. From the collapsed space, the void beast's huge body eerily stretched out and opened its mouth to bite Yang Kai. Taking advantage of Yang Kai's distraction, it directly approached him. Yang Kai seemed to have expected this, so he did not panic at all. With a slight movement of his feet, his body was shrouded in space force and gradually turned into a phantom. The void beast bit into empty air. The next moment, Yang Kai appeared above the void beast like a ghost and punched out with all his strength towards its head. Hong, fist energy burst out and the void beast was smashed to pieces. However, Yang Kai did not feel the slightest joy after having succeeded. Instead, he frowned and hurriedly dodged. The moment he moved, the void beast that should have been smashed to pieces reappeared behind him and opened its bloody mouth again. The void beast that Yang Kai had smashed to pieces before was also just a phantom. The man and the beast were both extremely fast. Using space force, their movements were enough to interfere with the enemy's vision. A figure flashed and Yang Kai appeared 1,000 feet away. The void beast also stopped and floated in the void, accurately locating Yang Kai's position and looking at him. After a brief confrontation, the first test made the man and the beast realize that the other party was not a soft persimmon that could be crushed at will. In that case, Yang Kai murmured and grinned, "Then don't blame me for being ruthless." As he spoke, he waved his hand. The next moment, the stone mongoose Xiaofan and the artifact spirit Lu Yen, 2 super helpers, appeared. The stone mongoose carried the heaven-shaking pillar, its small and exquisite body hunched, its eyes darting around, as if it did not know where it was. As soon as Lu Yen appeared, she asked Yang Kai, "Master, what are your orders?" "Kill it." Yang Kai pointed at the void beast 1,000 feet away. Lu Yen looked at the void beast with a solemn expression and said in a deep voice, "It seems to be very powerful." Yang Kai laughed. "If it's not powerful, I can deal with it alone. Why would I call all of you out? It is proficient in space force. So you must cooperate with me." Master's orders." Lu Yen nodded and a purple-red flame suddenly appeared on her jade-white hand. There were faint arcs of electricity flickering within it, and a violent force was emitted. "Then let's do it." Yang Kai grinned and his body blurred as he charged toward the void beast again. There was no need to say anything when cooperating with his 2 helpers because both the stone mongoose and the artifact spirit had a telepathic connection with Yang Kai. They could clearly see through Yang Kai's thoughts and cooperate perfectly with him. As soon as Yang Kai moved, Lu Yen Kai transformed into a ball of fire and followed closely behind Yang Kai. The stone mongoose Lu Yen Kai transformed into a stone giant and dragged the heaven-shaking pillar behind it as it walked through the void, slowly approaching the void beast at a leisurely pace. The void beast was no doubt quite intelligent, so when it saw Yang Kai Lu Yen Kai's 2 helpers, its beady eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of bewilderment. When it saw Yang Kai and Lu Yen Kai charging toward it, it actually leapt forward. The void in front of it seemed to have turned into a lake, completely concealing its body once it passed through it. Yang Kai Lu Yen Kai's eyes lit up as he sensed the changes in space around him. In the next moment, he gave the stone mongoose Lu Yen Kai a command. The stone mongoose Lu Yen Kai didn't hesitate at all. It let out a deafening roar and swung its heaven-shaking pillar to its left. The heaven-shaking pillar, which weighed several 100,000 kilograms, coupled with the stone mongoose Lu Yen Kai's violent strength, was capable of shattering space itself. The moment the stone mongoose Lu Yen Kai launched his attack, the shocking void beast's head happened to appear right where the heaven-shaking pillar was aimed at. It seemed as if the shocking void beast had taken the initiative to approach the stone mongoose Lu Yen Kai's attack. The shocking void beast obviously intended to attack the stone mongoose first, but its trick was easily seen through by Yang Kai and used to his advantage. At such a close distance, even if the shocking void beast was proficient in the Tao of space, it wouldn't be able to dodge such a sudden attack. If this blow landed on its body, even if the shocking void beast's strength was comparable to an Origin King Realm Master, it would definitely be smashed to pieces. The stone mongoose's full-powered attack was no joke. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he secretly looked forward to the scene of flesh and blood splattering. But to his extreme surprise, the shocking void beast, facing this fatal blow, actually managed to twist its body and release a rich space force fluctuation from its body that transformed into a void vortex that blocked the stone mongoose's attack. The heaven-shaking pillar smashed the void vortex to pieces and the remaining power swept across the shocking void beast's body, causing blood to spurt out as the shocking void beast was sent flying 1,000 meters away. The place where its head was connected to its neck was a bloody mess with white bones vaguely visible. But in the end, the shocking void beast had survived, and its injuries weren't too serious. I knew it wouldn't be so easy. Yang Kai grit his teeth and shouted as he stretched out his hand and pushed his Saint Chi forward, wrapping Lu Yen in his Saint Chi, and instantly arriving in front of the injured shocking void beast. The next moment, the master and servant pair launched a frantic attack on the shocking void beast. Hundreds of golden blood threads were infused with space force by Yang Kai, forming an inescapable net that completely sealed off a large area of space, cutting off the shocking void beast's escape route. At the same time, Yang Kai madly pushed his space blades towards the shocking void beast. On the other hand, Lu Yan's attack was much simpler. Flames mixed with thunder attribute energy gathered around the shocking void beast like falling petals, each of which contained terrifying power. The shocking void beast's body was scorched black the moment it came into contact with these flames. At the same time, fine arcs of lightning were also scattered across the shocking void beast's body, affecting its movements. For a time, the shocking void beast was forced into a position where it could only dodge and was unable to fight back, only able to roar continuously. Deng 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 deng, the stone mongoose, wrapped in a layer of cold chi, cooperated with Yang Kai and Lu Yen to restrain the shocking void beast, raised the heaven-shaking pillar high and smashed it down again. As soon as this stick struck, the shocking void beast's eyes flashed with fear. It was not afraid of Yang Kai and Lu Yan's methods, but it was extremely wary of the stone mongoose's simple attack. This was a violent attack that even the shocking void beast's space transference secret technique could not resolve. The shocking void beast roared and struggled to resist, constantly using its void roar secret technique to form a dense barrage of attacks towards Yang Kai and his servant. At the same time, a space transference barrier appeared around the shocking void beast's body once again, forcibly withstanding the stone mongoose's attack. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and the shocking void beast's astonishing aura suddenly weakened for a moment. In such a short time, the shocking void beast had suffered too many attacks and was seriously injured. Facing Yang Kai and his servant, who were like wolves and tigers, the shocking void beast knew that it was no match for them. If it did not escape, it would likely die here. The shocking void beast began desperately urging its space force to interfere with the surrounding space. The hundreds of golden blood threads that had been scattered by Yang Kai were affected and could no longer remain stable, showing flaws. Lu Yen also cried out in alarm, his body covered in thunder fire as he carefully guarded against the shocking void beast's counterattack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the shocking void beast leapt out and escaped several dozen meters in an instant, breaking free of Yang Kai and his servants' encirclement. "You want to run?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and was about to give chase when the shocking void beast used the same trick again and plunged into the void in front of it, disappearing. Yang Kai frowned and pushed his space force to its limit, but was unable to detect the shocking void beast's aura nearby. Soon, a look of understanding appeared on his face as he muttered, "It actually escaped." The shocking void beast had obviously escaped from the void, so Yang Kai was unable to detect its existence here. Without hesitation, Yang Kai immediately recalled the stone mongoose and Lu Yen and arrived at the spot where the shocking void beast had disappeared. Reaching into the void with both hands, Yang Kai tore at both sides. A void crack suddenly appeared. Yang Kai dove straight in. The next moment, he returned to the severed world. Yang Kai immediately began searching for traces of the shocking void beast. This strange ancient monster beast could freely wander through the void, so if he did not follow it in time, it would be easy for it to escape. The shocking void beast's roar rang out in Yang Kai's ears, and there was a sense of panic in its voice, as if it was being tortured by something. Yang Kai frowned and turned towards the source of the roar, the scene that entered his eyes causing his expression to change slightly. Not far in front of him, a black curtain covered a large area, and inside this black curtain, there were countless faces struggling, twisting and changing. These faces were like Yin souls, and the area enveloped by the black curtain seemed to be a place where Yin souls gathered, exuding an evil and cold aura. Through this black curtain, Yang Kai could vaguely see the huge figure of the shocking void beast, but at this moment, it was surrounded by countless Yin soul-like creatures, each of which had their mouths latched onto its body and were biting into its flesh. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the shocking void beast's body began to dry up, as if its flesh and blood essence were being sucked dry by these Yin souls. No matter how hard the shocking void beast struggled, it was unable to escape from this black curtain. It was obviously at the end of its rope. Ha ha ha. A burst of strange laughter suddenly came from nearby. Yang Kai's face could not help sinking as he secretly pushed his Saint Chi and looked towards the source of the sound vigilantly. Over there, a figure shrouded in darkness stood quietly, and in the darkness, there seemed to be a pair of chilling eyes that were staring at Yang Kai. "It's you," Yang Kai muttered, his expression becoming dignified. Chapter 1771. Yang Kai recognized at a glance that this person wrapped in darkness was an Origin King Realm Master he had paid attention to before. This guy seemed to have paid attention to him before entering the severed world, and Ni Guang had also said that this person was very dangerous and it was best not to provoke him easily. Yang Kai did not expect to meet the other party here. What's more, the other party had used some kind of method to trap his prey. The black curtain that enveloped the shocking void beast was obviously the other party's artifact. However, this artifact exuded an evil aura, and at a glance, it was obvious it was the kind of artifact that required the sacrifice of a large number of lives to refine. It was obvious that the owner of this artifact was not a kind person, and the number of people who had died at his hands was likely innumerable. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. The current situation was not good for him. Although he was not too afraid of this guy with his background, the shocking void beast was now within the range of the other party's artifact. Yang Kai had worked so hard to seriously injure the shocking void beast, but now someone else had taken advantage of him, which was something he could not tolerate. However, if he rushed into the black curtain and snatched the shocking void beast's monster core, it would not be appropriate. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of the other party and was confident he could escape from under the other party's nose, but that didn't mean he could resist the other party's artifact head-on. If he really rushed into the black curtain, Yang Kai estimated his end wouldn't be much better than the shocking void beast's. What should I do? How can I get the shocking void beast's monster core without angering the other party? Yang Kai thought hard in his heart but could not come up with a suitable answer. Ha 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 ha. Just as Yang Kai's thoughts were racing, the Origin King Realm Master wrapped in the black shadow let out an intriguing laugh again, as if he was in a good mood. Immediately after, he said, "Young boy, your luck with women isn't shallow. Even in this kind of place, you actually have such a beauty. This old master is truly envious. As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai's face could not help changing. The other party had called out his surname as soon as he spoke. Obviously, this man recognized him, but Yang Kai could not remember when he had interacted with such an Origin King Realm Master. The number of Origin King Realm Masters Yang Kai had encountered so far was not too many, and he had an impression of every single one of them, but none of them matched the one in front of him. Yang Kai stared at him calmly. He asked tentatively, "Senior, do you recognize me?" "Of course this old master recognizes you." "Heh, what's wrong? Have you forgotten this old master, boy?" The Origin King Realm Master said in a mocking tone. Yang Kai looked at him and didn't feel any malice from him. He pondered for a moment. Then, he cupped his fists and said, "Forgive me for not recognizing Senior. Since Senior recognizes me, why don't you show me your true face? It's natural that you can't recognize me. After all, my aura has changed a lot compared to back then." The other party didn't seem to be impatient at all. He nodded slightly and said, "Take a closer look at who this old man is," he said. The black chi that had been enveloping him quickly dissipated like a receding tide. In the next moment, the other party's face was imprinted in Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai was taken aback as he stared at him in a daze, asking in amazement, "Senior Guizhu, how could it be you?" After the black chi dissipated, Yang Kai immediately recognized who the other party was. This Origin King Realm Master was the first Origin King Yang Kai met when he first entered the Star Territory, the one who called himself Guizhu, who had been trapped on the floating continent for 2,000 years. Guizhu was accidentally swallowed by a void vortex back then. He ended up on the floating continent and ended up there for 2,000 years. During these 2,000 years, he broke through from the Saint King Realm all the way to the Origin King Realm. He had become a legend. However, for 2,000 years, he had been alone on the floating continent until Yang Kai and the others also ended up there. At that time, Guizhu had been studying space arrays, trying to use them to teleport out of the floating continent, but unfortunately, he failed. In the end, he had to rely on Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space to escape. At that time, a total of 7 people had escaped. In addition to Guizhu and Yang Kai, there was also Yu Shi and her 2 disciples, as well as Shen Tu, the son of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's president Aio, and another woman. The past was like a puff of smoke, but it was the first important thing Yang Kai experienced after entering the Star Territory, so how could he forget? Guizhu was the first Origin King Realm Master he had ever met, so his memory of him was still fresh. However, Yang Kai had never imagined that he would meet the other party in such a place. Although Guizhu was cruel and had a violent personality, he was a man who clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges. Back then, he had accepted Yang Kai's life-saving grace, so after leaving the floating continent, he had kept his promise and let Yang Kai go, even giving him a Star Emperor token as a thank-you gift. Without that Star Emperor token, Yang Kai would not have been able to kill Luo Hai on Scarlet Wave Star. So, after learning that the other party turned out to be Guizhu, Yang Kai's vigilance immediately relaxed and he grinned at Guizhu, a look of surprise and happiness appearing on his face. Of course it is this old master. Guizhu's mood was not bad, grinning meaningfully as he looked Yang Kai up and down, nodding lightly and saying in amazement, "Boy, you're quite amazing. How long has it been since we last met? You've actually cultivated to the third-order origin returning realm. This old master remembers that you were just a saint back then, right? Second-order saint." Yang Kai replied with a grin, "Senior Guizhu's memory is quite good." Guizhu nodded, "It seems that your opportunities over the years have not been small. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for you to have such achievements." "It was all thanks to Senior's blessing," Yang Kai replied. "How has Senior been these years?" "How else could I have been? I can't compare to you young people, Guizhou teased. As he spoke, he glanced over at Shuiyu, who was sleeping behind Yang Kai, his words full of meaning. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. That was an accident. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly said, by the way, Senior, have you managed to get your revenge? Back then, Guizhou had said that after leaving the floating continent, what he wanted to do was take revenge. Before arriving on the floating continent, he seemed to have been framed by someone who was extremely powerful, and with his strength at the time, he was powerless to do anything, but after breaking through to the Origin King realm, he vowed to avenge his past shame. Now that so many years had passed, Yang Kai wondered if his wish had been fulfilled. Guizhou's expression became gloomy as he fell silent for a while before shaking his head and saying, "This old master's revenge is not so easy to avenge." "What's wrong? Boy, do you want to help this old master? Senior must be joking." Yang Kai quickly waved his hand. Junior's strength is too low, how could he help Senior? If he were to become a burden to Senior, even 10,000 deaths would not be enough to atone for it. He did not dare to agree casually. Although he and Guizhou had some friendship before, he naturally would not rashly intervene in this kind of matter. "Heh, it's just a joke, don't take it so seriously," Guizhou chuckled. "But you don't need to belittle yourself, boy. You were able to seriously injure this shocking void beast, so this old master has some idea of your strength." Yang Kai rubbed his nose but did not respond. As the two of them spoke, the shocking void beast had already been tortured to the point of being unable to bear the sight of it. Countless human faces that seemed like spirits were pouncing and biting its body, devouring its flesh, blood, and essence, causing its body to ceaselessly shrivel up. However, no matter how it struggled, it was unable to escape the envelopment of the black veil of light, so all its resistance was in vain. By this time, the shocking void beast's screams had gradually become inaudible and its struggles had also become weaker and weaker. After a while, the shocking void beast finally stopped moving, leaving behind only the countless ghostly faces that howled and shuttled through the black curtain, a terrifying sight to behold. Guizhou stretched out his hand and the black curtain immediately turned into a black flag that flew back into his hand. Seeing this black flag, Yang Kai suddenly understood. He had seen Guizhou use this black flag-like artifact back on the floating continent, but at that time, how could this artifact possess such power? It was obvious that Guizhou had used some unknown method to greatly enhance this artifact's power over the years. The black banner flew back, and the black curtain that covered the sky also disappeared. Only the shriveled body of the shocking void beast was left behind. As the wind blew, the shocking void beast's fur actually turned into powder, revealing the bones inside. Its bones seemed to have become extremely fragile and under the influence of external forces, they were reduced to dust. Amidst the dust, there was only a small rolling object about the size of a fist that exuded an inexplicable luster. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at this object with fiery eyes. Guizhou chuckled, stretched out his hand, and sent this object flying over to Yang Kai. "If you want it, just tell this old master, what's there to be embarrassed about?" Yang Kai couldn't help feeling overjoyed and quickly accepted the monster core. After examining it for a while, he confirmed that it was indeed the monster core of a shocking void beast and that it was completely undamaged. The energy contained in this monster core had not leaked out in the slightest before smiling and saying, "Many thanks, Senior. It was yours to begin with." Guizhou didn't care. This old master also knows that you are proficient in the Tao of space, so naturally, you would leave this monster core behind. With it, your attainments in the Tao of space will be further improved, yes? Yang Kai didn't conceal anything and nodded, my purpose in coming here was to obtain this shocking void beast's monster core, and now I've obtained what I wanted. Boy, your courage is quite big, daring to enter this damned place. Guizhou looked at Yang Kai with some admiration. "Since you've obtained what you wanted, I wonder if you can help this old master achieve the same? What can Senior help with?" If this junior can help, he will not refuse. Yang Kai carefully put away the shocking void beast's monster core before turning to Guo Zhu with a solemn expression. Although Guo Zhu didn't look like a good person, to be honest, he gave Yang Kai a good feeling. Especially after this meeting, Guo Zhu seemed quite approachable and amiable, so Yang Kai decided to return the favor. Chapter 1772. What's more, Guo Zhu was so powerful that even Ni Guang feared him, so building a good relationship with him was not a bad thing. Perhaps Yang Kai would need his help in the future. "And, there is a place that requires your help to enter," Guo Zhu nodded. With this old master's strength alone, he doesn't dare to rush in. "And, come with me." Guo Zhu was a straightforward person, so after saying so, he led the way. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and supported Shui Yu on his back so that she could lean better against him before hurriedly following. Along the way, after chatting for a while, Yang Kai learned that Guo Zhu had been following him since the moment he entered the severed world. After all, there were many void cracks inside the severed world, and only those who were proficient in space force could travel through them safely. Guo Zhu happened to know that Yang Kai had great attainments in the Tao of space. Guo Zhu's original plan was to find an opportunity to abduct Yang Kai from Ni Guang and Luo Lan and then take him to explore the severed world together, but after entering here, he was unable to find Yang Kai immediately and only vaguely determined the direction Yang Kai was heading, so he had been tailing him. However, there was an accident later and he lost track of Yang Kai. That was until just now when Yang Kai suddenly rushed out of a void crack and appeared in front of him. "It seems that Senior and I are fated to meet," Yang Kai laughed after listening to his explanation. The void crack that connected the severed world to the void crack was impossible to predict. The shocking void beast had been injured and fled, but it just so happened to appear in front of Guo Zhu. This old master was also quite surprised. "I thought that I couldn't count on you." Guo Zhu wrapped himself in black qi again. No one could see his face clearly, but from his tone, it was clear that this encounter was a pleasant surprise for Guo Zhu. "By the way, Senior, where are you taking me?" "A Medicine Valley." Guo Zhu ran ahead and replied without turning his head. "When this old man passed by that place, I saw many rare spirit herbs. Unfortunately, that damned place is full of spatial cracks. This old man didn't dare to rashly enter. I only collected a few enlightenment flowers before I had to retreat." Enlightenment flower. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Enlightenment flower. That was an origin-grade mid-rank spirit herb. Moreover, there were only a few of them in the entire territory of the Star Realm. This was because the laws of heaven and earth were not suitable for the growth of this kind of ancient spirit herb. Only in the environment of ancient times could the enlightenment flower survive. In the severed world, it could be said that there was a trace of ancient aura everywhere, so it was not surprising that there were enlightenment flowers here. It was an ancient spirit herb. Whether it was used to refine the enlightenment pill or consumed directly, it was of great help to an Origin King Realm cultivator in improving their strength and state of mind. No wonder even with Guo Zhu's cultivation, he could not forget that place. It turned out that he had obtained several enlightenment flowers there. And, in addition to the enlightenment flowers, there are many other good things there. There are some things this old master does not recognize, but that is definitely a paradise for an Origin King Realm cultivator. If I can really obtain enough benefits from that place, this old master is confident he can break through to the third-order Origin King Realm in this lifetime. Guo Zhu's voice contained a hint of fanaticism. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai's brow rose as he secretly speculated that Guo Zhu should already be a second-order Origin King. Otherwise, he would not have said he wanted to break through to the third order. It seemed that Ni Guang's fear of him was not unreasonable. After this old master withdrew from that place, he wanted to see if he could find you. If there is anyone here who can safely enter at Medicine Valley, I'm afraid it's you. This old master did not have much hope, N. It can only be said that this old master's luck was quite good. Guizhu said. Then it should be the Medicine Valley uncle and I was talking about. As soon as Guizhu's voice fell, Shuayu's voice came from behind Yang Kai. Her voice was still a little weak, but it did not sound like she had suffered any serious injuries. You're awake? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her, finding that Shuayu's face had become much rosier. It seemed that her healing secret technique was indeed quite extraordinary, allowing her to stabilize her injuries in such a short time. I was in a daze a moment ago, but now I'm awake, Shuayu nodded. She did not show any intention of getting down from Yang Kai's back, instead hugging him tighter, enjoying the warmth of Yang Kai's care. She then glanced at Guizhu suspiciously and asked Yang Kai vigilantly, This is Senior Guizhu. Yang Kai chuckled, Don't worry, Senior and I are old acquaintances. Jia. Guizhu laughed strangely, Little girl, you are young, but you have many thoughts. If this old master really wanted to kill you, would you still be alive? Rest assured, as your sweetheart said, we are old acquaintances. Encountering each other in this damned place can be considered an old acquaintance. This old master has no malice towards you. Hearing the word, sweetheart, Shuayu's neck could not help blushing slightly, but a smile appeared at the corners of her mouth as she softly said, Senior is magnanimous, this little girl is currently injured, so please forgive her for not being able to greet you properly. It's fine. Guizhu did not care, glancing at Shuayu thoughtfully, but little girl, you are Shuayu of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, right? Shuayu's expression could not help changing, but she quickly recovered and nodded, How did Senior see through me? She had used an artifact to change her appearance and physique, so her appearance in front of others was completely different from her original one. What's more, this artifact was made by an artifact refining Grandmaster of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, so unless one had a peak third-order origin king cultivation, it would be impossible to see through it. Shuayu did not know how Guizhu had seen through her identity at a glance. This old master is not a fool, Guizhu chuckled. There are only a few people who have entered the severed world, and you're wearing the same clothes as Shuayu and just called out Uncle and I. If this old master still didn't know about you, wouldn't this old master have lived all these years in vain? Guizhu said with a look of relief. He had been very curious about the origins of the woman Yang Kai was carrying. After all, when he entered the severed world before, he had not seen her. Later on, through various clues, he finally understood. So that's how it is. Shuayu nodded, understanding that Guizhu being able to recognize her was not because he was powerful, but because she had exposed too many flaws. The dignified Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's third young master is actually a woman. That's quite surprising. Guizhu clicked his tongue in wonder. Senior, Shuayu has some secrets, so she doesn't want anyone to know her identity as a woman, so I hope Senior can keep this a secret. Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully, You also know how big Hangluo Chamber of Commerce is. If this matter were to spread, this old master is not a gossipy person. Guizhu smiled contemptuously, whether she's a man or a woman has nothing to do with this old master. Many thanks, Senior. Shuayu bit her red lips lightly and thanked him. After thinking about it for a moment, she leaned over to Yang Kai and whispered into his ear, I'd better change my appearance, otherwise, if I meet someone again, they may see through my disguise again. As you wish. Yang Kai nodded. Shuayu stretched out her hand and tapped a certain part of her chest, pushing her Saint Qi into the artifact she wore to change her appearance and body shape once again, transforming her into her previous male appearance. Little girl, what you said just now, does your Hangluo Chamber of Commerce know where the Medicine Valley is? Guizhu asked again. Shuayu nodded gently. Shuayu gently nodded. Our Hangluo Chamber of Commerce has known about the existence of that Medicine Valley for a long time. Every time the severed world opens, some people will come and occasionally obtain some gains. However, because there are too many void cracks in that place, no one dares to venture too deep. Our original goal was that Medicine Valley, but we encountered many illusionary void butterflies and got separated from Uncle and I. So it's not a secret, Guizhou was disappointed. Guizhou was disappointed, young boy, it looks like we'll have to speed up, otherwise, if someone else gets there first, we won't even be able to drink the soup. And, let this old master carry you. Saying so, Guizhou formed a seal with his hands and summoned his 10,000 soul banner. In the next moment, the 10,000 soul banner wrapped the three of them up and transformed into a streak of black light that shot forward at double their original speed. Guizhou being able to discover this Medicine Valley was a coincidence. He did not have any special purpose in entering the Severed World, only hearing that there were many good things here that could help Origin King Realm Masters enhance their strength, so he took the risk to explore. While tracking down Yang Kai, Guizhou happened to pass by the Medicine Valley and found several enlightenment flowers. Unfortunately, even with his powerful strength, he did not dare to rush in and could only reluctantly retreat. Now that he had brought Yang Kai with him, Guizhou was naturally complacent and was ready to go in and wash the place in blood. The Medicine Valley was not too far from where he met Yang Kai, but it was definitely not close either. It took the three of them a full day to reach their destination. The 10,000 soul banner was withdrawn, revealing the figures of the three. However, after Guizhou released his divine sense to investigate the surroundings, his face could not help sinking as he coldly snorted, "Sure enough, there are many people here." Within a 100-kilometer radius of this place, there were many Origin Kings gathered. Yang Kai did not know how these people learned about this place, or if, like Guizhou, they had stumbled upon this place. Yang Kai only glanced around casually when he saw the figures of Purple Star's Sect Master, Zilong, and Young Master, Zidong. Both of them had the same long purple hair and were extremely conspicuous on a small hillside. In addition to them, Su Wei, who had plotted against Yang Kai before, was also here. Even Kong Fa had come. The two of them were still in cahoots, but Kong Fa seemed to be seriously injured, his face slightly pale. It seemed that under the attack of the illusionary void butterflies, he had not been able to gain any advantage and had barely managed to preserve his life. Shuiyu. Not far to the right, a nervous and joyful voice called out. Yang Kai turned his head and found that Ni Guang was rushing over while staring vigilantly at Guizhou. Behind him, Luo Lan followed closely. Chapter 1773. Uncle and I. Shuiyu called out in surprise from Yang Kai's back. In this damned place, there was nothing happier than seeing one's loved ones. Although she felt at ease when she was with Yang Kai, she was still worried about Ni Guang's safety. Now that she saw Ni Guang unharmed, Shuiyu naturally relaxed. What's going on here? Ni Guang didn't walk too close and instead stood about 10 meters away from Yang Kai and the others, asking while looking at Guizhou vigilantly. He was afraid that Yang Kai and Shuiyu had been captured by Guizhou, and if that were the case, his actions would definitely be restricted. Ni Guang not having such thoughts wasn't because he wanted to be cautious, but rather because Guizhou was obviously an evil person. Anyone with a little common sense would think so. Uncle and I doesn't need to worry, I'm just a little injured, it's nothing serious, Shuiyu answered as she slid down from Yang Kai's back. Hearing what she said, Ni Guang's expression relaxed slightly as he looked at Yang Kai, then at Shuiyu, and finally at Guizhou. After confirming that the other party had not done anything to Shuiyu, Ni Guang cupped his fist slightly and asked, "May I ask who this friend is?" In any case, Guizhou had come with Shuiyu, so Ni Guang had to ask about the other party's identity. Guizhou laughed strangely, his laughter extremely harsh. "You don't need to ask this old master's name or origin, this old master has no intention of joining forces with you. Take your family's juniors and do what you need to do, there's no need to pay attention to this old master." He didn't put Ni Guang in his eyes at all, his tone extremely arrogant and annoying. Yang Kai rubbed his nose to the side. Ni Guang's face couldn't help sinking slightly as he snorted, his expression extremely displeased. He held a high position in Hangluo Chamber of Commerce and was well known throughout the entire Star Territory. Those with lower cultivation than him all treated him with respect, and even those with the same cultivation as him, with the exception of Zilong and a few others, no one dared to be so rude to him. Guizhu's words obviously made him a little unhappy. As such, he immediately lost interest in chatting with Xueyu and said coldly, "Let's go." Xueyu opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She just glanced at Yang Kai and said, "You have to be careful." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "You too." With the current situation, it was impossible for him to stay with Xueyu. Xueyu would definitely follow Ni Guang while he would act together with Guizhu. "Yang Kai, you're not coming?" Luo Lan seemed to have noticed something and asked in surprise. Yang Kai shook his head, pondered for a moment, and said, "I have some matters to attend to with this Senior Luo. I'm afraid our previous agreement will be voided. If there's a chance in the future, I'll make it up to you." "So that's how it is." Luo Lan smiled. "It's fine. I wasn't fully prepared this time, and I've dragged you down. Since you've received help from a benefactor, then I wish you good luck." She had a very amiable look on her face. She did not blame Yang Kai for suddenly changing his mind and not acting with her. Little brat, asking a tiger for its skin is destined to not have a good end. Think about it carefully. Ni Guang glanced at Yang Kai coldly and secretly warned him. "Many thanks for Senior's concern, Junior understands." Yang Kai cupped his fists. Guizhu laughed strangely to the side, making him even more obvious that he was not a good person. Ni Guang and Luo Lan took Xueyu back to where they were originally. On the way, Ni Guang naturally asked about the situation after they separated, but Xueyu did not say much. She only told Ni Guang that she and Yang Kai had spent a lot of effort to get rid of the illusionary void butterflies and then encountered Guizhu. As for what happened in the void, Xueyu did not dare to say anything. "This person is called Guizhu?" Ni Guang frowned. "Why have I never heard of such a character in Star Territory? Elder Luo, have you ever heard of this person?" "This mistress has never heard of him." Luo Lan shook her head. "Strange. How could a second-order origin king remain unknown all this time? Especially since this person's aura is so special." Ni Guangru couldn't figure out why he had never heard of the name Guizhu before. This person seemed to have jumped out of a rock without any warning, but his sudden appearance was simply too shocking. "Uncle Ni, what's the situation here?" Xueyu asked in a timely manner. "The situation doesn't look good. That bastard Kong Fa followed this old master and Elder Luo all the way to this medicine valley. After he arrived here, he used a secret technique to call Su Wei over. Zilong already knew the location of this medicine valley, and old man Meng Tong also came here. I don't know where he got this information from, but he also came here." "Meng Tong?" Xueyu frowned as she turned her eyes in a certain direction and saw a short old man squinting his eyes and looking around like a thief, looking quite comical. However, this person was a genuine Origin King Realm Master, and although he was only a First-Order Origin King, he was at the peak of the First Order. It was rumored that Meng Tong had broken through to the Origin King Realm 1,000 years ago, but had never had the opportunity to break through to the Second Order. If he could obtain some kind of opportunity, breaking through would only take a blink of an eye. Meng Tong's origins were very mysterious, and no one knew where he came from. What's more, this person had not attached himself to any great force and had always cultivated alone. It was extremely difficult for a cultivator who did not belong to any sect to cultivate to a high realm because there was no one to guide them, so they had to rely on themselves to find their way forward. It was very likely that they would make mistakes along the path of cultivation and fall short of success. Not to mention this, a cultivator who did not belong to any sect had no resources to rely on, so they had to rely on themselves to find what they needed to cultivate, wasting a lot of time. As such, the achievements of such a cultivator would generally not be too high. Being able to cultivate to the origin returning realm was already quite remarkable. Meng Tong, on the other hand, was an origin king. It could be seen that his luck and opportunities in this life were quite good, and coupled with his perseverance and perception, he was able to achieve his current achievements. Therefore, although Meng Tong's cultivation was not the highest in star territory, his reputation was quite high. This was because the cultivator who did not belong to any sect regarded him as a goal to strive for and an object of worship, and the base number of such cultivators was very large. Purple Star, Sword Union, Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, all the great forces in the star field had once extended an olive branch to Meng Tong, wanting to recruit him, promising him great benefits and the status of an elder. Unfortunately, Meng Tong had never agreed to any of them and had always been a lone wolf, not even accepting a disciple. In a sense, he was another legend in star territory. He did not become hostile to any great force, nor did he get too close to any of them, living a very comfortable life. Sometimes, Ni Guang envied Meng Tong's life and yearned for it. However, if he really had to abandon everything and live like Meng Tong, he would not be willing. Among the cultivator who entered the severed world this time, Meng Tong was also among them, and he had even come to the treasure house of the severed world. No matter how he came here, it was obvious that his luck was extraordinary. Counting Meng Tong and Gue Zhu, who had just arrived, there were as many as 7 origin kings present. This number accounted for at least 60% to 70% of the cultivator who entered the severed world, and if those who died in the severed world were also counted, the origin kings who came to the Medicine Valley might account for 80% of the total number of people still alive. The spirit medicines in the periphery of the Medicine Valley have been divided up. Ni Guang gestured to the huge mountain valley ahead. Divided up? Shuiyu was stunned. How was the harvest? Ni Guang smiled slightly. Not bad. Although there weren't many, all of them were rare treasures. While the two were talking, Luolan also touched her space ring, as if she had gained a lot. The remaining spirit medicines are hidden inside, but we can't enter for the time being. Ni Guang continued. Shuiyu stared at the huge mountain valley in front of her and saw that it was shrouded in a dazzling 7-colored light. This light was like flowing water that filled the entire mountain valley, making it look like the huge Medicine Valley was covered in a multicolored tide. Shuiyu felt a fatal threat from the light that seemed to have condensed into a solid substance. 7-colored radiant light? Shuiyu's face sank as she called out the name of this 7-colored light. Given her status, it was obvious that she knew something about the Medicine Valley. Indeed. Ni Guang gently nodded. This is the 7-colored radiant light produced by the divine bird, the 7-colored radiant peacock. This light ignores all defenses, and whether it is artifacts, secret techniques, or spiritual energy, nothing can stop it. Once enveloped in this light, no matter how high one's cultivation is, it will not take long for them to die. It is extremely terrifying. Then how do we get in? Luolan asked worriedly. Although she had followed Ni Guang here a long time ago and had some gains, she still knew nothing about this place. This was the first time she had heard of the 7-colored radiant peacock, and the first time she had heard of the 7-colored radiant light. This light that even Ni Guang felt powerless against was something she could not resolve. Wait. Ni Guang quickly said, this light is produced by the divine bird when it breathes in. Once it absorbs it back, we can enter. Inside this Medicine Valley, there are countless void cracks. Although there are dangers everywhere, these void cracks are also the best natural barriers. When it breathes out again and spits out the 7-colored radiant light, we only need to find a void crack, hide behind it, and rely on the existence of this void crack to avoid it. Hearing what he said, Luo Lan showed a look of sudden realization. While explaining, Ni Guang suddenly frowned and turned a serious look towards Xueyu. "What's wrong?" Xueyu wore a stunned expression. Ni Guang did not speak but instead stared intently at a certain part of her hair. A moment later, he suddenly snorted coldly, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "Despicable." As he spoke, he flicked his finger and sent out a stream of pure energy towards Xueyu. Chapter 1774. Facing Ni Guang's sudden attack, Xueyu stood in place and did not move. She believed that Ni Guang would not harm her, and her uncle Ni must have his reasons for doing so. *Xiao, a strong gust of wind brushed past Xueyu's head, but before the attack could reach her, a wisp of black qi suddenly flew out from Xueyu's hair, circled in the air slightly, and shot towards Guizhu like an arrow from a bow. This black qi fled so fast that even Ni Guang could not stop it in time. He could clearly see that this wisp of black qi was humanoid with a distorted face, like a ghost. It had been hiding in Xueyu's hair all this time, but because it was also black and its aura was concealed, even Ni Guang had not noticed it at first. By the time he noticed, it was already too late. The wisp of black qi quickly arrived in front of Guizhu, and with a strange laugh, Guizhu opened his mouth and swallowed it into his abdomen. "Don't you think your excellency's actions are too shameless?" Ni Guang looked at Guizhu from afar and shouted coldly. "Heh heh heh." Guizhu still laughed strangely. This old master does not need others to comment on his actions. Ni Guang's face became gloomy as he stared at Guizhu for a while before waving his hand and saying, "This king won't bicker with you now, but I'll definitely ask you for advice some other day." Although he did not believe that Guizhu had done something to Xueyu, now was obviously not the time to fight with Guizhu. While this conflict was taking place, Zilong, who was not far away, had been watching with great interest, seemingly eager to see Ni Guang and Guizhu fight. Ni Guang naturally would not let him do as he wished. What's more, with his eyesight, he could see that Guizhu had not harmed Xueyu and had only done so to eavesdrop on her. Finished speaking. With a cold expression, Yang Kai turned to the Medicine Valley. "Young boy, did you hear what they said just now?" On the other side, Guizhu whispered to Yang Kai. "I heard." Yang Kai looked surprised. "Senior, when did you leave that thing on Xueyu?" Xueyu had been on his back all this time. He had not noticed when Guizhu had done something. "When this old master handed you the shocking void beast's monster core," Guizhu smiled triumphantly. "What? Are you dissatisfied with me for doing this?" "That's not true." Yang Kai chuckled. "I just feel that Senior is really far-sighted." Guizhu laughed. "Don't try to flatter this old master, it's just that this old master is all alone and needs to be vigilant." Since you've heard what they said just now, then, this old man is counting on you." "I'll try my best." Yang Kai nodded and didn't speak too confidently. Outside the Medicine Valley, there was a moment of silence as all the Origin Kings waited quietly like purple dragons. Ni Guang knew what to do next, while Kong Fa, Su Wei, and Meng Tong might not know much about this place, but they were all Origin Kings with extraordinary observation and analytical abilities, so even if they did not know how to safely enter the mountain valley, they would still be able to do so. After Ni Guang and Zilong took action, they would be able to see some clues. Su Wei glanced over at Yang Kai from time to time, wondering how Yang Kai and Xueyu managed to survive while surrounded by so many illusionary void butterflies. At that time, he had borrowed the two of them to delay the illusionary void butterflies while he took the opportunity to escape, thinking that these two juniors would definitely die. How could he have imagined that a few days later, he would see them appear in front of him unscathed? Su Wei could only attribute their survival to Guizhu, who had come with them, thinking that Guizhu had appeared and saved them. Time passed by. About an hour later, from a certain location in the huge mountain valley in front of them, a strange sound suddenly rang out. That sound was like the sound of something inhaling when it was asleep. This sound was like a rolling thunder, like a drum, and was both dull and shocking. Almost all of the Origin Kings present were shocked. The moment they heard this sound, all of them could not help frowning. As for Ni Guang, Luo Lan, Zi Long, and the others, their spirits shook as they secretly pushed their Saint Qi. The next moment though, a sudden change occurred. The originally calm mountain valley was suddenly swept up by a gust of wind. This gust of wind came from the outside and blew straight into the depths of the mountain valley. At the same time, the sound of inhalation became more and more obvious. Accompanied by this sound, the seven-colored radiant light that had been shrouding the mountain valley seemed to be attracted by something and receded like a tide. In the blink of an eye, the scenery outside the mountain valley was exposed to everyone's vision. Asterisk Xiao Xiao Xiao, asterisk at that moment, Ni Guang, Luo Lan, and Zi Long, the three Origin Kings, all shot out like arrows from a bow, chasing after the receding seven-colored radiant light and rushing into the mountain valley. Seeing them move, Kong Fa, Su Wei, and Meng Tong, who had been watching from the sidelines, could no longer hold back and used their movement skills, transforming into streams of light that shot off in different directions. Gue Zhu also laughed as he summoned his 10,000 soul banner, wrapped Yang Kai in it, and rushed forward. His cultivation was profound, and among all the Origin Kings present, only Ni Guang and Zi Long could compare to him, so his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed a distance of 10 kilometers. Inside the mountain valley, there were countless void cracks, large and small, scattered everywhere. These cracks were like scars in the heavens and earth, eternally adorning the landscape. There were even more void cracks that were hidden. Some could be detected by divine sense while others were completely untraceable. Ni Guang and Zi Long both carried artifacts that could detect void cracks, and at this moment, both of them were relying on these artifacts to push forward, constantly changing direction to avoid the location of void cracks. As for the other Origin Kings who were not prepared in advance, they released their divine senses to the greatest extent to avoid danger. After only 10 breaths of time, the difference in speed between everyone was obvious. Although they rushed into the mountain valley almost at the same time, Ni Guang and Zi Long were undoubtedly far ahead. Gue Zhu's speed was even more exaggerated. With Yang Kai pointing the way for him, he did not need to worry about the threat of void cracks at all. All he needed to do was follow the direction Yang Kai pointed out, so it only took him a short time to overtake Ni Guang and Zi Long, leaving them far behind. That bastard! Zi Long looked at Gue Zhu's figure in the distance and could not help cursing. It was unknown how many years it would take for the severed world to open. The spirit grasses and medicines contained inside were all ancient species that had long since gone extinct. Every time the severed world opened, this medicine valley would produce a large number of rare herbs. It could be said that whoever had the advantage in speed would be able to reap the best harvest. Zi Long had thought that his biggest competitor this time would be Ni Guang, but he had not expected that Gue Zhu would suddenly appear out of nowhere and catch him off guard. Does that idiot want to die? Zi Dong, who was following Zi Long, also looked forward in amazement, rushing so fast. Once he touches a hidden void crack, even if he's an Origin King, he won't be able to bear the consequences. Don't worry about him. Zi Long coldly snorted, if he wants to court death, let him. Yes. Zi Dong thought about it for a moment and agreed. Those who rushed quickly in this medicine valley might not necessarily have good harvests, and they might even die quickly. Immediately, Zi Dong calmed down. On the other side, Ni Guang, who was almost at the same pace as Zi Long, also shook his head and sighed, Shuiyu, I'm afraid that little brat's fate is grim. That guy named Gue Zhu doesn't know how dangerous this place is, so how could he have a good end? That shouldn't be the case, Shuiyu shook her head. Shuiyu shook her head. She knew what Yang Kai and Gue Zhu were relying on, but she didn't explain. Only Luo Lan sighed softly. If Yang Kai had been present at this time, the situation would have been much better, but unfortunately, Yang Kai was not with her. It's about time. Releasing his divine sense and confirming that there was no one within a few dozen kilometers, Gue Zhu suddenly reduced his speed, revealing himself and Yang Kai. There's a medicinal fragrance. Yang Kai suddenly sniffed and said in shock. Heh, it looks like we've already gained something. Gue Zhu chuckled and then turned serious. Gue Zhu chuckled before his expression became solemn and he said, Young boy, this old master will tell you first, whatever we find in this medicine valley, we'll split it evenly. This old master won't take advantage of you, what do you think? As senior says, Yang Kai nodded readily. In this kind of place, although Gue Zhu had to rely heavily on Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space, that did not mean that without Yang Kai, Gue Zhu would be unable to move freely. It was just that if he was alone, his speed would be much slower. So, for Gue Zhu, the proposal of dividing the harvest equally was a bit of a loss, so of course Yang Kai wouldn't object. Over there. Yang Kai confirmed the source of the medicinal fragrance before suddenly pointing in a certain direction. As soon as he said so, he rushed over with Gue Zhu following closely behind. A dozen breaths later, the two of them arrived in front of a fruit tree that was only about half the height of a person. The branches and leaves on the fruit tree were not dense, and were even somewhat sparse. There were only a few scattered conical leaves, and the branches of the fruit tree also seemed to be too weak to withstand the wind. On the branches of this fruit tree, four maroon fruits the size of a baby's fist hung neatly. The fruits shone with light, and the skin of the fruit was crystal clear. One could see the sweet flesh inside, and it was enough to make one's appetite whet at a glance. An inexplicable aura lingered around these four fruits, as if they were emitting it from their own bodies. Gue Zhu's whole body was wrapped in black qi, but his eyes seemed to shine brightly as they shone brightly. At a glance, he could tell that these four fruits were extraordinary. These were definitely spirit fruits that would greatly enhance his strength. Divine Nirvana fruit. Yang Kai had been observing this fruit for a long time, and at the same time, his knowledge of the various spirit grasses and medicines he had mastered in his mind. After a while, he finally confirmed what these fruits were and could not help muttering to himself. These are divine nirvana fruits? Gue Zhu raised his brow and asked in surprise, the kind of spirit fruit that can be used to refine the great nirvana pill? He had obviously heard of the divine nirvana fruit before and knew what kind of pill it could be used to refine. Chapter 1775. N. There's no mistake, this is definitely the divine nirvana fruit. Yang Kai grinned, between heaven and earth, all kinds of spirit flowers and grasses, as long as their names contain the word holy or Tao, are precious treasures. When they grow, they attract the world principles around them, making their growth extremely difficult. If the conditions are not met, they will wither and die. But once they mature, they will contain a trace of principal strength, so whether they are swallowed directly or refined into pills, they are of great use to origin kings. Senior, our luck isn't bad. Heh. Boy, you know a lot about spirit medicines. Gue Zhu was in a good mood and glanced at Yang Kai with surprise. I know a little, Yang Kai chuckled. And there are exactly 4 of them. As we agreed just now, you and I will each take half. Gue Zhu said as he reached out to grab the divine nirvana fruit that was close to him. Wait. Yang Kai hurriedly stopped him. What's wrong? Gue Zhu looked at him suspiciously. Senior, although collecting the divine nirvana fruit like this isn't a big problem, if you don't properly store it, the loss of its medicinal efficacies will be serious, Yang Kai reminded. How should I store it then? Gue Zhu asked humbly. He knew that some rare flowers and grasses needed to be preserved in special ways to prevent their medicinal efficacies from dissipating. The divine nirvana fruit was extremely valuable, so the loss of its medicinal efficacies was an unimaginable loss. Listening to Yang Kai's tone, he obviously knew how to preserve it, so Guizhu naturally had to ask. It's simple, just put it in a metal attribute box. Yang Kai smiled and explained, Senior, look, the area where the divine nirvana fruit grows is filled with a rich metal attribute aura. If my guess is correct, there should be a mineral lode below this fruit tree, and the divine nirvana fruit tree is dependent on this mineral lode to grow. According to its growth habits, we just need to find the right medicine. So that's how it is. Guizhu gently nodded. Among the 5 elements, metal suppressed wood, so it was reasonable to use a metal attribute box to store the divine nirvana fruit. It was just that, this fruit tree actually grew on top of an ore vein, which was somewhat inconceivable. Guizhu naturally didn't care about this and simply took out a crimson metal box from his space ring before turning to Yang Kai and asking, Is there any problem with this thing? A box made of dark gold? Senior actually has such a good item. Of course there's no problem. If you place the divine nirvana fruit inside, even after 1,000 years, its medicinal efficacy won't fade. Yang Kai nodded. If that's the case, then this old man won't hold back. Guizhu laughed heartily as he picked up the 2 divine nirvana fruits and carefully placed them into his netherworld gold box. Take good care of it. Yang Kai also picked up the remaining 2 divine nirvana fruits. Although he didn't have a treasure like the netherworld gold box, as an alchemist, he was naturally equipped with a variety of containers for storing herbs. Naturally, he didn't lack metal attribute containers. After splitting the 4 divine nirvana fruits, the 2 of them excitedly set off again while avoiding the spatial cracks around them. At the same time, they searched for ancient spirit medicines scattered throughout this medicine valley. This medicine valley was extremely huge, and no one knew exactly how large it was. In any case, after Yang Kai and Guizhu rushed in, they hadn't seen anyone else, so they had no idea where they had gone. Moreover, it was extremely convenient to search for spirit medicines in this place because the spirit medicines here were all extremely old and constantly exuded medicinal fragrances. As long as one followed the source of these fragrances, they would be able to find something. Half an hour later, the 2 of them once again used this characteristic to find a palm-sized spirit mushroom. This spirit mushroom grew in a crack in the rocks and was extremely difficult to find. If it weren't for the rich medicinal fragrance, the 2 of them would have missed it. Demon melting mushroom. Now, without Yang Kai's reminder, Guizhu recognized the name of this spirit medicine and couldn't help feeling excited. This is actually a demon melting mushroom. This old master's luck is really good. Congratulations, Senior. This demon melting mushroom seems to be at least 2,000 years old. If it was used to refine a demon-suppressing pill, I estimate that even origin kings would fight over it. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said with a smile. Guizhu glanced at Yang Kai and said, Good, this thing is of great use to this old master, so this old master will take it first. If we find anything else later, no matter what it is, you'll get an extra share. Young boy, is that all right with you? Naturally, Yang Kai replied straightforwardly. The main role of the demon-melting mushroom was to resolve heart demons. When a cultivator was cultivating or breaking through, heart demons would occasionally appear. These heart demons were the negative shadows that lurked in everyone's heart. Seeing the strong bully the weak and not pulling out a blade to help out of fear could become a heart demon. Being bullied and not being able to take revenge could become a heart demon. The death of one's beloved and the depression in one's heart could also become a heart demon. Heart demons was a general term that encompassed the various flaws and negative emotions in a cultivator's heart. They were extremely harmful. Normally, heart demons wouldn't have much of an impact on a cultivator, but as a cultivator's strength increased, the degree of harm from heart demons would also increase, especially when breaking through. The power of heart demons would be infinitely magnified, and once they couldn't be suppressed, the breakthrough would fail. In the best-case scenario, one's cultivation would fall, and in the worst-case scenario, one would become the demon race and be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore, when a high-level cultivator attempted to break through, they would be fully prepared. One of these preparations was to prevent and resolve heart demons. The simplest method was to take some spirit pills. Demon-suppressing pills refined from demon-melting mushrooms were the best pills for suppressing heart demons. Even if they weren't refined into pills, simply taking a piece of demon-melting mushroom in one's mouth would have a miraculous effect when breaking through. Guo Zhu was now a second-order origin king, so if he wanted to break through to the third-order origin king realm, it would be extremely difficult. Moreover, based on Guo Zhu's life experience, he had yet to exact his revenge and was cultivating a demonic art, so the power of his heart demons was definitely not small. In this world, only the demon-melting mushroom could suppress the heart demons in his heart. That was why he made such a proposal. Of course, Yang Kai wouldn't refuse. Guo Zhu treated the demon-melting mushroom as a treasure, but Yang Kai didn't care much. In High Heaven Sect's Ascending Dragon Temple, there was a supreme treasure like the 10,000-year incense. The function of this 10,000-year incense was to resolve heart demons, and its effect was even stronger than that of the demon-suppressing pill. In other words, the demon-melting mushroom was useless to Yang Kai. This old master will remember this favor, Guo Zhu said solemnly. Guo Zhu said solemnly before harvesting the demon-melting mushroom. While doing so, he consulted Yang Kai and asked if the demon-melting mushroom needed to be preserved using any special methods. After learning that it wasn't necessary, he began harvesting it. While Guo Zhu was harvesting the demon-melting mushroom, Yang Kai, who had been standing nearby, suddenly changed his expression and whispered, "Senior, do you hear something?" Guo Zhu was startled and listened carefully. A moment later, both he and Yang Kai's faces changed drastically as they both shouted, "Not good, the seven-colored radiant light." Who, the sound of breathing came from somewhere in the distance, and along with this strange movement, the Medicine Valley shook slightly. Looking around, in the direction of the sound source, a seven-colored light spread out like a tide and covered the entire Medicine Valley, just as it had just retreated. "Where are the void cracks?" Guo Zhu immediately looked at Yang Kai and asked nervously. There were originally countless void cracks nearby, but now none were visible. In desperation, Guo Zhu could only pin his hopes on Yang Kai. The seven-colored radiant light was the aura of the seven-colored radiant peacock divine bird. It was capable of eroding one's soul, corroding one's physique, and ignoring all defenses. Even Guo Zhu was not confident he could resist the seven-colored radiant light. The only way to avoid it was to rely on the void cracks here. Over here. Yang Kai didn't show any signs of panic, seemingly having a card up his sleeve as he beckoned to Guo Zhu and quickly shot towards a certain spot in the sky. Guo Zhu's figure flickered as he transformed into a streak of black light and followed closely behind. A moment later, the two stood motionless somewhere in the void. Are there really void cracks here? Guo Zhu looked around and saw the seven-colored radiant light from the depths of the Medicine Valley getting closer and closer, about to completely cover this place, causing him to panic. Naturally there are. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Senior doesn't need to be nervous, Junior won't play around with his life. And, this void crack is quite big, about this long. Yang Kai gestured as he spoke. Seeing him speak so confidently, Guo Zhu felt a little relieved. At that moment, the seven-colored radiant light swept over. Although he had received Yang Kai's assurance, watching the terrifying seven-colored radiant light approach him still caused Guo Zhu to break out in a cold sweat. Since breaking through to the Origin King realm, he had not felt such fear for a long time. Without making a sound, the seven-colored radiant light swept past the place where the two were standing and quickly filled the entire Medicine Valley. Where Yang Kai and Gue Zhu were standing, there was a narrow strip of land about 5 meters in length that was not filled by the seven-colored radiant light. The terrifying seven-colored radiant light seemed to rush into a bottomless abyss in front of this strip of land and disappear, leaving behind a safe space behind. Gue Zhu breathed a long sigh of relief and finally relaxed. Yang Kai was right, there was indeed a void crack here. Even though he was so close before, he had not been able to detect it, but now, the seven-colored radiant light had outlined its existence. Whether it was its shape or size, it was exactly the same as Yang Kai's. Looking at Yang Kai beside him, Gue Zhu's gaze became slightly complicated. He had studied the Tao of space before and knew how difficult it was to cultivate. He had stayed on the floating continent for 2,000 years and had not even been able to reach the threshold, but Yang Kai was able to achieve such amazing accomplishments in this territory. Comparing the two, Gue Zhu felt that his own aptitude was simply unsightly. Moreover, when he met Yang Kai, he was only a first-order saint, but now he was already a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. This cultivation speed was so fast that it was likely few in the entire star territory could match him. This little brat will definitely become the most dazzling new star in future star territory, Gue Zhu thought to himself. Chapter 1776. That's right, young boy. While waiting for the seven-colored radiant light to return, Gue Zhu suddenly asked, "This old master noticed that you seem to have studied pills quite a bit. Could it be you also know alchemy?" Although the two of them had only harvested the divine nirvana fruit and demon melting mushroom so far, Yang Kai was always able to describe the spirit pills these two herbs could be used to refine, and he also knew how to preserve them in detail. This made it easy for Gue Zhu to connect the dots. Yes. Yang Kai nodded, not trying to deny it. Oh. Gue Zhu looked at Yang Kai in surprise. In just 30 to 40 years, you being able to grow from the saint realm to the third-order origin returning realm is already enough to surprise this old master, but you still have time to study alchemy? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to master it? Yang Kai chuckled and replied, "My original intention in studying alchemy is to assist my cultivation. I have never given up on my pursuit of the martial Tao." Good, Gue Zhu nodded in approval. Ghost looked at him approvingly. The Tao of alchemy, artifact refining and array formation, although its power is unfathomable, compared to the Tao of martial arts, there is always a little bit of difference. As a cultivator of my generation, the pursuit of the martial Tao is naturally the most important task, and the rest can only be used as support. Gue Zhu spoke earnestly, so Yang Kai naturally nodded. But that being said, if you can achieve something in these three territories, it will still be a great achievement. Gue Zhu was very satisfied with Yang Kai's attitude and smiled slightly before asking curiously, "Tell this old master, what kind of pills can you refine now?" Hearing this question, Yang Kai thought about it seriously. Finally, he said solemnly, "Since Senior has asked, this Junior will not conceal it. This Junior is now an Origin King grade alchemist and can refine Origin King grade spirit pills." As soon as these words fell, Gue Zhu's body shook and he stared blankly at Yang Kai, unable to speak for a long time. "Senior?" Yang Kai laughed dryly. Gue Zhu's reaction was within his expectations. After all, how many Origin King grade alchemists were there in the entire star territory? Which one of those alchemists wasn't famous throughout the world? Which one of them didn't have white hair? At Yang Kai's age, it was simply impossible for him to become an Origin grade alchemist. Gue Zhu was silent for a while before taking a deep breath and asking in a trembling voice, "Are you joking?" He thought that Yang Kai was just teasing him. She had been staring at Yang Kai just now. He also wanted to observe the changes in his expression. However, he didn't see any trace of a joke on Yang Kai's face. He immediately realized that Yang Kai's words might be true. No. Yang Kai shook his head. You're really an Origin King grade alchemist? Gue Zhu exclaimed in surprise. He immediately turned his head and looked around, as if he was afraid that his voice would be heard by others. How could this junior joke about this kind of thing? And, although I have only refined a few Origin King grade spirit pills, I have still refined some. According to the classification of alchemists in the Star Territory, this junior should be an Origin King grade alchemist. Gue Zhu sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. Just how old was Yang Kai? Not only was his cultivation so high, but he had also reached the Origin King grade in the alchemic way. How did he do it? Even if he didn't rest or sleep all these years, it would still be impossible. Unless he could split into several dozen clones to cultivate together, it would be impossible for him to achieve such a feat. Gue Zhu couldn't figure it out. There are only a few people who know that I am an Origin King grade alchemist. Besides the women around me, only Senior knows, so I hope Senior can keep it a secret for me, Yang Kai said with a grin. He had concealed his identity as an alchemist before because his strength was insufficient and he was afraid of being targeted by others. But now, with the improvement of his strength, the exposure of his identity as an alchemist would not only not bring him any trouble, it might even bring him huge benefits. As such, Yang Kai did not intend to hide it any longer. Hearing this, Gue Zhu breathed a sigh of relief and said in a dignified voice, "This old master knows his strength, so naturally, he won't go around announcing it. What's more, this old master doesn't know anyone, so how could he do such a senseless thing? But, boy, why are you telling this old master the truth? Aren't you afraid this old master will be disloyal to you? You should know how attractive an Origin King grade alchemist is to people like me. If I can capture such an alchemist to refine pills for me, improving my strength will naturally be a cinch." Senior isn't such a person. Yang Kai touched his nose. If I didn't trust Senior, I wouldn't have told you the truth. Besides, between offending an Origin King grade alchemist and befriending an Origin King grade alchemist, which is better and which is worse, Senior must be very clear in his heart. Even if you capture me, I must be willing to refine pills for you. What if there is some kind of poison hidden in the pills I refine? Saying so, Yang Kai winked at Gue Zhu. He had chosen to tell the truth to Gue Zhu after careful consideration, not on a whim. Gue Zhu stared at Yang Kai deeply for a while before suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. This old master is deeply honored. I never expected that the little brat this old master would not only have such great cultivation but also become an Origin King grade alchemist. If such a thing were to spread, this old master's face would be filled with glory. Senior's praise is too much, Yang Kai said modestly. So, the great Nirvana pill and demon suppressing pill you mentioned before can both be refined? Gue Zhu asked nervously, his mood surging. The great Nirvana pill could help him improve his cultivation while the demon suppressing pill could suppress his heart demons. Both were of great use to him. His original plan was to go out and find the few remaining Origin King grade alchemists in the Star Territory and ask them to help him refine these pills. However, this would undoubtedly come at a huge price, and he might have to wait many years before he had a chance. After all, which alchemy grandmaster did not have a full schedule? It wasn't as if he could ask them to refine pills just by taking these materials and paying them. This would depend on the other party's schedule. Gue Zhu, who had no way out, was a stranger to this kind of thing, but he had some common sense. With his identity and cultivation, he might have to agree to some harsh conditions, such as helping an alchemy grandmaster kill someone or taking some risks, before he could ask them to take action. In short, the price of asking these grandmasters to take action was something even an Origin King realm master might not necessarily be able to afford. But now, there was an Origin King grade alchemist in front of him who had a deep friendship with him. Gue Zhu almost cried out in joy. He secretly rejoiced in his heart, rejoicing that he had not killed Yang Kai back then, rejoicing that Yang Kai had saved his life and forming a friendship with him, and even more rejoicing that he had taken care of Yang Kai in the severed world. Gue Zhu felt that befriending Yang Kai was the wisest decision he had ever made in his life. The Great Nirvana Pill and the Demon Suppressing Pill are both Origin King grade spirit pills, so it won't be easy to refine them, but as long as the other materials are gathered, it should be possible to try. Yang Kai thought about it carefully before nodding and replying. What's the success rate? Gue Zhu asked hurriedly. At least 60%. 60%. Gue Zhu sucked in a cold breath as he realized that he had underestimated Yang Kai. Refining an Origin King grade spirit pill was extremely difficult, and the failure rate was surprisingly high. Even the few remaining grandmasters did not dare boast a 60% success rate. Yang Kai was not the kind of person who spoke without thinking. This was something Gue Zhu could see. This little brat had a steady temperament and would not easily say things he was not certain of. If he said 60%, then it was definitely 60%. But... Yang Kai suddenly laughed. But what? Gue Zhu's heart clenched. If Senior wants to refine the Great Nirvana Pill and the Demon Suppressing Pill, this Junior can recommend another person. Her attainments in alchemy are much more exquisite than this Junior's, so if she is the one to refine them, the success rate will be higher. See. Gue Zhu gasped as he stared at Yang Kai incredulously. You know another Origin King grade alchemist? Right, you should have had someone to teach you alchemy. Could it be your honored master? As Gue Zhu spoke, his eyes flashed brilliantly. Yang Kai's honored master was definitely an Origin King grade alchemist, and one who was definitely more powerful than Yang Kai. This kind of person definitely needed to be made friends with. As long as he could establish a relationship with such a person, he would definitely be able to ask him to refine pills for him in the future. How could he be afraid of not receiving benefits? Gue Zhu had secretly made up his mind that after this trip to the severed world, he would definitely visit Yang Kai's honored master. How many Origin King grade masters wanted to meet such an alchemy grandmaster but had no way to do so? Gue Zhu had not expected to have the opportunity to meet two of them. Gue Zhu's heart almost bloomed with joy. No, Yang Kai shook his head, the person I'm talking about is my senior sister. He was naturally referring to Xia Ning Chang. Although when Xia Ning Chang was brought out from Tongxian realm, her attainments in alchemy were not as good as Yang Kai's, many years had passed since then. In High Heaven sect, there were countless herbs to practice with, and the true alchemy enlightenment scripture had been passed to Xia Ning Chang. With his little senior sister's special constitution and comprehension ability in alchemy, Yang Kai was confident that her alchemy skills had definitely surpassed his own. Your senior sister is also an Origin King grade alchemist? Gue Zhu was shocked. Good heavens! This family of three actually has 3 alchemy grandmasters. Just how heaven-defying is that? Gue Zhu could hardly imagine what kind of sect this was, to have 3 Origin King grade alchemists at its helm. With such masters, wouldn't the disciples of this sect have no shortage of pills? If this news were to spread, Gue Zhu was certain that the entire territory of Tongxian realm would be in turmoil. Behemoths like Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, Purple Star, and Sword Union would definitely send people to win over Yang Kai's sect. After all, even these 3 great forces did not all have Origin King grade alchemy grandmasters. Among these 3, only Hengluo Chamber of Commerce and Purple Star each had one, while Sword Union had none. Chapter 1777. Little senior sister is indeed an Origin King grade alchemist, Yang Kai nodded and admitted. Yang Kai. Gue Zhu suddenly took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, which cultivation star is your sect located on? Is your sect still recruiting? Do you need an elder with a high cultivation? An honored guest is also fine. If that's not enough, you can just accept some empty title. Gue Zhu was completely unable to remain calm. Although he had always been alone and carefree, only he knew the bitterness of his life. For example, when he wanted to refine a certain pill, there was no one he could ask for help. Another example was when he wanted to enter retreat to cultivate a certain secret technique, no one could guard it for him. Even the materials he needed for his cultivation had to be personally sought out. All these trivial matters wasted a lot of his time. But the origin kings of great forces were different. They had high status, and if there was anything they needed to do, all they needed to do was issue an order and countless disciples would rush to complete it for them. All these origin kings needed to do was cultivate in peace. So sometimes, Gue Zhu was quite envious of the origin kings of great forces. However, if he was really asked to join a great force, he would definitely not be willing. After all, he was not willing to be restrained by others, nor did he want to tie himself to any great force. But if it was Yang Kai's sect, it was completely different. This sect had 3 origin king grade alchemy grandmasters. This alone was a fatal attraction to Gue Zhu. Moreover, he found Yang Kai pleasing to the eye. His relationship with Yang Kai was quite good, so he did not feel any sense of rejection towards the sect Yang Kai belonged to. Seeing Gue Zhu's eagerness, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. He did not expect that Gue Zhu would suddenly have thoughts of joining High Heaven sect, but after thinking about it, it made sense. With his and Xia Ningchang's identities as origin king grade alchemy grandmasters, it was not too difficult for them to win over an origin king to join High Heaven sect. However, Yang Kai was not too keen on this kind of thing. Origin king realm masters. High Heaven sect did not have one now. But that didn't mean it wouldn't happen in the future. Yi Shiyun was already a quasi-origin king, and she was bound to break through to the origin king realm in the future. All she lacked was an opportunity. However, if Gue Zhu wanted to join, it wasn't impossible. After getting along with each other for a period of time, Yang Kai also saw that Gue Zhu wasn't as sinister and vicious as he appeared on the surface. His aura was ghostly. It was only because of the cultivation method that he cultivated. His thoughts drifted. Yang Kai grinned. Junior's sect is called High Heaven sect on Shadowed Star. It's High Heaven sect master. Yang Kai briefly explained the situation of High Heaven sect to Gue Zhu. When he heard that High Heaven sect was actually founded by Yang Kai himself, Gue Zhu could not help feeling great admiration. After learning that there was not a single origin king in High Heaven sect, and that there was only one first-order origin king who had just broken through on Shadowed Star, Gue Zhu was even more overjoyed. He had thought that a force with several origin king grade alchemy grandmasters would not be weak, perhaps even having many origin king realm masters. If that was the case, him joining would only be icing on the cake, but now it seemed that if he really joined, he would directly become the strongest master in High Heaven sect and even on Shadowed Star. His identity and status were completely different from what he had expected before. This was a supreme existence. As such, Gue Zhu became even more enthusiastic and couldn't wait to ask, Yang Kai, this old master has been alone all his life. After leaving the floating continent, this old master didn't have a place to settle down. How about this old master go to your High Heaven sect? This old master doesn't have any requests, just the title of honored guest elder will allow this old master to enjoy the care of an origin king grade alchemist and occasionally refine a few spirit pills for this old master, heh. His words were very direct and honest. Yang Kai laughed. If a character like Senior wants to join High Heaven sect, how could this junior refuse? So it's settled then? Gue Zhu's eyes lit up. Although he knew that Yang Kai would probably not refuse him, when he heard Yang Kai agree, Gue Zhu was still very happy. This way, he would be able to get close to an origin king grade alchemist. In the future, as long as he could find the necessary herbs, he wouldn't need to worry about not having someone to help him refine pills. Wouldn't it be simple to improve his strength? Guo Zhu could already imagine the future. He would definitely be able to break through to the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm in his lifetime and stand at the top of Shadowed Star's territory. It's settled then. Yang Kai nodded happily, but I'm afraid this honored guest elder position doesn't quite match Senior's identity. How about Supreme Elder? Guo Zhu's body shook as he stared deeply at Yang Kai, unable to calm his heart for a long time. Although he had never joined any great force, he knew the difference between an honored guest elder and a supreme elder. Although honored guest elders were also worshipped by the sect, it was only in name and had no real power. Supreme elders were different. Supreme elders were existences with real power, and strictly speaking, their authority was extremely great, only second to that of the sect master. In some great forces, supreme elders were supreme existences who could easily mobilize the sect's materials and disciples. Their words were absolute orders and disciples had to follow them even if they had to go through water and tread on fire. However, being an honored guest elder also had its benefits. When the sect encountered an unresolvable danger, honored guest elders could choose to help or not depending on their own situation, giving them a high degree of freedom. On the other hand, supreme elders had to advance or retreat with the sect, living or dying together. Generally, only the person with the highest seniority in the sect had the qualifications to assume the position of Grand Elder. Guo Zhu hadn't expected that Yang Kai would directly give him the title of Supreme Elder. Although the risks he would have to take were greater, the benefits and treatment he would receive were far better. Young boy, since you treat this old master with courtesy, this old master will naturally treat you with sincerity. And, whatever this old master says now is nothing but empty words, please wait and see. This old master will make sure your sect's disciples willingly accept his position as Supreme Elder. Guo Zhu quickly declared. He was an old man, but Yang Kai's words had caused his blood to boil, causing him to speak such bold words. Senior is too serious. Since this junior has appointed you as Supreme Elder, naturally he won't doubt you, Yang Kai chuckled. You're still calling me Senior? Guo Zhu asked with a grin. Junior greets Supreme Elder. Yang Kai quickly cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. Sect Master is too polite. Guo Zhu also returned the courtesy. From now on, this old master will be a member of High Heaven Sect. I hope Sect Master will take good care of me. If you have any instructions, please don't hesitate. Saying so, the two looked at each other and burst into laughter, as if the two of them had just done something shameful together, and, after this trip to the severed world is over, this old master will accompany you back to the sect, Guo Zhu said with a yearning look. Guo Zhu said with a look of yearning. He was very curious about what kind of sect could cultivate a character like Yang Kai. Moreover, since he had chosen to join High Heaven Sect, he naturally wanted to take a look at the sect and see what it was like. That's simple, I'll accompany you when the time comes. This news should indeed be passed back to the sect, Yang Kai nodded. Saying so, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he said, Supreme Elder, I suddenly thought of something. What is it? We should act separately. This way, the scope of our search will be greatly increased and the number of good things we can find will also increase. What do you think? Yang Kai had not proposed this before, mainly because although he had a good relationship with Guo Zhu, they were not family, so it would not be appropriate for him to make such a suggestion, lest Guo Zhu misunderstand. But things were different now. Guo Zhu was now a member of High Heaven Sect, so there was no problem with Yang Kai's suggestion. Guo Zhu thought about it for a while before saying, if we split up, the scope of our search will indeed be greatly increased and our harvest will also increase, but there are too many void cracks here. Although this old master can find them most of the time, some are too well hidden for this old master to see. Without you by my side, this old master has no confidence. Just like the situation just now, when the seven-colored radiant light struck, if Yang Kai had not found a place to hide, Gue Zhu would have been swallowed by it. The consequences would have been disastrous. Heh, since I proposed this, there must be a way for Supreme Elder to find these void cracks. Yang Kai smiled triumphantly, full of confidence. Oh? What method do you have that will allow this old master to find these void cracks? Gue Zhu asked in surprise. Yang Kai grinned. I can leave a space mark on you so you can perceive these hidden void cracks. Can you do that? I should be able to. Let's try. Yang Kai did not have much certainty. If it were before, he would not have been able to do such a thing, but after swallowing and fusing with the space spiral, his comprehension of the Tao of space had reached a new height, so this proposal was possible. If you can really do it, then it is undoubtedly a good idea, Gue Zhu nodded. After getting Gue Zhu's approval, Yang Kai took a deep breath and pushed his space force. Immediately after, he stretched out his finger and space force began to condense into a spiral shape at the tip of his finger. The next moment, Yang Kai gently tapped Gue Zhu's chest. The spiral of power suddenly erupted and turned into a mark that remained on Gue Zhu's body. Oh, is this space force? Gue Zhu whispered in surprise. Even though he was a second-order origin king, he could not help being shocked by the strangeness of space force at this moment. Through the mark on his chest, Gue Zhu could clearly feel the fluctuations of space force. These fluctuations were constantly spreading out and immediately giving him feedback on the situation around him. There were a few places where the feedback was different from the others. Gue Zhu looked towards these places and was surprised to find that there were void cracks in them. One of these places was the hidden void crack around him and Yang Kai. Before this, Gue Zhu had been unable to discover this void crack and could only infer its shape from the seven-colored radiant light, but now, he could clearly perceive it. It was as if some kind of special perception had been unlocked. Chapter 1778. Is it useful? Yang Kai asked. Although he felt that his idea should be correct, using the fluctuations of space force to sense the existence of space cracks, in the end, this was a secret technique he had used on others, so he wasn't completely sure it would work. It's useful, very useful. Gue Zhu nodded heavily. This old master can now sense the existence of all the space cracks. There are 3 hidden space cracks nearby, right? Yang Kai nodded and smiled. It seems that my idea was correct. Good, now that this old master's problem has been solved, but, are you sure you'll be fine by yourself? Gue Zhu asked worriedly. Most of the people who entered here were origin kings, and although Shuiyu and Zidong were origin returning realm masters, they were definitely following Ni Guang and Zilong. If Yang Kai was alone, acting here would definitely be risky, and if he encountered some kind of master, he would definitely be attacked. This made Gue Zhu a little uneasy. No problem. Yang Kai grinned. Supreme Elder, don't forget what kind of power I am proficient in. There are so many space cracks here, it's simply a place tailor-made for me. If I really encounter some idiot, even if I can't beat them, I can still run away. Hearing what he said, Gue Zhu also nodded. Good, since that's the case, we'll act separately, but we still can't act carelessly. I'll leave something on you, and as long as you and I are within 1,000 kilometers of each other, use it and I'll be able to sense your location. I'll rush to your side as soon as possible. Saying so, Gue Zhu waved his hand and summoned his 10,000 soul banner before reaching into it and grabbing. The next moment, a Yin soul roared fiercely. It was pulled out by Gue Zhu. This Yin soul looked extremely terrifying and had clear facial features. It also exuded an extremely powerful aura, one that was no weaker than a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. This is a co-soul from this old master's 10,000 soul banner. It's connected to this old master's soul, so I'll leave it to you for now. Guizhu stretched out his hand and placed this co-soul on Yang Kai's shoulder. The next moment, Yang Kai felt a chill coming from his shoulder, but it did not affect him much. He silently sensed for a moment and confirmed that the co-soul was indeed in his body. Yang Kai nodded gently, indicating that everything was in order. Next, they naturally had to wait for the seven-colored radiant light to recede so that they could move freely. When the light of the treasure covered the valley, no one could move. They could only rely on the existence of the spatial cracks to hide. Yang Kai secretly calculated the time. Finally, at a certain moment, a shocking inhalation came from the depths of the mountain valley. Accompanied by the slight tremor of the Medicine Valley, the seven-colored radiant light covering the Medicine Valley receded like a tide. "Sect Master, be careful," Guizhu cautioned. Yang Kai nodded and immediately flew off in different directions with Guizhu. After separating from Guizhu, Yang Kai's speed became much faster, even though he had been following Guizhu before. Although Guizhu and Guizhu were safe, Yang Kai needed to constantly remind Guizhu to change directions, so there was a slight delay. However, if he was alone, he did not need to worry about this at all. In the Medicine Valley, medicinal fragrances filled the air, so it was actually very simple to find precious treasures. Following the source of these medicinal fragrances would always lead to gains. The only thing Yang Kai needed to worry about was the existence of the void cracks and the seven-colored radiant light. However, Yang Kai estimated that the seven-colored radiant light that had just retreated would not return for a while, so Yang Kai felt relieved and began to act boldly. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai squatted down happily under the roots of a towering tree and placed a ginseng-like spirit medicine in front of him into his bag. This spirit medicine did not look much different from ordinary ginseng. The only difference was that it was covered in fluorescent light, making it look like a miniature star. Red Star Ginseng, this is really a good place. Yang Kai sighed. Now, all the spirit herbs he obtained were Origin King grade treasures, and all of them had long since gone extinct. If they were used to refine Origin King grade spirit pills, they would definitely be enough to make Origin King realm masters go green with envy. Yang Kai was about to break through to the next realm, so he would need some pills to cultivate in the future. This trip to the Severed World had provided him with such a rare opportunity to collect herbs, so of course, Yang Kai would spare no effort. After another half-stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai was already 300 kilometers away. He frowned as he looked at the spirit grass in front of him and the scattered soil around it, secretly cursing himself for being too late. The spirit medicines that grew in this place had already been harvested by someone else. The only spirit grass left behind had just grown and was not mature enough, so even if it was harvested, it would be useless. It seemed that the cultivator who had come here before had not killed the goose that laid the golden eggs. This person had simply taken away the mature spirit grass and left behind this seedling, leaving behind an opportunity for future generations. Yang Kai did not know who this person was though, so he slowly shook his head and did not think too much about it, continuing to follow the medicinal fragrance. Time passed by, and after another stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai finally had some gains. Although the spirit medicines he collected were not as good as the divine nirvana fruit or the demon melting mushroom, they were still priceless treasures. It should be almost time, right? Yang Kai muttered to himself. According to his previous estimate, the interval between each breath of the seven-colored radiant peacock was about half an hour. If this calculation was correct, then the seven-colored radiant light would soon cover the mountain valley again. However, Yang Kai did not know if his guess was correct as it still needed to be verified. For the sake of caution, Yang Kai did not dare to act recklessly, instead paying attention to the location of the void cracks while continuing to search. At this moment, Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction. At this moment, he noticed that there was a life aura about 30 kilometers away rapidly approaching him. Carefully perceiving this aura, Yang Kai found it to be quite familiar, immediately calling out in surprise, why is it her? Thinking so, Yang Kai had no intention of evading and instead moved in the direction of the approaching person. A moment later, he finally saw a figure not far in front of him. Yang Kai called out, "Senior Luo." Luo Lan had also discovered Yang Kai's tracks long ago, so she had come straight here. After all, in order to investigate the surrounding void cracks, she was constantly releasing her divine sense. Luo Lan pursed her lips and smiled, increasing her speed greatly. "Wait!" Yang Kai suddenly shouted. Luo Lan immediately stopped and asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Is there a void crack in front of me?" Yang Kai nodded, "Yes, if you take another 5 steps forward, you'll touch it." Luo Lan's pretty face paled as she couldn't help feeling some lingering fear, turning her eyes towards a certain spot in the void. "It's here, right? You just need to circle around from both sides," Yang Kai instructed. Luo Lan moved cautiously, circling around in a large circle before arriving beside Yang Kai and saying, "Many thanks, if it weren't for your reminder just now, I'm afraid I would have been beheaded." "It's a trivial matter, Senior doesn't need to mention it," Yang Kai smiled lightly. "By the way, why are you here alone?" Luo Lan looked at Yang Kai and asked curiously. She had clearly seen Yang Kai enter the Medicine Valley with Guo Zhu before, but now, Guo Zhu was nowhere to be seen. "That's what I wanted to ask," Yang Kai chuckled. "I acted separately from Senior Guo Zhu so that everyone could reap some benefits, but Senior Luo, why aren't you with Senior and I?" "It's the same," Luo Lan smiled. Luo Lan said with a smile, "If I follow him, I won't be able to obtain anything good. Rather than that, I might as well take a risk. Although there are some gains, it seems that the reason I haven't had any accidents so far is due to my good luck." If it weren't for Yang Kai's reminder just now, she would have definitely run into that void crack, and the consequences would have been disastrous. Thinking about how she might have passed by countless void cracks without noticing them, Luo Lan broke out in a cold sweat. While the two were talking, another breath came from the depths of the Medicine Valley. Having experienced the same thing before, how could Yang Kai and Luo Lan not know what to do next? Sure enough, the timing is correct, Yang Kai thought to himself. It seems that his previous inference was correct. Every time the divine bird breathed, the interval between each breath was about half an hour. While he was thinking, Luo Lan looked around, trying to find a place to hide, but as far as her eyes could see, there were no cracks visible to the naked eye, so in desperation, she could only turn her eyes to Yang Kai. She didn't panic though. After all, there was still a hidden void crack here that she could use to avoid the 7-colored radiant light. It was just that she couldn't find it. "Senior, this way." Yang Kai didn't hesitate and quickly beckoned to Luo Lan before standing behind the void crack. However, in the next moment, Yang Kai's expression became strange. What's wrong?" Luo Lan, who was standing in front of Yang Kai, saw his expression change and quickly asked. "This void." Yang Kai wore an embarrassed expression. "It seems to be a little small." "Small?" Luo Lan was stunned for a moment before quickly realizing what Yang Kai wanted to say. If the void crack was small, there wouldn't be much space for the two of them to hide. If a man and a woman squeeze together, there may be some inevitable physical contact. Thinking so, Luo Lan's expression also became slightly awkward. Although she was many times older than Yang Kai, she was still a woman, and her appearance was that of a woman in her 30s. "It doesn't matter. It's just for a while." Saying so, she moved closer to Yang Kai, and for a moment, the distance between them was less than a meter. Looking around, she pointed to Yang Kai and asked, "Can I stand here?" Yang Kai shook his head. Luo Lan gave a hollow laugh, realizing that this void crack might really be very small. At that moment, the 7-colored radiant light quickly struck again, covering the entire Medicine Valley. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived behind Yang Kai, passed through the void crack, and pushed forward like an angry horse. Chapter 1779. Senior, your position is still very dangerous, please forgive me. Yang Kai suddenly said in a deep voice before reaching out, grabbing Luo Lan's waist and dragging her into his arms. Caught off guard, Luo Lan had no time to resist and fell into Yang Kai's arms. Ah! She exclaimed as her brow furrowed subconsciously and she pushed her Saint Chi fiercely. Senior, check your back. Yang Kai said quickly before Luo Lan could take action in anger. Luo Lan was startled and quickly released her divine sense to investigate the situation behind her. After a quick glance, her beautiful face couldn't help paling. Less than an inch behind her, the seven-colored radiant light was flowing past, leaving only a small space. If Yang Kai hadn't pulled her back just now, half of her body would have been enveloped by the seven-colored radiant light at this moment. With the terrifying power of this light, her fate was easy to imagine. Even at this moment, her position was in imminent danger as the seven-colored radiant light that had spread across the void seemed like it would touch her body at any moment. Shuddering, Luo Lan finally understood what was going on. She also knew that Yang Kai wasn't deliberately taking advantage of her and had simply been forced to do so. Quickly dispersing her Saint Chi, she said awkwardly, I'm sorry, I overreacted. It's fine, Yang Kai shook his head and frowned secretly. He was also having a headache right now. Although the hiding space created by the void crack here was just enough to accommodate him and Luo Lan, the current situation made both of them feel very uncomfortable. The two of them were almost face to face at this moment, their bodies pressed against each other. Yang Kai could clearly feel Luo Lan's soft breasts pressing against his chest, the amazing elasticity and the two small protrusions on her chest causing him to feel somewhat restless. Especially when Luo Lan spoke. It was almost as if she was breathing in his direction. If someone who didn't know the truth saw this scene, they would likely think that Yang Kai and Luo Lan were engaged in some kind of shady business, but in fact, both of them were suffering. Yang Kai was a little better. After all, he was a man. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, after calming his mind and clearing his mind of desires, he didn't feel too uncomfortable. He then thought about Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang in his mind and dispelled all these distracting thoughts. After a while, his expression returned to normal. On the other hand, Luo Lan's face gradually became redder and redder, her fair and slender neck glowing with a dark red light, causing one's imagination to run wild. As Yang Kai hugged her, her delicate body stiffened, but because of her nervousness, she began to tremble. She had never thought about it. This time's encounter had allowed her to have such intimate contact with a junior like Kai Yang. This was something that had never happened before. That sturdy chest, broad arms, and the masculine scent that was so close to her were like a flood and a fierce beast attacking her mind, making it impossible for her to remain calm. Her cheeks burned as if they were on fire. She was certain that her face was extremely red. Blushing like this in front of a junior. Luo Lan was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. She would never come out. When she thought about how the seven-colored radiant light would take at least half an hour to recede, Luo Lan felt like she was sitting on pins and needles and felt uncomfortable all over. She couldn't help twisting her body. Senior, you, don't move around. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He had just dispelled the distracting thoughts in his heart and was able to maintain his composure, but Luo Lan's actions made all his previous efforts go down the drain, especially when he felt the two small protrusions pressing against his chest harden. Hearing Yang Kai say this, Luo Lan became even more embarrassed. Luo Lan was so embarrassed that she lowered her head and buried it in her chest. I'll turn around. After a moment of silence, Luo Lan suddenly suggested softly. The two of them facing each other like this was simply too awkward. If she turned around, the situation would be somewhat alleviated. Yang Kai nodded and loosened his grip on Luo Lan's waist. Luo Lan carefully turned around, lest she touch the seven-colored radiant light that was so close to her. After a while, she turned around and faced Yang Kai with her back. Yang Kai immediately found a new problem. When they were facing each other, he could only feel the majesty of Luo Lan's chest, but now he couldn't feel the other party's soft touch and amazing elasticity, but her round buttocks just happened to be pressed against his lower body. Her round buttocks were firm, and the touch was absolutely first class. Luo Lan obviously noticed this too, but after turning around, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning and completely froze in place, not daring to move at will. Time passed by, and the two of them felt like years. "Senior." Yang Kai suddenly spoke. "Huh?" Luo Lan was startled and her whole body trembled. In this awkward atmosphere, Yang Kai suddenly speaking really shocked her, especially when Yang Kai's breath brushed against her earlobe as if someone was gently stroking it, making her feel extremely ticklish. "I'll think about it carefully, but I'll leave," Yang Kai said. "Leave?" Luo Lan was stunned. "Where can you go now?" After stabilizing her mind, she understood that Yang Kai's proposal was obviously to protect her purity and reputation, and she couldn't help feeling warm inside. She secretly felt that this little brat was pretty good, not taking advantage of her and instead remaining calm, which was quite commendable. But now that the entire Medicine Valley was covered by the seven-colored radiant light, Yang Kai had nowhere to go. "Into the void crack." Yang Kai replied. "Into the void crack?" Luo Lan was surprised. Although she knew that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space, she didn't know how profound Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of Space were, so when she heard Yang Kai say this, her first thought was that it would be dangerous. If they couldn't find a way out after entering, they would definitely be trapped inside. Yang Kai nodded. "This place can accommodate one person to hide in, but for two, it's a bit too crowded." "But, are you sure you can come out from there?" "I can come out," Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai nodded. He had already traveled through the void once before, so how could he not have confidence in this kind of thing? However, if the place he came out of wasn't the Medicine Valley, but somewhere else in the severed world, his losses would be huge. The only way was to wait for a while before tearing space and returning to the void. However, Yang Kai didn't want to explain this too much to Luo Lan. After all, the relationship between the two of them wasn't very close. Luo Lan was silent for a while before whispering, "In fact, you don't have to take such a risk, we can just stay here for a while and wait for the seven-colored radiant light to dissipate." Since Yang Kai was considering her innocence, she certainly didn't want Yang Kai to take too much risk. "Many thanks for Senior's kindness, but I'll be going now." Yang Kai smiled and said before preparing to escape into the void crack, but before he left, he suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, Senior, this junior wants to give you something." "What is it?" Luo Lan asked curiously. As soon as her voice fell, Yang Kai reached out and gently tapped her shoulder. "Good luck, Senior." Yang Kai said before his figure disappeared into the void crack, disappearing in the next moment. The sudden emptiness behind her caused Luo Lan to be slightly absent-minded, but after a moment, she moved back a little to make herself safer. It wasn't until now that she had the time to check what Kai Yang had given her. Using her divine sense to investigate her shoulder, Luo Lan exclaimed, "This is," she didn't know why, but when she used her divine sense to investigate the place where Yang Kai had just touched, she could clearly feel the surrounding space force fluctuations and perceive the existence of the hidden void cracks around her. She finally understood what kind of gift Yang Kai had given her. With this gift, she could travel unimpeded through the severed world and no longer have to worry about encountering the hidden void cracks. Luo Lan was ecstatic. "Thank you." Although she knew that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to hear her thanks, Luo Lan still thanked him for the sake of peace of mind. This encounter allowed her to thoroughly understand what kind of person Yang Kai was and how much potential he had. No wonder young Master Gu Jianxian admired Yang Kai so much. It turned out that he had such charm and ability. In the past, Luo Lan's attitude towards Yang Kai had been good because of Gu Jianxian and because she wanted to borrow his space force, but now, even without these factors, Luo Lan would not underestimate Yang Kai just because his cultivation was not yet at the Origin King realm. This little brat's character was not bad and he had great potential, so befriending him was definitely a good choice. She might need his help in the future. Thinking so, Luo Lan secretly made up her mind that after returning to Azure Tree Star, she would take good care of Yang Kai's palace on Twin Shark Island. Inside the void, Yang Kai stood alone. Leaving a space mark on Luo Lan's body so she could perceive the existence of the void cracks was not because Yang Kai was obsessed with her. From the beginning to the end, he had never had any thoughts about Luo Lan. He only felt that as long as Luo Lan was safe and strong, his palace and cross-cultivation star space array on Azure Tree Star would be protected. What's more, leaving behind a space mark was as easy as lifting a finger for him. There was no loss at all. Since that was the case, why not? After entering the void, Yang Kai did not stay in place and instead began searching around. In any case, the seven-colored radiant light would not return for half an hour, so Yang Kai had plenty of time to search for real space spirit crystals in the void. This way, he would not have to waste any time waiting. However, when he went out, he would have to determine his position so he wouldn't accidentally run out of the Medicine Valley. For this reason, Yang Kai deliberately left some traces in the same place to prevent such a thing from happening. If he really couldn't find them, he would return to the place where he and Luo Lan separated. Chapter 1780. Yang Kai searched for space spirit crystals in the void while secretly calculating the passage of time. Feeling that time was almost up, he stopped. Less than half an hour later, Yang Kai also made some gains, but not much, only 5 space spirit crystals that had been nurtured in the void. At this moment, he stopped somewhere in the void, looking forward with a thoughtful expression. While moving through the void, Yang Kai noticed that there were many places in the void where the space force fluctuations were very unstable, giving off strange fluctuations. If he guessed correctly, these unstable places were where the countless void cracks in the severed world were connected to the void. In other words, going out from these unstable places was equivalent to walking out of the void. In order to verify his thoughts, Yang Kai stepped forward directly. The next moment, he left the void and returned to the severed world again. Looking around, there was no 7-colored radiant light around, but behind him, there was a void crack visible to the naked eye that stretched across the sky. He had clearly just walked out of this void crack. Looking at the void crack behind him, Yang Kai nodded secretly. It seemed that his guess was not wrong. In the void crack, all the unstable locations were connected to the void cracks in the severed world. It was just that, he did not know if this place was still the Medicine Valley. Yang Kai looked around carefully, and after a while, when he saw the scenery around him clearly, a look of joy appeared on his face as he muttered to himself, "My luck is quite good." This place was obviously still within the Medicine Valley, because there was still a variety of medicinal fragrances in the air. Moreover, not far from him, there was a short fruit tree. There were 3 pale yellow fruits hanging from it. This was a place that had not been searched by anyone yet. It was not surprising when he thought about it. The Medicine Valley was extremely large and there were not many people who entered here, coupled with the interference of the 7-colored radiant light. This greatly reduced the time it took for everyone to search, so at this moment, there must be a large number of precious treasures in the Medicine Valley. Yang Kai stepped forward and arrived in front of the short fruit tree, squatting down and carefully examining it for a moment before raising his brow and grinning. He recognized what kind of spirit fruit this was. It was actually the rumored longevity fruit. This thing was not useful for cultivation, but it could prolong one's life and was extremely effective. although a cultivator's lifespan would also increase as his strength increased. If there were no accidents, an Origin King Realm Master could live for 3,000 to 4,000 years or even longer, but there was always a limit to a person's lifespan, and when it came to an end, their body would wither. When the power of qi and blood dissipated, he would definitely enter the cycle of reincarnation. Usually, at this time, these experts would start to look for pills that could increase their lifespan. They hoped that they could live longer and make a breakthrough, which would increase their lifespan. However, ordinary pills had no effect on these masters. Only Origin King grade spirit pills had an effect on them. Within the star territory, how many Origin King grade spirit pills could increase one's lifespan? How many people could refine it? A pill that could increase the lifespan of an Origin King Realm Master was as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. And the longevity fruit in front of him could be refined into longevity pills. A single spirit pill could increase one's lifespan by at least 100 years. Although a person could only take 3 pills at most, and the effect would become smaller and smaller. However, if he consumed all 3 of them, it wouldn't be a problem to increase his lifespan by 200 years. 200 years was enough for an Origin King Realm Master to do many things. If they made another breakthrough during these 200 years, their lifespan would be greatly increased again. It could be said that if a longevity pill was refined and sold to the right person, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Everyone only had one life, who dared not cherish it? Even those Origin Kings who were far from reaching the end of their lifespan would want to keep a longevity pill for emergencies. This was a spirit pill that could be passed down from generation to generation like a family heirloom. Yang Kai thought about all kinds of information about the longevity fruit and longevity pill in his heart as he carefully collected the 3 fruits, ensuring that his harvesting technique would not cause any loss of medicinal efficacies. Only then did he carefully seal them in a wooden box and throw them into his space ring. After obtaining this harvest, Yang Kai was in a good mood and continued to explore the surrounding area. Sure enough, no one came to this area, so in the following time, Yang Kai continued to harvest and earn a lot of spirit stones. Half an hour later, when the 7-colored radiant light struck again, Yang Kai found a nearby void crack and entered it, searching for space spirit crystals in the void. After estimating that it was about time, Yang Kai returned to the Medicine Valley. This process repeated many times. Sure enough, Yang Kai did not waste any time. Not only could he harvest spirit medicines in the Medicine Valley, but he could also collect space spirit crystals from the void crack. Alternating between the two, Yang Kai's harvest was greater than anyone else's. Sure enough, making things convenient for others is also making things convenient for oneself. Yang Kai secretly sighed. At that time, if not for Luo Lan's reputation, he would not have chosen to enter the void crack to hide. If he had not made such a choice, he would not have found such an efficient way to use his time. It was this unintentional move that allowed him to reap huge rewards for his efforts. Time passed by, and Yang Kai did not know how long he had been in the Medicine Valley. He shuttled back and forth between the void crack and the Medicine Valley, collecting more than 200 space spirit crystals and nearly 100 sets of spirit grasses and herbs. Such a harvest could only be described as terrifying. One had to know that whether it was space spirit crystals or herbs, their value was enormous. What's more, Yang Kai was certain that the others had not gained as much as he had. However, since separating from Luo Lan, he had not encountered anyone else, which was quite strange to him. At a certain moment, Yang Kai followed a strange medicinal fragrance to his left. Suddenly, his expression changed and his brow furrowed. His divine sense detected the existence of other people nearby, and there was more than one, actually 3 of them. 2 of them were together, and of these 2, one was a second-order Origin King while the other was a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. The third person was alone. Yang Kai and these 3 people formed a triangle at this moment, all of them approaching in the same direction. Obviously, everyone had been attracted by the medicinal fragrance. Because there were not many people who entered the Medicine Valley, Yang Kai was able to determine who these three people were immediately. It was the two people who were together. It was easy to identify because among the third-order origin returning realm cultivators, besides himself, only Zidong and Xueyu had such cultivations. However, the other party's aura was not Xueyu's, so it was naturally Zidong. The one leading Zidong was undoubtedly Zilong, the master of Purple Star. This father and son pair must have been inseparable in the Medicine Valley. As for the lone origin king, Yang Kai could infer his identity from his aura, Su Wei. It was the elder from Abandoned Lair who had used the illusionary void butterfly to trick him before. Since Yang Kai could discover them through his divine sense, it was naturally impossible for them to not discover the existence of Yang Kai. As such, the moment they discovered each other, Zilong and Zidong speed soared, undoubtedly wanting to rush to the source of the medicinal fragrance before Yang Kai and Su Wei did and compete for this unknown treasure. Zilong did this out of confidence in his own strength. A second-order origin king. In the entire Medicine Valley, only Gui Zhu and Ni Guang were his enemies. Everyone else was nothing in Zilong's eyes, especially a junior like Yang Kai. Zilong felt that he could crush Yang Kai with a single finger. On the other side, Su Wei hesitated for a while before also accelerating forward. Facing the temptation of this precious treasure, he was not prepared to retreat, even if the other party was Zilong, let alone an elder of Abandoned Lair. There was no need for him to pay Zilong any respect as they were already enemies, so he was not afraid of offending him again. As soon as the two sides increased their speed, Yang Kai also moved. Three parties, a total of 4 people, all moved towards the center at an extremely fast speed. Humph. Courting death. Zilong thought that with his strength, he would be able to deter Yang Kai and Su Wei, forcing them to turn tail and flee, but he hadn't expected that these two would not even try to evade and instead want to compete with him for the spirit herbs. This annoyed Zilong greatly. Zilong felt that he had been underestimated and his face had been damaged. Su Wei was one thing, and although his strength was not as good as Zilong's, he was still an origin king. If Zilong wanted to capture him, he would have to expend quite a bit of effort. In this kind of place, Zilong did not want to waste time with Su Wei. But who did this third-order origin returning realm brat think he was? He actually dared to compete with Zilong for this precious treasure? Did he not know how to write the word death? Father, do you want me to? Zidong's eyes flashed a cold light as he asked in a deep voice. He had long been dissatisfied with Yang Kai. As the young master of Purple Star, the only reason he could enter this place was because Zilong had brought him here. Xueyu was a young talent who could be compared to him, so naturally she was also qualified to set foot here. But who did Yang Kai think he was? Zidong had never seen Yang Kai before, nor had he ever heard of his name. This guy had actually come to this treasure trove just like him and Xueyu. Zidong felt that the grade of this place had been pulled down a lot because of Yang Kai's entry. Entering the same place as an unknown idiot was an insult to him, Zidong. Only by killing this brat could Zidong wash away this humiliation. So, when he noticed the existence of Yang Kai, Zidong was eager to try. He wanted to use his own strength to show Yang Kai that there was a huge gap between him and these geniuses. He wanted to show him that not just anyone could enter the severed world, and that anyone who dared to enter would have to pay the price. He's just a clown, why bother with him? Zilong coldly snorted, if he dares to appear in front of you, it won't be too late for you to act. Yes. Zidong nodded after hearing this and sneered, I'm afraid he doesn't have the guts. As soon as these words came out, Zidong was stunned again because in his perception, Yang Kai not only did not shrink back because of the hidden dangers ahead, but instead moved faster and faster. Interesting, there really are some reckless fools in this world. Zidong smiled wickedly as he stared in the direction of Yang Kai, seemingly eager for Yang Kai to appear sooner. Chapter 1781. While Zilong and Zidong were talking, Yang Kai had already determined the location of the spirit flower based on the richness of the medicinal fragrance in the surroundings. After all, he had been in this medicine valley for a long time and had collected a lot of herbs, and Yang Kai himself was an alchemist, so he had some experience in this area. His luck was pretty good. The unknown spirit flower was the closest to him, and the territory in front of him was filled with a large number of void cracks. As a result, if Zilong and Su Wei wanted to approach the spirit flower, they would definitely be slowed down by these void cracks, while Yang Kai himself would not be affected. Thinking so, Yang Kai accelerated again. Suddenly, Yang Kai sniffed and a look of surprise appeared on his face, more than one. At this moment, he smelled a different medicinal fragrance. It was mixed with the previous fragrance, making it difficult for him to distinguish between the two. Raising his head, Kai Yang saw that 1,000 feet away, on a small hillside, there were 5 small purple flowers fluttering in the wind. Each flower was about the size of a palm and had 9 petals. An inexplicable charm flowed endlessly from each flower. Behind these flowers, there was a huge spatial crack in the sky. It looked like the mouth of a beast that wanted to devour these 5 strange flowers. This is... Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he recognized what these flowers were: enlightenment flowers. These were the enlightenment flowers that Gue Zhu had mentioned before. Gue Zhu had occasionally passed through this medicine valley before and collected a few enlightenment flowers from its periphery, so he realized how precious this medicine valley was, but because of his scruples, he had not ventured too deep. Even so, Yang Kai was very satisfied with his harvest because enlightenment flowers could help a cultivator comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, allowing them to improve their cultivation. This was especially important for origin kings. When cultivating, holding a petal of an enlightenment flower in one's mouth would definitely have an unexpected effect. Enlightenment flowers had different medicinal efficacies depending on how old they were. A newborn enlightenment flower would only bloom after 300 years. When a flower bloomed, it would only have 3 petals, but after every 100 years, it would add an additional petal until it had 9 petals. 9 was the extreme number. A 9-petal path understanding flower was at least 900 years old. After that, as the medicinal age increased, the number of petals would no longer increase. However, the color of the enlightenment flower would slowly change. From the initial pure white, it would turn dark red, and then blood red. Then, it would turn purple. Every transformation took a lot of time, and it was much more difficult than the growth of the petals. The 5 enlightenment flowers in front of him were already faint purple. In other words, the medicinal age of these enlightenment flowers was quite high. At least 3,000 years. The benefits of such a thing to an Origin King Realm Master were simply terrifying. If an Origin King Realm Master could collect all 5 of these enlightenment flowers, they would no longer need to take any pills when cultivating in the future. All they needed to do was suck on a single petal at a critical moment to ensure the steady improvement of their cultivation. Therefore, when Yang Kai discovered these 5 enlightenment flowers, he realized their immense value. The heavenly treasures that he had collected before. Only the 2 divine nirvana fruits could compare with the enlightenment flower in terms of value. The others simply couldn't compare. Yang Kai's heart burned with passion as he prepared to rush over to the enlightenment flowers and snatch them. But just as he was about to move, suddenly, his body tightened and he felt a chill run down his spine. At the same time, from the corner of his eyes, he caught a glimpse of a purple light. It was as if a sword had struck him from the left. This purple light contained an indescribable concept, and its power was terrifying to the extreme. This was definitely not an attack that an Origin Returning Realm Master could produce. The one who performed this attack was definitely an Origin King, and even among Origin Kings, this person's strength was definitely not low. Zilong. Yang Kai immediately knew who had attacked him. He had heard from Xueyu that the secret art Zilong and Zidong cultivated was called the Purple Qi Eternal River secret art. This secret art was famous throughout the entire Star Territory and was Zilong's family's secret art. Zilong being able to break through to the second-order Origin King realm in his lifetime was entirely because of this secret art. To cultivate this secret art, one had to wake up early every day and absorb the purple qi that was produced when the sun rose from the east. When cultivated to the extreme, this purple qi could transform into rivers and seas that could easily destroy everything within 1,000,000 kilometers. Under normal circumstances, a master like Zilong would be conceited. Even if he had a blood feud with Yang Kai, it was impossible for him to sneak attack such a junior. If Zilong wanted to kill Yang Kai, he would have done so openly and with absolute strength. He was fully capable of such a feat. However, the situation at hand was somewhat different. Zilong had undoubtedly discovered the 5 enlightenment flowers and knew how precious and rare they were. They were the key to his breakthrough to the third-order Origin King realm, so how could Zilong remain stubborn? Yang Kai was obviously the closest to the enlightenment flowers, followed by him and Zidong, while Su Wei was still 5,000 meters away. If he did not delay Yang Kai and allow Yang Kai to reach the enlightenment flowers, Zilong would have no choice but to hold back. As such, the moment he discovered the enlightenment flowers and Yang Kai, Zilong did not hesitate and immediately launched a counterattack. Although this was just a casual blow from a second-order Origin King, it was still extremely terrifying and definitely not something an ordinary Origin returning Realm Master could block. After launching this attack, Zilong's speed increased sharply and he did not even spare a glance at Yang Kai. In his eyes, only the 5 lavender flowers remained, a burning light flashing across them. As for whether Yang Kai lived or died, that was not something Zilong needed to care about. It was just an ant, so why should he care? On the other side, Yang Kai cursed loudly as he flicked his 10 fingers, sending out hundreds of golden blood threads. These golden blood threads intertwined and instantly weaved into a shield that blocked in front of Yang Kai. However, this was not the end. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he pushed his Saint Chi through the shield formed by his golden blood threads and sent out a dozen punches. Asterisk peng 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 peng, asterisk Saint Chi surged as a violent power sputtered out. The light of the golden blood thread shield suddenly dimmed for a moment before it was shattered and transformed back into a golden blood thread, but the purple light did not diminish in the slightest and continued towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's fists collided with the purple light and fused together. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as his body flew backwards involuntarily, his face slightly pale as he flew through the air. Although he did not suffer any serious injuries, he had suffered a small loss this time. Staring at Zilong who was rapidly approaching the enlightenment flowers, a look of shock appeared on Yang Kai's face. It was not like he had never fought a second-order Origin King before. Luo Hai was a second-order Origin King in the past. However, Zilong gave Yang Kai a feeling that he was much stronger than Luo Hai. This person had definitely reached the peak of the second-order Origin King realm. Perhaps as long as he had some opportunities, he could break through to the third order. The sect master of Purple Star deserved his reputation. Zilong was also surprised. While flying towards the enlightenment flowers, he turned his head and glanced in the direction of Yang Kai with a look of surprise on his face. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai would actually be able to block his attack. Although Yang Kai's appearance was somewhat disheveled, and that was only his last blow, not his full strength, it was still amazing that an Origin returning Realm Master could accomplish such a feat. This little brat is a bit strange. Zilong thought to himself. Even if Zidong had been the one to resolve his attack just now, he would have been seriously injured at the very least, but Yang Kai was only slightly pale and seemed to be completely fine. Is he even better than my son? When did such a young man appear in star territory? What kind of old monster had nurtured this person? In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Zilong's mind as he stared at Yang Kai with a dignified look. At that moment, a loud exhalation suddenly came from the depths of the Medicine Valley. Father! Zidong, who was following behind Zilong, called out in a low voice with a hint of panic in his voice. The seven-colored radiant light was coming. From what he had experienced before, the speed at which the seven-colored radiant light covered the Medicine Valley was terrifying. If he did not find a place to hide in time, he would definitely be enveloped by it. As such, Zidong could not help feeling a little flustered. At this moment, Zilong was less than 1,000 meters away from the Enlightenment Flower, even closer than Yang Kai was to it. The fruit of victory was within his grasp. But even with such a short distance, it was difficult for him to even move. A look of struggle and hesitation flashed across his face, but in the end, he didn't dare to act rashly. Clenching his teeth, he grabbed Zidong Lai and found a nearby space crack to hide behind. Not far away, Su Wei, who had been rushing over, also stopped and hid behind a void crack. Yang Kai did the same. Fortunately, there were many void cracks in this territory, otherwise, the three of them would have had to take the risk of rushing towards the Enlightenment Flower and hiding behind it. For a time, the three of them remained motionless. Their distance from the Enlightenment Flower was almost the same as before, forming a triangle with the Enlightenment Flower in the middle. Silently, the seven-colored radiant light spread across the entire Medicine Valley. The whole world seemed to fall silent at this moment, with only the faint sound of breathing audible. Yang Kai took a deep breath as he swept his cold eyes over the place where Su Wei and Zilong were, sat down cross-legged, and tossed a healing pill into his mouth. Although he had blocked Zilong's attack just now, his Saint Chi was still unstable and he needed to stabilize it first. Fortunately, this was not a big problem. Yang Kai only needed to circulate his Chi a few times before recovering. All that was left was to wait for the medicinal efficacies to dissolve. Zilong's face was extremely gloomy as he stared at the 5 enlightenment flowers with fiery eyes, motionless. Zilong, who was standing behind him, stared at Yang Kai with contempt and disdain, a sneer on his face. As for Su Wei, he was glancing around, as if he was planning something. Chapter 1782. Heh. While the three parties were in a stalemate, Yang Kai suddenly let out a sly laugh. Zilong frowned, turned his eyes towards him, and asked with some displeasure, "Boy, what are you laughing at?" Yang Kai just glanced at him coldly and did not say anything. Zilong narrowed his eyes as a cold light flashed across them. A trivial origin returning realm master daring to ignore him, this brat simply didn't know how high the heavens were. Although he was annoyed in his heart, he was still able to endure. On the other hand, Zidong, who was next to him, turned to Yang Kai and shouted, "Boy, didn't you hear my father ask you a question? Are you deaf?" Yang Kai glanced at him, pretended to pick his ears, then stretched out his hand in the direction of Zilong and Zidong and sneered, "Do I have to answer his question? What does he count for? And who do you think you are?" Yang Kai had no grievances with Zilong and Zidong, but just now, Zilong had directly attacked him. If it weren't for his strength, he likely would have suffered a tragic fate. The other party was a second-order origin king, so attacking him was already bullying him, not to mention a sneak attack. This annoyed Yang Kai greatly, and at this moment, Zidong was acting so domineering and arrogant, making him even more disdainful. As such, Yang Kai was not polite at all to this father and son pair. Hearing him speak so rudely, the murderous intent in Zilong's eyes intensified while Zidong laughed in anger. "Good, you've got guts. This young master hasn't met someone with such guts in a long time." Just you wait, in half an hour, this young master will personally take your life. Zidong, is it? Yang Kai squinted at him with a disdainful expression. I don't know if you've ever heard of a saying. What? Zidong looked at Yang Kai with a sneer. A dog that bites, doesn't bark. Dogs that bark like you generally don't bite. Kai Yang laughed mischievously. You're cursing me? Zidong's face suddenly became cold. His tone became cold. So what if I scold you? Laughing heartily, Kai Yang put on a deranged look and winked at him. Waving his hands, he continued to provoke him. Come and hit me. Come and hit me. Come and kill me if you have the guts, you idiot. Zidong Li's lungs were about to explode. As the young master of Purple Star, his status was extremely high. His cultivation was not bad, so no matter where he went, he would be praised and supported like a moon surrounded by stars. If he did not see eye to eye with someone, he would give an order, and that person would definitely not live to see the sun of the next day. When had he ever been instigated like this and been unable to do anything about it? If it was any other time. He had already rushed over to teach Yang Kai a lesson, but in this damned place, in this medicine valley covered by the 7-colored radiant light, even if he wanted to humiliate Yang Kai, no matter how much he wanted to vent his anger, he could only think about it. He didn't have the ability to pass through the 7-colored radiant light and reach Yang Kai. He had never encountered such a depressing matter before. He only felt extremely vexed. He couldn't wait to rush over and beat Yang Kai to a pulp. Zidong glared at Yang Kai viciously, his eyes blazing with hatred and anger. Idiot! Yang Kai coldly snorted and spat in the direction of Zidong and Zilong, a look of disdain filling his face. Just you wait. Half an hour later, I will let you know the consequences of provoking this young master, Zilong said fiercely. Do you only know how to shout? Yang Kai looked at him disdainfully. Zidong looked angry and seemed to want to say something, but Zilong glared at him and said lightly, why waste your breath with him? In half an hour, he will be a dead man. What's the point of saying so much to a dead man? Zidong's heart clenched as he realized that his father was a little dissatisfied with his performance. Quickly nodding humbly, he no longer wasted his breath on Yang Kai, but the look on his face became even more vicious. Obviously, he was thinking about how to deal with Yang Kai half an hour later to wash away his shame. Ha ha ha. On the side, Su Wei burst into laughter and clapped his hands. Interesting, interesting, very interesting. Boy, you really are interesting. This old master suddenly found himself very interested in you. He had been standing nearby and watching coldly as Yang Kai unscrupulously offended Zilong and Zidong, acting as if he didn't know the difference between life and death. At the same time, he also felt that there was something wrong with Yang Kai's head. Didn't he know that once the 7-colored radiant light retreated, he would definitely die? Furthermore, judging from his cursing and provocation just now, Zilong definitely wouldn't simply kill him. He would definitely torture him properly. This boy was simply asking for trouble. If he had swallowed his anger and taken the initiative to withdraw when the 7-colored radiant light retreated, he might have been able to save his life, but now, Su Wei looked at Yang Kai as if he was looking at a dead man. How about it, boy, are you interested in joining forces with this old master? Su Wei proposed with a smile. Join forces with you? Yang Kai looked at Su Wei and curled his lips, not interested. This young master hasn't forgotten how you treated me before. Young man, you should speak with some dignity. Su Wei's face went cold. Yang Kai actually dared to call himself young master in front of him. It was no different from cursing him. Do I need to do that for someone like you? Yang Kai sneered. Seeing Yang Kai and Su Wei actually having some friction, Zidong suddenly smiled. At this moment, he also felt that Yang Kai's brain was a bit abnormal. Of the 3 parties present, he was the weakest, but not only did he not know how to keep a low profile, he even dared to act so arrogantly, offending one party and then the other. This was simply courting death. How did someone with such poor eyesight cultivate to the third-order origin returning realm? Elder Su, this little brat seems to be looking down on you, Zidong sneered as he tried to sow discord. Su Wei frowned and ignored Zidong. After all, Zilong's existence made him extremely wary, so he didn't want to play along with Zidong's words, lest he fall into some kind of trap. Moreover, if he wanted to obtain the Enlightenment Flower, his strength alone was absolutely not enough. Although Yang Kai seemed to be mentally unstable, he had just resolved Zilong's attack, so his strength was quite good. Perhaps Su Wei could use this young man's strength to delay Zilong's speed. As long as there was a moment of opportunity, Su Wei could obtain the Enlightenment Flower and immediately escape. He couldn't beat Zilong, but escaping shouldn't be a problem. Fine, this old master won't bother arguing with you. Su Wei waved his hand in a seemingly magnanimous manner before continuing to look at Yang Kai. In fact, this old master doesn't have much enmity with you, it's just that there were some misunderstandings before. Misunderstandings? Yang Kai chuckled, then this misunderstanding is a bit too big. Su Wei frowned and said with a sincere expression, boy, in this place, every man for himself is a very normal thing to do. This old master's previous actions were indeed wrong, but if you want to pursue the matter, this old master can compensate you. He mentioned it casually, but did not specify what kind of compensation he wanted, instead continuing, but let's not talk about this for now. This old master wants to cooperate with you, what do you think? How do we cooperate? Yang Kai asked casually while dispelling the medicinal efficacies in his body. Simple, the two of us will join forces and exchange a few moves with this Purple Star's sect master. You should know how precious the Enlightenment Flower is, so if you and I don't join forces, neither of us will be able to obtain the Enlightenment Flower and will only benefit others, Su Wei said solemnly. Yang Kai raised his brow but did not answer immediately, seemingly pondering this. On the other side, Zilong's eyes flashed as he stared at Su Wei faintly and said, Su Wei, you're being too presumptuous. Do you think you can snatch the Enlightenment Flower from this king's hands by joining forces with this boy? Su Wei laughed loudly, whether I can snatch it or not, I'll have to try to find out. 5 Enlightenment Flowers are right in front of me, and this Su doesn't want to miss it. This is something this Su is willing to risk his life for. In that case, this king will wait and see if you and this boy can achieve what you want, Zilong said indifferently. Zilong's expression was indifferent. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes, looking as if he was not affected by external matters. Boy, have you thought it over? Su Wei urged Yang Kai, look around, there are many spirit flowers and rare grasses here. In addition to the Enlightenment Flower, there is also Heavenly Infant Grass. Do you know what this Heavenly Infant Grass is? It can be used to refine the Origin King Pill. If you can obtain it, your chances of breaking through to the Origin King realm in the future will be much higher. There are also a few Seeking Heart Orchids over there. These Seeking Heart Orchids are good for tempering one's state of mind. You've achieved so much at such a young age, so your state of mind must be unstable. These Seeking Heart Orchids are rare treasures for you. If I succeed, I will only ask for one Path Understanding flower. Everything else will belong to you. Do you think I am being sincere enough? Indeed. Yang Kai nodded. So you've agreed? Su Wei smiled. Yang Kai shook his head. Su Wei's face sank as he shouted angrily, boy, are you playing with me? Yang Kai just chuckled, old dog, do you really think this young master is stupid? Just because you smacked your lips a few times, he became obsessed and let you drive him around? Can't you grow some IQ? I've wasted so many years of my life. I've never seen someone as idiotic as you. Saying so, Yang Kai shook his head and sighed, a bitter look appearing on his face. Being scolded in front of his face, Su Wei's face was gloomy to the extreme and his eyes were spitting fire. Just like Zidong, he could not wait to rush over and beat Yang Kai to a pulp to vent the hatred in his heart. This time, it was Zidong's turn to laugh. Elder Su, this boy doesn't know the difference between life and death. You shouldn't waste your breath on him. What are you shouting for? Yang Kai turned his head to look at him again and continued spewing venom. Can't you just shut your mouth and be a dog that bites? You've never learned your lesson. If I were your father, I would have strangled you to death when you were born. Being able to give birth to such a stupid son, it seems your father isn't much better. Chapter 1783. The smile on Zidong's face froze in an instant as his face twitched violently. Even Zilong opened his eyes and stared deeply at Yang Kai. Even though his temperament was quite good, he was still enraged by Yang Kai. If it weren't for the seven-colored radiant light being able to devour even spiritual energy, he would have definitely used his soul skill to turn Yang Kai into a real idiot and shut him up completely. But right now, even if he had any complaints about Yang Kai, he could only endure them as he was unable to do anything to Yang Kai. He believed that Yang Kai had also noticed this, which was why he was acting so unscrupulously. I, Zidong, swear that in a moment, I will let you taste the cruelest torture in the world. Zidong grit his teeth and spat out in a resentful tone. He was really angry right now. He had been humiliated by Yang Kai again and again in front of his father, even implicating his own father. How could he endure this? He had to make Yang Kai pay an extremely painful price in order to resolve the hatred in his heart. I'm so scared. Yang Kai looked at Zidong coldly, but boy, an oath is not something that can be casually made. If you fail to fulfill it, you will suffer the wrath of the heavens. Zidong glared at Yang Kai but did not say a word. He could see that he was not Yang Kai's opponent in a war of words. After all, he had never had such experience before. After being instigated by Yang Kai several times, Zidong could no longer maintain his composure and his face was almost distorted. To the side, Zilong frowned. Zidong was blinded by anger and may not have noticed the insidious nature of Yang Kai's words just now, but as an Origin King Realm Master with rich experience, how could he not understand the implications? Yang Kai's words sounded normal on the surface, as if he was just engaging in a meaningless war of words with Zidong. But if one thought about it carefully, it was extremely vicious. Because once Zidong failed to fulfill his oath, Yang Kai's existence would definitely become his heart demon. Zidong was now in the Third Order Origin Returning Realm and was about to break through to the Origin King Realm. This was an extremely critical and important hurdle. If Zidong's heart demon attacked him while he was breaking through, it would cause a huge disturbance to him, resulting in his failure to break through and his soul dissipating. So when Zilong heard Yang Kai's words, he realized how insidious Yang Kai was. This kid's brain wasn't abnormal at all, so why did he have to challenge his limits again and again even though he was clearly alone? Not only did he offend Zidong but also Su Wei. What was he trying to do? How could he be so confident that he could escape right under Su Wei's and his nose? Although Yang Kai's words, Yang Kai's, Yang's. However, judging from the current situation, this kid absolutely could not be left alive. As long as he lived, he would become a heart demon that interfered with Zidong's breakthrough, so, he had to die. Zilong secretly made up his mind that as soon as the seven-colored radiant light retreated, he would use his full strength to cripple Yang Kai and let Zidong fulfill his oath. After crippling Yang Kai, he would then compete with Su Wei for the Enlightenment Flowers. Zilong was confident that with his strength, it would not be difficult to achieve this step. Boy! Su Wei shouted again, his tone impatient. This old master will ask you one last time, do you want to cooperate with this old master or not? Scram! Yang Kai turned his head and looked in Su Wei's direction with a look of disdain on his face. Who do you think you are? Why would I need to cooperate with you? Good, good, good. Su Wei was also angered by Yang Kai. A cold expression appeared on his face as he declared, "Then this old master will see how you die." Yang Kai's death was certain, there was no doubt about that. Su Wei believed that he did not need to take action at all as Zilong would not let Yang Kai go, so he was too lazy to try to win Yang Kai over and was prepared to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Don't worry about it. Yang Kai chuckled and stood in place, stretching his body. Twisting his neck and shaking his shoulders, Yang Kai made a cracking sound, as if he was talking to himself. He seemed to be talking to Zilong and Su Wei. "That's enough, this young master won't waste his breath on you." He looked as if he was ready to go all out. The other three were stunned, not knowing what Yang Kai wanted to do. But in the next moment, their eyes widened as they stared at Yang Kai's movements in a daze, a look of surprise appearing on their faces. On the other side, Kai Yang actually took a step forward with an indifferent expression on his face. Then, he took another step forward, and then another step forward. After 2 steps, Yang Kai arrived at the edge of the safe space provided by the void crack behind him. As long as he took another step forward, he would rush into the 7-colored radiant light, making the situation extremely dangerous. What's wrong? Feeling that death is certain, you want to commit suicide? Zidong sneered. He could not think of any other possibility, and although this was unlikely, it was the closest guess he could get to the truth. Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at him but didn't pay any attention to him, instead just taking another step forward and continuing forward. Ha! Zidong laughed loudly. It seemed that he did not need to do anything to vent the anger in his heart. But just as his laughter rang out though, it came to an abrupt end. In his line of sight, Kai Yang suddenly disappeared, as if he had never appeared in the first place. In that instant, a wonderful energy fluctuation surged from Yang Kai's body. Where did he go? Zidong was stunned, but in the next moment, from the corner of his eye, he saw a figure suddenly appear on the other side. Zidong Lai looked over and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. The figure that had suddenly appeared, if it wasn't Kai Yang who had just disappeared right under his nose, who else could it be? At this moment, Yang Kai had arrived at another safe zone, and this safe zone was the place where the 5 enlightenment flowers grew. Behind the hillside where the 5 enlightenment flowers grew was a void crack, and it was this void crack's protection that prevented them from being covered by the 7-colored radiant light. When Yang Kai appeared, he happened to be standing right next to the enlightenment flowers. Zidong's face was blank as he looked at Yang Kai and then at the position where he had been standing before, unable to figure out what kind of shocking secret technique Yang Kai had used to cross the barrier of space in an instant and appear 1,000 meters away. Beside him, Zilong's eyes shrank as if he had seen something terrifying, his eyes flashing a shocking light. Space Force! Su Wei shouted as he pointed in the direction of Yang Kai and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Little brat, you're actually proficient in the Tao of Space? How come you're proficient in the Tao of Space?" Su Wei's expression changed dramatically, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Space Force? Zidong was stunned for a moment, but soon he realized what Su Wei was talking about. For a moment, he stared at Yang Kai with eyes full of disbelief and jealousy. The Tao of Space was an extremely obscure force that was difficult to comprehend and even more difficult to master. There were hundreds of millions of cultivators in the entire star territory, but how many of them understood the Tao of Space? The number was definitely not more than 1,000. Among these 1,000 people, how many were able to cultivate the power of space to a high level? Zidong did not know, but he knew that such a person was definitely rarer than an Origin King-grade alchemist. Purple Star also had cultivators who cultivated the Tao of Space, but it was impossible for them to achieve Yang Kai's feat of disregarding space and teleporting 1,000 meters away. That was true teleportation, not some kind of illusion that was impossible to capture because his speed was too fast. The few cultivators in Purple Star who cultivated the Tao of Space only knew how to repair space arrays. They couldn't even use their space force to do anything else. Even so, the status of these people in Purple Star was extremely high and their treatment was even better than ordinary foreign elders. These people could be regarded as Purple Star's treasures. But now, compared to what Yang Kai was doing, the difference was like heaven and earth. If Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of Space made him a master, then these people were like apprentices who had just entered the martial Tao. Even with Zidong's eyesight, he could see that the two were completely incomparable. What kind of opportunity did this unknown little brat have? How could he cultivate the Tao of Space and even reach such a high level of proficiency? Zidong stared at Yang Kai with eyes that could spit fire, the flames of jealousy burning in his heart. He was the young master of Purple Star and was in a privileged position, so why couldn't he cultivate the Tao of Space? If he could master this kind of power, it would definitely be more powerful than cultivating any powerful secret art. Zidong clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwillingness. So that's how it is. Zilong took a deep breath, the victorious expression on his face no longer appearing as dignified as before. So this is what you're relying on, no wonder you dared to speak so rudely before. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and did not deny it. Not many people knew that he was proficient in the Tao of Space, and he had been concealing it, but at this moment, facing the attraction of these 5 enlightenment flowers, he had no choice but to reveal it. Enlightenment flowers were extremely rare, especially the 5 lavender flowers in front of him. They were quite mature, and if he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to find another one in the future. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils, this was Yang Kai's choice. Little brat, you seem to be called Yang Kai. Zilong's demeanor was undoubtedly much better than his son's. After learning that Yang Kai was actually proficient in the Tao of Space, although he was shocked, he quickly stabilized his state of mind and asked. Although he hadn't paid much attention to Yang Kai, he had vaguely heard Xueyu call Yang Kai before, so he remembered his name. So what if I am? Yang Kai looked at Zilong with a sneer. Zilong chuckled, not angered by his son's attitude at all, instead saying in a pleasant tone, "This king attacked you before, it was this king's fault." When he spoke, he wore a sincere look. Father. Zidong looked at Zilong in amazement, his face filled with disbelief. Chapter 1784. His father was the sect master of Purple Star, one of the most powerful people in the entire Purple Star territory. With a single stamp of his foot, the entire Purple Star territory would tremble, yet this sect master was actually admitting defeat to a young man who had provoked and insulted him before? Zidong could hardly believe his ears and secretly felt that this world was simply too crazy. You shut up first. Zilong glanced at him faintly with an extremely dignified expression. As soon as their eyes met, Zidong no longer dared to speak. Is this an apology? Yang Kai grinned. Zilong frowned and said lightly, if you say so, then so be it. And, since it's an apology, then I'll reluctantly accept it. Reluctantly, Zidong was so angry he almost vomited blood. The sect master of Purple Star had taken the initiative to apologize, but this little brat not only did not show any gratitude, he even said he was reluctant. Did he not know what kind of honor this was? This bastard was simply unforgivable. But, what do you want to do? Yang Kai ignored Zidong's glare and instead looked at Zilong with a smile and asked meaningfully. Apologizing was something that could only be done with a few words, so Yang Kai didn't take Zilong's words to heart. On the contrary, it was the other party's attitude that made him secretly vigilant. He did not believe that Zilong could not see the heart demon he had planted in Zidong just now. He did not believe that Zilong would be so magnanimous as to not care about his previous provocation and insults. The sect master of Purple Star was truly terrifying. This king doesn't want to do anything to you, it's just, this king wants to ask you, are you interested in joining my purple star? Zilong looked at Yang Kai solemnly and asked, extending an invitation. Join Purple Star? Yang Kai chuckled. Although your cultivation is not yet at the Origin King realm, this king can give you the status of Honored Guest Elder based on your performance just now. Honored Guest Elder. Zidong couldn't help calling out in a low voice. Purple Star's Honored Guest Elder was not an Honored Guest Elder of some sect or family. This represented a kind of strength, a kind of identity. Currently, Purple Star only had 7 Honored Guest Elders, each of whom was an Origin King. What's more, Purple Star's Honored Guest Elders had always been Origin Kings. There had never been a precedent of someone becoming an Honored Guest Elder before reaching the Origin King realm. But now, the sect master of Purple Star was personally inviting a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator to join Purple Star, even granting him such an identity. If word of this got out, the entire territory of the Star Realm would be shaken. Guest Elder. Yang Kai chuckled, not showing the slightest bit of interest as he shook his head and said, no need, I have always been used to being idle and don't like to be bound by any restrictions, so I don't mind not being a guest elder. Was this person an idiot? Zidong looked at Yang Kai like he was an idiot. Could it be that he didn't know how much weight the title of guest elder represented? She rejected him so easily without any hesitation. Zidong groaned in the depths of his heart. Guest elders are not bound by my purple star and are free to do as they please. Little friend seems to have some misunderstandings about my proposal. Zilong explained patiently. Before he could finish speaking though, he was interrupted by Yang Kai. There's no need to explain. What is a guest elder? I know that in my heart, but I don't want to join any force. Zilong narrowed his eyes and said with a faint smile on his face, little friend, don't you want to consider it carefully? You're quite long-winded. Yang Kai looked at him contemptuously, not giving him any face. Zilong's face sank immediately. Boy, you're right to refuse. Su Wei gloated from the side, don't believe his flowery words, if you really agree to his terms, then you'll have no choice but to accept it. If you really agree, you'll be in trouble in the future. However, your temperament is really to this old master's liking. Do you want to consider joining Abandoned Lair? Now that you've offended this guy, it will be difficult for you to survive in the territory of the Star Realm in the future. However, my Abandoned Lair is not afraid of Purple Star. With this old master as your guarantor, there will be no problem in letting you join. With your ability and character, I'm sure you'll soon make a name for yourself in Abandoned Lair. You're also quite long-winded. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Su Wei and sneered, 2 old foxes, do you think I don't know what you're planning? You want to stall for time, don't you? As soon as this statement came out, both Su Wei and Zilong's expressions changed slightly. Obviously, Yang Kai had seen through their intentions. Although Su Wei and Zilong were enemies, seeing Yang Kai in such close proximity, the two of them naturally felt a sense of crisis. Both of them were shrewd and experienced, so there was no need for discussion. They knew what to do to stall for time and wait for the 7-colored radiant light to recede. After being exposed by Yang Kai, Zilong's face suddenly became ugly and he coldly said, boy, being too smart is not a good thing. Don't think you can escape from this king's palm just because you're proficient in the Tao of space. You're just an Origin returning realm master and don't understand the terror of an Origin king realm master. This king, on the other hand, is an extremely strong existence even among Origin kings. If you want to rely on your space force, you're making a big mistake. This king will give you a chance now. Pick that enlightenment flower and hand it over to this king, and this king will spare your life. He had completely torn apart all pretenses with Yang Kai. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai laughed, what's so great about an Origin king? This father has killed more than one Origin king. Arrogant. Zidong curled his lips fiercely. Even a genius like him who could fight above his realm could not pose any threat to an Origin King at the peak of the Origin returning realm. On the contrary, it would be easy for others to kill him. There was an insurmountable gap between the Origin returning realm and the Origin King realm. As such, Zidong subconsciously thought that Yang Kai was talking nonsense. However, what Zidong did not know was that Yang Kai had really killed more than one Origin King, and had even killed a second-order Origin King. Although he had done so with the help of the Star Emperor token, that was still a kind of experience. If Zidong knew about this, he would definitely feel ashamed of his inferiority. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Yang Kai turned around with some disinterest. Although he had been chatting with Su Wei, Zilong, and the others, he had also been calculating how long it would take for the seven-colored radiant light to recede. There was still a stick of incense worth of time left. Wow, what a fragrant medicinal aura! Yang Kai exclaimed exaggeratedly before taking a deep breath of the fragrance emitted by the 5 enlightenment flowers in front of him, a look of intoxication appearing on his face as he muttered, worthy of being enlightenment flowers, the Tao aura they contain is truly extraordinary. I feel like my bottleneck is loosening a little, what should I do? As he spoke, he scratched his head with a troubled look on his face. While he was making a ruckus, Zidong's eyes were bloodshot as he listened to him. Just taking a whiff of the medicinal fragrance had loosened a bottleneck? Yang Kai's cultivation was the same as his, the peak of the third-order Origin returning realm. He was only a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the Origin King realm, and now Yang Kai had undoubtedly grasped this opportunity. Unfortunately, Zidong Lai could only hide a few hundred meters away and watch helplessly. This kind of thing made Zidong feel both physically and mentally tormented, and he could not wait to rush forward and take Yang Kai's place, clenching his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. No, breaking through in this damned place is tantamount to courting death. I need to quickly suppress this floating aura and wait until it's safe to break through. Yang Kai shouted again. Zidong really wanted to vomit blood. The opportunity he had been looking for was right in front of Yang Kai, but he had forcibly suppressed it. Was there anything more frustrating in this world? Zidong felt that meeting Yang Kai in the severed world this time was the biggest nightmare of his life. He had been beaten black and blue by Yang Kai, boy, that's enough. Zilong saw his son's expression change and could not help shouting at Yang Kai. Heh. Yang Kai glanced at him sideways before rubbing his hands together, like a pervert who had encountered a naked beauty, saliva dripping from his mouth. This image was simply unbearable to look at as he reached out and grabbed an enlightenment flower in front of him. With just a gentle tug, the enlightenment flower was directly pulled out by Yang Kai, not even damaging its roots. In fact, logically speaking, to harvest this kind of heavenly treasure, one had to cut off the stem somewhere. This way, one would be able to obtain the greatest benefits without having to completely remove the roots. This would allow the path-understanding flower to have a chance of survival. After a few thousand years, it might bloom again. Alchemists would do this when they were collecting medicinal herbs. However, Yang Kai felt that even if he left a glimmer of hope for the enlightenment flower, it would only benefit Zilong and Su Wei in the end, so he did not give these two old foxes any opportunity to take advantage of him. So this is the legendary enlightenment flower. Not bad, 9 petals, and a lavender one at that. It seems to be at least 3,000 years old. Now that I've struck gold, when I break through to the Origin King realm in the future, I won't have to worry about not having anything good to cultivate with. Even if I don't use it for myself, I believe many people will like it. As Yang Kai spoke, he took out a jade box from his space ring, opened it, and carefully placed the enlightenment flower inside. His movements were slow and deliberate, allowing Zilong and Su Wei to see the whole process clearly. Inexplicably, the two Origin Kings felt like their hearts were bleeding. This bastard is definitely doing this on purpose. Su Wei and Zilong had such thoughts in their hearts at the same time as their hatred for Yang Kai deepened. This kind of situation was like a starving person who had not eaten or drunk anything for several days suddenly being presented with a table full of delicious delicacies. Not only were they unable to eat these delicacies, but they also had to endure the torture of watching the person sitting at the table comment on them as they ate. Yang Kai was undoubtedly sitting at the table and eating, chattering endlessly about how delicious these delicacies were. The second one, heh. As Yang Kai spoke, he picked another enlightenment flower and put it into his jade box. His movements were the same as before, so slow that it made one's hair stand on end. Zilong took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He didn't want to watch anymore, so what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Chapter 1785. Zilong really couldn't stand Yang Kai's arrogant demeanor, so he decisively closed his eyes, refusing to look at the scene 1,000 meters away that was disturbing his mind. However, Yang Kai had no intention of letting this go. His voice continued to travel into Zilong's ears. "Sai, why isn't this enlightenment flower as big as the first one? The petals look too shabby. They're all crooked and malnourished, so their medicinal effects must not be too good. Forget it, forget it. I'll keep it for later. It's better than nothing." Zilong's body trembled slightly as his Saint Qi nearly went out of control. On the other side, Su Wei's forehead was also covered with blue veins, obviously angered by Yang Kai. However, he didn't close his eyes like Zilong and instead stared at Yang Kai's movements, praying that Yang Kai would leave some soup for him to drink after eating the meat. But after watching for a while, Su Wei found that something was wrong. This little brat was too vicious. When he collected the enlightenment flowers, he had pulled them out along with their roots, leaving nothing behind. Su Wei sighed deeply in his heart, knowing that these 5 enlightenment flowers were unlikely to belong to him. Taking a deep breath, Su Wei followed Zilong's example and closed his eyes. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Wah! Yang Kai shouted, as if he had discovered a new continent, his voice filled with surprise and excitement. Su Wei, who had just closed his eyes, opened them again and stared towards Yang Kai, wanting to see what was going on. Even Zilong couldn't hold back this time. Squinting his eyes, Zilong stared forward. How could he have known that Yang Kai didn't react at all? He just grinned meaningfully as he put the 3rd enlightenment flower into the jade box and continued muttering to himself, "What a close shave, I took the wrong box and almost wasted its medicinal efficacies." Su Wei opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything and just turned his eyes away with a cold expression. Next. The 4th flower. The 5th flower. Yang Kai was like a country bumpkin from the countryside who had never seen the world. Every time he collected the enlightenment flowers, he would make a big fuss and comment on them, making a lot of long-winded remarks. As he spoke, the voice of the old man echoed in the room. Su Wei and Zilong's mood also fluctuated. Those words. It was like they were a stick. They were constantly being stabbed in the heart. It was unbearable. After Yang Kai collected all 5 enlightenment flowers and stored them away, Su Wei and Zilong couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. For some reason, he felt as if he had finally been freed. At this moment, it was as if the world had become a lot brighter. Not bad. Yang Kai patted his space ring with a smile. Su Wei smiled wickedly. "We'll talk about it after you take these things away." Although he knew that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space and could even teleport 1,000 meters, Yang Kai was just an origin returning realm cultivator while he and Zilong were both origin kings. The difference in strength between them was huge, so Su Wei wouldn't let Yang Kai leave easily. He believed that Zilong would never allow him to leave. When the 7-colored radiant light dissipated, it would be time for him and Zilong to take action against Yang Kai. Only at that time, who the enlightenment flowers truly belonged to could be determined. Right now, this little brat was just in charge of keeping them, he didn't really own them. Whether I can take them away or not, you just have to wait and see. Yang Kai replied faintly, not at all worried about the impending crisis. Immediately, he cupped his hands over his eyes and made a gesture of looking into the distance. After looking around for a while, his eyes fixed on a certain direction and he said loudly, "Hey, these seeking heart orchids are also quite good, we can't let them go." He didn't know what was going on with this area. Not only were there many spatial rifts, but there were also other natural treasures like the enlightenment flower. When the three parties were in a stalemate before, everyone had noticed this. In addition to the enlightenment flowers, there were also several seeking heart orchids and a heavenly infant grass. The seeking heart orchids could be used to hone a cultivator's mental state and cultivation, while the heavenly infant grass was one of the main ingredients in refining the Origin King pill. The Origin King pill was a spirit pill that could increase the chances of an Origin returning realm cultivator breaking through to the Origin King realm. However, of these three precious treasures, the enlightenment flowers were undoubtedly the most valuable, so everyone's attention had been focused on the enlightenment flowers before, not paying much attention to the seeking heart orchids and heavenly infant grass. Now that the enlightenment flowers had entered Yang Kai's pocket, he naturally had to change his target. Fortunately, the seeking heart orchids, like the enlightenment flowers, were growing behind a certain void crack and were not covered by the seven-colored radiant light. On the other hand, the heavenly infant grass was completely enveloped by the seven-colored radiant light. So, when he heard Yang Kai say this, Su Wei's heart could not help thumping. It's over, even the seeking heart orchids can't escape from this brat's evil hands. Su Wei's face went black. This was indeed the case. After Yang Kai finished speaking, he pushed his space principles and directly arrived at the location where the seeking heart orchids were growing. Just like when he went to the enlightenment flowers, Yang Kai broke through the barrier of space and instantly moved several dozen meters. Zilong had been staring at Yang Kai the whole time, seemingly trying to see some clues from his movements, but he soon discovered helplessly that the Tao of space was too mysterious and he could not see how Yang Kai moved. He only felt a strange fluctuation wrap around Yang Kai before he disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived at his destination. The Tao of space is so profound? Zilong frowned deeply as he felt a great sense of powerlessness in his heart. However, this also made him even more determined to kill Yang Kai. Not to mention that if this little brat lived, his son, Zidong, would definitely have a heart demon in his heart. This time, he and Yang Kai had a very unpleasant relationship. If such a young man really grew up and broke through to the Origin King realm, he would be a huge threat to Purple Star. How terrifying would an Origin King who was proficient in the Tao of space be? Zilong could not imagine it. He had to nip this danger in the bud. Hello. While Zilong was contemplating, Yang Kai greeted him and Zidong with a smile. The seeking heart orchid was only 400 meters away from where they were, so Yang Kai was relatively close to them at this moment. Brat, you're going to be as rampant as you want, this young master will definitely teach you a lesson later, Zidong glared at Yang Kai as he ground his teeth and roared. After being humiliated by Yang Kai so many times, Zidong's memory seemed to have not improved at all. He only knew how to constantly throw out vicious words to show his powerlessness. Ha! After Yang Kai responded with a meaningful laugh, he no longer paid any attention to Zidong, instead squatting down and carefully harvesting the seeking heart orchids. What made Zilong and Su Wei breathe a sigh of relief was that Yang Kai didn't make a fuss this time and remained silent throughout the entire process of collecting spirit stones. It seems that as time passed, this brat gradually felt uneasy in his heart. The two secretly guessed to themselves. Not long after, the seeking heart orchid plants were properly preserved by Yang Kai and stored in his space ring. Huh, little brat, you can't do anything about that heavenly infant grass, can you? Su Wei stood in the distance and laughed. He had been angered by Yang Kai just now, so now that he had finally found a reason to ridicule Yang Kai, he naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Looking at Yang Kai triumphantly, he taunted, "Little brat, aren't you very capable? If you have the ability, why don't you pick that heavenly infant grass for this old master to see?" Whether it was the enlightenment flower or the seeking heart orchid, they grew in excellent locations and were not covered by the seven-colored radiant light at all, so Yang Kai was able to use his space secret technique to easily collect them. However, the heavenly infant grass was different. It was now completely enveloped by the seven-colored radiant light, so even if Yang Kai had great ability, he would not be able to collect it. Su Wei's provocation was obviously an attempt to disgust Yang Kai and give him a taste of his own medicine. Zilong smiled faintly and echoed from the side, "Why is Elder Su making things difficult for him? How could he possibly do such a thing? If he can do it, this young master will immediately sever his own meridians." Zidong was even more arrogant. Hearing this, Zilong could not help frowning, secretly feeling that his stupid son was looking for trouble. Ridiculing and provoking Yang Kai was one thing, venting one's anger was understandable, but to say that he would sever his own meridians was a bit overboard. How could such words be casually uttered? However, Zilong did not reprimand his son because in his opinion, it was indeed impossible for Yang Kai to collect the heavenly infant grass. The three of them went back and forth, as if they could not wait to see Yang Kai make a fool of himself. Yang Kai stood in place and looked at Su Wei, then at Zilong and Zilong before chuckling, "It looks like you've forgotten the pain. It seems I was too lenient. When collecting the seeking heart orchid just now, Yang Kai did not provoke them again, mainly because he felt it was pointless. Some things could be done once, but not thrice. Yang Kai had not expected them to provoke him in return. Since that's the case, just wait for them to pay the price, Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart. "Boy, don't talk nonsense, you can't collect the heavenly infant grass anyway. If you have the guts, take everything here and don't leave anything behind for this old master," Su Wei shouted. "What if I can collect it?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Su Wei was startled for a moment before he burst into laughter. "Nonsense. Why don't you let this old master have a look?" Yang Kai spat disdainfully and shook his head. "Old man, if you want this young master to enter and collect the heavenly infant grass, you must pay a price. The seven-colored radiant light is not a place one can enter casually, even I will have to take a great risk." Su Wei's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "If you can really collect it, this old master will call you grandpa." Yang Kai was startled, never expecting Su Wei to provoke him to such an extent. It seemed that this old man's hatred for him was not shallow and could not wait for him to rush into the seven-colored radiant light to seek his own death. Sniffing his nose, Yang Kai looked at Su Wei and chuckled, "That's what you said. So what if this old master said it?" Su Wei straightened his neck and took a tough attitude. Chapter 1786. "In that case, you'll have to call me Grandpa." Yang Kai laughed, and as he spoke, his figure flickered and he appeared behind the nearest void crack to the heavenly infant grass. This void crack was less than 200 meters away from the location of the heavenly infant grass. After Yang Kai regained his footing, Su Wei and Zilong both turned their eyes towards him, as if they were watching a good show, paying close attention to Yang Kai's movements. No one thought that Yang Kai could succeed. Standing in place and pondering for a while, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and summoned a golden blood thread. He had never tried the power of this seven-colored radiant light before and had only heard from Ni Guang that it was very dangerous, so he didn't know whether his golden blood thread would be useful or not. A golden light flashed, and under Yang Kai's careful control, the golden blood thread penetrated the seven-colored radiant light bit by bit. However, in the next moment, Yang Kai's face changed slightly. Because the moment the front end of the golden blood thread touched the 7-colored radiant light, a sizzling sound rang out. Under the influence of the 7-colored radiant light, the front end of the golden blood thread was directly corroded. However, this was not the end. The corrosive power followed the golden blood thread all the way to Yang Kai at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai was taken aback and hurriedly threw out his golden blood thread, but before it could hit the ground, the entire golden blood thread was completely corroded and disappeared. Yang Kai could not help showing a look of shock. The terrifying power of the 7-colored radiant light was truly worthy of its reputation. The golden blood threads were condensed from his own golden blood, and since condensing them, none of them had ever been damaged, but now, under the corrosion of the 7-colored radiant light, they had instantly disintegrated. The 7-colored radiant light ignored all defenses, and not only did it have the ability to corrode flesh and blood, it also had the power to annihilate one's soul. The characteristics of the golden blood thread were perfectly restrained by it. According to this situation, as long as it was a living creature with flesh and blood, once contaminated by the 7-colored radiant light, the consequences would be very serious. On the other side, Su Wei and Zilong, who were paying attention to Yang Kai's movements, were also secretly shocked. This was the first time they had witnessed the power of the 7-colored radiant light. The two Origin Kings knew that if they were accidentally contaminated by this light, they would not be able to bear the consequences. But soon, Su Wei sneered loudly, "Boy, you don't seem to have any skill. Is that it? Why don't you continue?" Yang Kai glanced at him and sneered. The reason why Yang Kai had used the golden blood thread just now was mainly to test whether the power of the 7-colored radiant light was as rumored, but now that he had obtained the results, he naturally wouldn't continue experimenting. How to collect the heavenly infant grass? He already had a plan in mind. In any case, heavenly infant grass was very valuable, so Yang Kai did not want to let it go, let alone let Su Wei and Zilong obtain it. After ignoring Su Wei's ridicule, he sat down cross-legged. Shortly after, Yang Kai waved his hand, and a dazzling golden stone golem suddenly appeared in front of him. Stone Mongoose number 2. Stone Mongoose number 2 was Yang Kai's embodiment. When this stone mongoose was born in High Heaven sect, it lacked sentience. Although it survived, it did not have its own sentience and was unable to act on its own. It was a dazzling stone mongoose, so Yang Kai used it as his embodiment. Because when it was born, Yang Kai had injected a lot of golden blood into it. As a result, it looked dazzling golden and somewhat different from the other stone mongoose, Xiao. For a long time, this embodiment had not played much of a role. When fighting with enemies, Yang Kai had Firebird Lu Yen to help him. The existence of this embodiment had always been hidden by him. However, now was a good time to use it. Yang Kai did not dare to release Xiao. After all, Xiao was a great help to him. If something happened to him in the 7-colored radiant light, the loss would be great. The stone puppet was not a race of flesh and blood, so it shouldn't be afraid of the 7-colored radiant light. On top of that, it lacked sentience, so it didn't fear the 7-colored radiant light's ability to annihilate its soul. The only thing Yang Kai needed to worry about was his soul clone. If the stone mongoose embodiment wanted to move, Yang Kai would have to infuse the soul clone he had been nurturing in his knowledge sea into the embodiment so that Yang Kai could control it. Yang Kai did not know if the 7-colored radiant light would penetrate the embodiment's body and cause damage to his soul clone. However, this kind of thing had to be tried. Yang Kai made up his mind and stretched out his hand towards the embodiment's head. The wisp of divine sense that had been nurturing in his knowledge sea was immediately poured into the embodiment. The embodiment's dull eyes instantly became lively. As for Yang Kai himself, he felt as if he had been divided into two at this moment. Not only did he have his own vision and perception, but he also had the vision and perception of the embodiment. At this moment, the embodiment also had a strange feeling of being connected to his master. Controlling the embodiment, Yang Kai stood in place and moved its hands and feet a little to adapt to its heavy body. What is this? On the other side, Zidong showed a look of amazement as he stared at the golden stone mongoose in a daze, completely confused. He had never seen such a strange existence before. This stone man did not look like a puppet, but instead seemed to have a life of its own. Although the aura coming from this stone man was not strong, it was something he had never seen before, so he wanted to ask his father about it. He thought that with his father's experience and knowledge, he would definitely know a thing or two, but Zilong was silent for a while before whispering, "Father does not know what this is." Zidong was shocked. There was an existence in star territory that even his father did not know about? Zidong could not help looking over at Su Wei, but he soon discovered that this elder of abandoned lair seemed to know nothing about this strange creature, his brow furrowed as he observed it with a blank look on his face. He didn't know either. Where did this guy named Yang Kai find this thing? Even two origin kings were unable to tell its origin. Zidong was shocked. But in the next moment, Zidong's heart clenched as he subconsciously whispered, "He can't be thinking of taking this thing." Although he did not recognize the stone mongoose, he could tell that the stone mongoose was not made of flesh and blood, so there should be no problem for it to enter the seven-colored radiant light. If that was the case, could Yang Kai really take away the remaining heavenly infant grass? Realizing this, Zidong's face sank as he remembered that he had just said he would cut off his own meridians, causing his mood to sour. Su Wei also had a bad feeling. Zidong had only said he would cut off his own meridians, but he had said he would call Yang Kai grandpa. If Yang Kai really obtained the heavenly infant grass. Damn, why hasn't the seven-colored radiant light retreated? Su Wei cursed in his heart, wishing he could use a secret technique to disperse the seven-colored radiant light and then attack Yang Kai. Under the gazes of the three, Yang Kai controlled his embodiment to take a step forward and enter the seven-colored radiant light. As soon as he stepped into the range of the seven-colored radiant light, Yang Kai felt his whole body sink, as if a 10,000-kilogram boulder was pressing down on him. This seven-colored radiant light actually had the power of an origin king's territory. Wherever this light covered, space would become extremely viscous, making it extremely difficult to advance. Fortunately, after a short period of observation, Yang Kai found that the soul clone he had attached to his embodiment had not suffered any damage. The seven-colored radiant light was completely isolated from his embodiment and unable to penetrate it. This discovery made Yang Kai overjoyed. It seemed that his guess was correct. The seven-colored radiant light's ability to ignore all forms of defense was only effective against those with physical bodies, not physical bodies. If that was the case, if Yang Kai found any precious treasures in the future and couldn't collect them himself, he could simply send out his embodiment. Thinking so, Yang Kai continued to control his embodiment to move forward. That strand of his soul had inherited his will and his understanding of cultivation, so even though the avatar itself was not very strong, it could still use the power of space. A wave of Space Force secret technique lingered around the embodiment, greatly reducing the pressure on it and increasing its speed significantly. The distance of 200 meters was rapidly closed as the embodiment advanced step by step. Su Wei's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He could see that the remaining heavenly infant grass would not be able to escape from Yang Kai's clutches. However, this was not the crux of the problem. The crux of the matter was what he had just said. Naturally, it was impossible for him to call Yang Kai his grandfather. If he did, he would not be able to show his face in public in the future and would be forced to hide in abandoned lair for the rest of his life. However, if he did not fulfill his promise, he would inevitably be ridiculed by Yang Kai again. Su Wei had already experienced the depth of this little brat's poisonous tongue. Su Wei felt a headache coming on and his expression was ugly. After a dozen breaths of time, the embodiment arrived in front of the heavenly infant grass. Although the stone mongoose's hands were wide and thick, under Yang Kai's control, the embodiment perfectly collected the heavenly infant grass and then turned around and walked back to where Yang Kai was. When the embodiment returned, Yang Kai took the heavenly infant grass and sealed it in a box he had prepared in advance before withdrawing his soul clone and embodiment with a smile on his face. Immediately after, he turned his head and looked at Su Wei. Su Wei's gaze was evasive. "What's wrong? Are you going to deny your loss?" Yang Kai sneered, "Didn't someone just say that they wanted to call me grandfather?" Su Wei suddenly became angry out of shame and glared at Yang Kai with a stern expression, as if he would attack if he dared to speak again. He had already made up his mind to act shamelessly. In any case, Yang Kai couldn't do anything to him. Yang Kai sneered and turned to Zidong. "Didn't someone just say that they wanted to sever their own meridians?" Zidong angrily retorted, "Who do you think you are? You dare tell this young master to sever his own meridians?" Yang Kai clapped his hands and smiled, "So it turns out your words are no different from farts." Zilong coldly snorted, "Boy, this old master advises you to leave some leeway for others in the future. Why do you have to be so ruthless? Leave some leeway?" Yang Kai sneered, "Is there any need to do so for trash like you? Boy, pay attention to what you say. Don't forget, this seven-colored radiant light will soon recede. At that time, can you imagine what will happen to you?" Zilong narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai, a cold light flashing across his eyes. Chapter 1787. "That's right, boy, obediently take out all the things you just collected, throw them on the ground, then kneel down and kowtow a few times to admit your mistakes. This old master promises that when the seven-colored light dissipates, he won't attack you and will spare your life." Su Wei also shouted from the side. The two origin kings had lost a great deal of face this time, so they hated Yang Kai to the bone. However, what made the two of them rejoice was that the seven-colored radiant light was about to recede. After enduring Yang Kai for half an hour, it was finally time for him to pay the price, causing both of them to feel extremely happy. Once the seven-colored radiant light receded, even if Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, what could he do? Once the territory of the two origin kings appeared, he would not be able to escape even if he had wings. As long as they could capture Yang Kai, not only would they be able to relieve the hatred in their hearts, but they would also be able to obtain the enlightenment flowers, seeking heart orchids, and heavenly infant grass collected by Yang Kai. Both of them were secretly looking forward to that moment. "Do you think you can defeat me?" Yang Kai looked at Zilong and Su Wei disdainfully, but to the surprise of the two, there was not the slightest panic on his face. Instead, there was a confident expression on his face, as if he was not afraid at all. Zilong frowned, not knowing whether Yang Kai was bluffing or if he really had something to rely on. "Boy, what kind of trick are you up to? This old master advises you to cooperate with this old master obediently and you will have a chance to live," Su Wei shouted in a deep voice. "Ridiculous, how can there be such an ignorant guy in this world? This seven-colored radiant light should be receding soon, so I'll take my leave first. You can just wait patiently for me." Yang Kai chuckled, but suddenly became somewhat dispirited and said, "Forget it, I'm too lazy to play with you." Saying so, Yang Kai waved his hand gently. "He's going to go first." Zilong's brow furrowed even deeper as a frightening conjecture suddenly appeared in his heart. Could it be that this boy... Before he could finish this thought though, Zilong's eyes bulged. Looking at Yang Kai's actions in shock, an incredulous expression appeared on his face. He could hardly believe his eyes. He saw Yang Kai turn around and step into the spatial crack. Then, his figure disappeared. This brat actually entered the spatial crack. Zilong sucked in a breath of cold air. On the other side, Su Wei's jaw dropped. He seemed to want to say something, but he couldn't. The shock on his face was no better than Zilong's. He he. Zidong was already incoherent as he pointed in the direction Yang Kai had disappeared. He couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Elder Su. After a long time, Zilong took a deep breath and said with a gloomy face, "It seems we have underestimated his attainments in the Tao of space." Su Wei nodded, his expression solemn as he said, "Indeed, daring to break into the void so recklessly, this little brat's attainments in the Tao of space cannot be said to be unmatched in the future. I'm afraid there is no precedent. Elder Su, I don't think you need me to tell you how terrifying a cultivator proficient in the Tao of space is. He is now a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, but if he finds an opportunity to break through to the origin king realm, in the future, he has no future. This old master will find an opportunity to kill him here." Su Wei's face filled with a vicious look. Zilong nodded with satisfaction. "In that case, let's put aside the grievances between you and me for the time being. This king will also do his best to find his traces and be sure to eliminate him from this severed world." Both of them realized the horror of Yang Kai's future and were frightened, not daring to let Yang Kai continue to grow. Both of them made up their minds to end Yang Kai's life in the severed world. After a few words, they reached an agreement and formed a temporary alliance. At that moment, Zidong, who had not been able to calm down, suddenly exclaimed. Pointing behind Su Wei, he shouted, he. Zilong was startled and turned his head to look at Su Wei. The next moment, his pupils could not help shrinking as he shouted, "Danger!" Hearing this shout, Su Wei reacted, but before he could look back, a familiar and loathsome voice rang out behind him, "Ha ha ha ha, grandson, Grandpa has come to teach you a lesson." It was Yang Kai. Su Wei's face changed drastically as he never expected that Yang Kai would be able to emerge from the void crack behind him and launch a sneak attack on him. A scorching hot force struck Su Wei from behind while a strong wind blew past his ears. Su Wei cursed in his heart as he fiercely pushed his Saint Chi to form a thick layer of protection around his back. At the same time, he hurriedly turned around, trying to face Yang Kai. Su Wei's movements were very fast, but Yang Kai was even faster. Just as he pushed his Saint Chi, Su Wei felt a fist hit him in the back. This fist contained a terrifying amount of power, and when it erupted, it almost shattered his protective Saint Chi. Fortunately, Su Wei's cultivation was a minor realm higher than Yang Kai's, otherwise, this punch alone would have been enough to incapacitate him. Even so, this punch was not easy to bear. Su Wei only felt the blood in his chest tumble as his face paled slightly and his body staggered forward involuntarily. Not far in front of him was the seven-colored radiant light that everyone avoided like a snake. "Not good!" Su Wei exclaimed as he broke out in cold sweat. Without even thinking about it, he released his origin king realm territory and bit the tip of his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood essence while stamping his feet hard on the ground. In an instant, Su Wei's feet sank 10 meters into the ground and his body came to a halt. Chi. A harsh sound rang out as Su Wei's face filled with despair. Although his reaction was not slow and everything he did was reasonable, he still could not completely stop his forward momentum. One of his arms was swept by the seven-colored radiant light and in an instant, a piercing pain spread from his arm. Looking at his arm, Su Wei saw that the flesh and blood on his arm was being corroded at an extremely fast speed, revealing his bones and meridians. However, this was not the end of it though, as Yang Kai, who was standing behind him, launched a second blow. Feeling Yang Kai's murderous intent, Su Wei flew into a rage and ground his teeth as he shouted, "Boy, don't underestimate this old master." Saying so, a dazzling light burst from his body and accompanied by a sizzling sound, a terrifying burst of energy shot out from his pores in all directions. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became dignified as he realized that this was Su Wei's desperate struggle. Unable to face this attack head-on, Yang Kai quickly withdrew his attack and retreated while summoning his golden blood threads to condense a blood shield in front of him. Dang. Asterisk. A series of clanging sounds rang out as Yang Kai was hit by a powerful force. Looking at Su Wei, who was so close to him, Yang Kai sneered softly and did not continue to attack, instead leaping back into the void crack behind Su Wei. Just as his figure was about to disappear, Yang Kai's cold words reached the ears of Zilong and Zidong. I will hide inside the void and accompany you, so you won't be too lonely. Hearing this, Zidong couldn't help shuddering as the soles of his feet cramped. In the next moment, he quickly turned around and faced the void crack behind him, his eyes widening as he stared fixedly at it. It was as if he was afraid Yang Kai would appear from behind him again. Yang Kai's existence had completely become his nightmare. Ah! On the other side, Su Wei's scream rang out. In just a moment, the terrifying corrosion of the seven-colored radiant light had eroded half of his arm and was rapidly spreading to his shoulder. Gritting his teeth, Su Wei's expression became ferocious as he desperately pushed his Saint Chi to resist the damage caused by the seven-colored radiant light. But no matter what he did, he found that his efforts were in vain. Seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse, Su Wei steeled his heart and cut his shoulder with his finger. What remained of his arm fell to the ground and blood spurted from his shoulder. Feeling a great pain, Su Wei's face turned as white as paper and his figure staggered slightly. Quickly circulating his strength to stop the bleeding, he took out a few spirit pills from his space ring and stuffed them into his mouth. He didn't even dare to sit down cross-legged to refine these spirit pills. Instead, he immediately turned around and, like Zidong, stared vigilantly at the void crack behind him in order to prevent Yang Kai from attacking again. Although Yang Kai's sneak attack this time failed to kill him, it did cripple one of his arms, a remarkable result. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. Whether it was Su Wei or Zidong, neither of them dared to breathe loudly, feeling extremely nervous. Even Zilong didn't dare to relax in the slightest, focusing his divine sense on the void crack behind him. Time had never passed so slowly. When the sound of inhalation came from the depths of the Medicine Valley and the seven-colored radiant light receded like a tide, Zidong breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had been granted amnesty, and immediately fled the location of the void crack to a relatively safe place. The same was true for Su Wei. Once bitten by a snake, twice shy. When he saw the void crack, it was as if a nasty guy was about to jump out and attack him. However, even though the seven-colored radiant light had receded and there was no need to worry about Yang Kai's sneak attack for the time being, Su Wei's crisis was still not over. With a pale face, Su Wei stood in place, staring vigilantly at Zilong not far away, secretly condensing his Saint Chi, preparing to escape at any moment. Although he and Zilong had reached a certain agreement to deal with Yang Kai together, Su Wei did not forget the hatred between Abandoned Lair and Purple Star, nor did he forget the gap between their standpoints and cultivation. If Zilong were to deal with him now, Su Wei estimated that he would most likely die. At his peak, Su Wei was confident he could escape from Zilong, but in his current state, it would be difficult. Elder Su, this king advises you not to think about running away. Zilong looked at him faintly. You should know a thing or two about this king's Purple Chi Eternal River secret art. With this king's means, it is not something you can contend with right now. Su Wei smiled miserably as he cursed in his heart. What he feared most really happened. Zilong obviously intended to add insult to injury. He had no intention of letting Su Wei go. If Su Wei really tried to escape, Zilong would definitely attack. Chapter 1788. Brother Z, why do you have to do this? Su Wei squeezed out an ugly smile. This Su is not your opponent from the beginning. If you really want to kill me, this Su has no ability to resist. However, Brother Z should not forget, that little brat said he would be hiding inside the space crack. Your young lord is just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so if that little brat manages to sneak attack him, what the consequences will be, Brother Z should be clear. Of course I know that. Zilong's expression was still indifferent. But what does that have to do with you? I will take care of my son's safety. You can't say that. Su Wei shook his head. If this old master is here, I can at least distract that boy, can't I? Zilong frowned as if he was deep in thought. After a while, he raised his eyes and said, Elder Su is right. Su Wei sighed softly. But Elder Su, your own situation isn't optimistic either. Even if you can restrain him, how much can you achieve? This king would be happy to take this opportunity to kill you and avenge the deaths of my Purple Star's disciples. Zilong narrowed his eyes slightly as a murderous intent flashed across them. Su Wei's heart, which had just calmed down, once again became tense. While secretly complaining, he also cursed Kai Yang in his heart. If it weren't for Kai Yang's sneak attack just now, he wouldn't have fallen into this situation where he had to call for help from heaven and earth. Zilong snorted coldly, Elder Su, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. I'll give you two choices now. First, I'll kill you and end all troubles. Su Wei gritted his teeth and asked in a deep voice, and the second? Hand over your soul brand and obey this king's orders from now on. Zilong crossed his hands behind his back and stared at Su Wei calmly, you can choose for yourself. You're also someone who's been through a lot, so I'm sure you'll make a wise decision. Hand over the divine soul brand. Su Wei's face became cold and he almost wanted to fight Zilong on the spot, but then he thought of the possible consequences. In the end, he forcefully suppressed his anger. Hand over your divine soul brand. That meant that he would have to listen to Zilong's orders in the future. A single thought from him could make him wish he was dead. But if he didn't hand it over, he would definitely die. Su Wei was shocked to find that Zilong was more disgusting than Yang Kai. Kai Yang was just using some scheming methods, his mouth didn't care. However, Zilong, as the master of Purple Star and a famous character in the Star territory, actually dared to do such a despicable thing like adding insult to injury. I don't have much time, and my patience is limited, Elder Su. Think about it quickly. Although Zilong's words were light, when they fell into Su Wei's ears, they were tantamount to a death sentence, tormenting him greatly. A troubled expression appeared on his face. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, Fine, this old man admits defeat. If you want this old man's divine soul brand, this old man will give it to you. However, I hope that Brother Z won't make things too difficult for me in the future. Zilong nodded in satisfaction and said, This seat naturally won't make things difficult for you, because the one who took away your divine soul brand isn't me, but my son. What? Is it Zi Donglai? Su Wei shouted, looking at Zi Donglai with an angry look on his face. Zi Dong was also startled for a moment, but in the next moment, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face as he looked towards his father gratefully. Even if he was the young master of Purple Star and had some authority to mobilize the origin kings of Purple Star to work for him, this kind of mobilization was very limited. Which origin king realm master didn't have eyes above their heads? If he wanted them to work for him, he would have to pay a price every time. But now, there was an opportunity for him to completely control an origin king realm master. This kind of good thing was tantamount to a pie falling from the sky. Zidong suddenly felt dizzy with happiness and was grateful to his father. Thinking so, Zidong's face sank as he looked at Su Wei and said, What's wrong? Does Elder Su think that with this young master's identity, he is not qualified to control your divine soul brand? If that's the case, this young master doesn't need it. This young master never does things that force others to do. Zidong's rhetoric was reasonable and did not lose his status as the young master of Purple Star, but Su Wei couldn't help cursing in his heart. Now that he was a fish on the chopping block, how could he still have room to resist? What's more, he had already made concessions before, so although he now knew that things were different from what he had guessed, he didn't have much desire to resist. Sometimes things were like this. After taking a step back, one would take a second step back, then a third. After thinking about it for a while, Su Wei squeezed out a smile and said, "Young master is too serious. Young master is a dragon among dragons, and his future achievements will definitely be higher than this old master's. How could this old master dare to think otherwise? It is this old master's honor to be able to serve young master." "You're very good." Zidong smiled. At this moment, the haze caused by Yang Kai was swept away and Zidong was in an extremely good mood. He secretly swore to himself that if he ever saw Yang Kai again, he would definitely have Su Wei kill him to vent his anger. Although Su Wei had lost an arm because of the seven-colored radiant light, this kind of injury did not have much impact on his strength as an Origin King. As long as he recuperated well, he would still be a master who would strike fear into the hearts of all who heard his name. "Elder Su, please." In order to avoid any more trouble, Zilong urged. Even if Su Wei was unwilling, he had no choice but to condense his soul brand and walk toward Zidong step by step, engraving his soul brand into Zidong's body. Throughout this entire process, Zilong had been watching him vigilantly, giving him no chance to play any tricks. After doing all this, Su Wei felt a sense of loss. From this moment on, he was no longer an elder of abandoned lair, but a servant who followed Zidong, a hired thug. He no longer had his own freedom. Thinking so in his heart, Su Wei's face suddenly changed as he felt his knowledge sea suddenly tumble and an almost unbearable pain burst from his head. Even though he was an Origin King, he could not resist this kind of torture. Unable to stop himself from screaming, Su Wei fell to the ground stiffly, holding his head in his hands as he rolled on the ground. He quickly realized what had happened. Forcing himself to stay awake, he gritted his teeth and said, "Young master, why did you? Oh, it's quite effective." Zidong looked at Su Wei, who was lying on the ground and howling miserably, without the slightest trace of pity on his face. Instead, he simply watched with relish while constantly exerting pressure on the soul brand in his body. Su Wei's cries became more and more desolate and violent as he continued to wail, "Young master, please stop. If this continues, this old master's soul will be destroyed." "Ah. Old master?" Zidong's eyes flashed coldly. "Who are you calling yourself old master in front of? Who gave you such qualifications?" "Ah. Old. Old servant was wrong, young master, please stop, old servant won't dare do such a thing again." "Ha ha ha, you're quite clever, it seems you'll make a good dog in the future." Zidong laughed, his face filled with morbid ferocity. Tormenting an Origin King realm master like this gave him a great sense of satisfaction. Yang Kai had repeatedly insulted him before, calling him a dog that only knew how to bark and not bite, and now Zidong was venting his resentment on Su Wei. "Enough, Elder Su is your senior, don't act like this in the future." Zilong glanced at his son and ordered lightly. "Yes." Zidong Lai responded and let go of his hand. The great pain in Su Wei's knowledge sea dissipated in an instant, but even so, he was still unable to get up and lay on the ground for a long time before he staggered to his feet, a trace of hidden resentment flashing across his eyes. He was an Origin King realm master and an elder of abandoned lair, but now, not only was his soul brand being controlled, but he was also being humiliated and tortured by a junior. How could he swallow this grievance? However, now that he was under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to lower his head, so Su Wei naturally wasn't stupid enough to show his resentment. Su Wei hid everything well and was only waiting for an opportunity in the future to make Zilong and Zidong pay him back. "Elder Su, you don't have any complaints about this young master, do you?" Just now, this young master was just curious and experimenting a little. After all, this young master has never controlled an Origin King's soul brand before, so this kind of thing is quite strange. Zidong stared at Su Wei with a faint smile on his face and asked. "This young master wouldn't dare." Su Wei gasped for breath and bowed humbly. young master can call this old servant by his name in the future, this old servant would never dare call himself Elder Su. As for what happened just now, this old servant naturally doesn't care. Very good. Zidong nodded with satisfaction. Follow this young master carefully and protect his safety. In the future, when this young master becomes stronger, there will naturally be benefits for you. Yes. Su Wei nodded respectfully. By the way, since you entered this medicine valley, have you gained anything? Let this young master have a look. Zidong seemed to think of something again and asked with a sharp light in his eyes. Su Wei's face twitched slightly as his heart ached, but he did not dare to resist, quickly removing the space ring on his hand and handing it to Zidong with a flattering smile. Old servant's things are all here, young master can take a look. If there is anything you like, feel free to take it. He had no choice but to do so. Now that his life was in the hands of another, he naturally could not keep his possessions. Zidong did not act polite at all. After receiving the space ring, he released his divine sense to investigate it. A moment later, a look of joy appeared on his face as he took out a number of valuable treasures from Su Wei's ring. These things not only included Su Wei's gains in the Medicine Valley but also his own personal belongings. Abandoned Lair was a place where people who committed all kinds of crimes gathered, and as an elder, Su Wei killed and robbed others of their possessions, so there were many good things in his ring. None of these good things were cheap, so even a character like Zidong could not bear to miss out on them. As one thing after another was taken out and put into Zidong's space ring, Su Wei's heart bled, but he did not dare show it, instead standing to the side and squeezing out a smile. Chapter 1789. Oh! Zidong suddenly let out a cry of surprise as he took out a token from Su Wei's ring. The material of this token was very strange, neither gold nor wood. Even with Zidong's eyesight, he could not recognize what it was. This token was black and had a large emperor character engraved on its front. An extremely profound aura flowed from this character, and when Zidong glanced at it, he felt as if his soul was being impacted by this aura, causing him to pale in shock. A Star Emperor token. Zilong, who had been standing silently to the side, snatched this token from Zidong's hand after seeing it, a burning light flashing across his eyes as he released his divine sense to investigate it. This was actually a Star Emperor token. Star Emperor tokens were personally refined by the great emperors and were legendary existences throughout Star territory. Very few people had ever seen one, but Zilong, as the master of Purple Star, was one of the few masters who stood at the highest peak of Star territory, so he was naturally familiar with the secrets of this Star Emperor token. What's more, Purple Star also had a Star Emperor token that was kept by a Third-Order Origin King Supreme Elder of Purple Star. This Supreme Elder used the Emperor pressure contained in this Star Emperor token to enter retreat all year round to comprehend the Supreme Martial Tao in order to achieve a breakthrough. An unsealed Star Emperor token. After Zilong investigated it for a while, he found that the divine technique of the great emperors that was originally sealed in this Star Emperor token had already been used, causing him to show a faint look of disappointment on his face. This thing was obtained by old servant during an adventure in his early years. Su Wei explained with a smile, feeling extremely bitter in his heart. If this Star Emperor token had not been unsealed long ago, how could he have fallen to his current state? Rumor had it that the great emperor had refined a total of 9 Star Emperor tokens, each of which contained one of his divine abilities, making their power unfathomable. No one could estimate how strong the great emperors were, but with the help of the great emperor's divine technique, it would not be a problem to kill Zilong and his son. If the divine technique sealed in this Star Emperor token still existed, Su Wei would have used it long ago and would not have handed over his soul brand. Being controlled by others. Father, I've heard people say that the Star Emperor token hides a shocking mystery. Is this true? Zidong asked curiously as he looked at the Star Emperor token in Zilong's hand. He was indeed the young master of Purple Star, but this was the first time he had seen a real Star Emperor token. He had only read about it in various ancient books before. I'm not too sure if there are any shocking secrets hidden within. But there is indeed such a rumor. Zilong replied faintly, however, even if there is some kind of shocking mystery, it is not something that can be discovered with just 1 or 2 Star Emperor tokens. Perhaps we will need to gather all 9 Star Emperor tokens before we can find any clues. 9 pieces? Zidong was stunned for a moment before he smiled. I'm afraid no one in this world can do such a thing. Star Emperor tokens have a long history and have long been lost throughout the star's territory. This child has only heard that Hangluo Chamber of Commerce has one. Not only Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, but Sword Union also has one. Sword Union also has one? Zidong was a little surprised. Don't underestimate Sword Union. Although Sword Union is relatively the weakest of the 3 great forces in the star's territory, it still cannot be underestimated. In the era of the Great Emperors, our 3 forces had some dealings with the Great Emperors and helped the Great Emperors a few times. The Great Emperors each gave our 3 forces a Star Emperor token containing his divine technique as a thank you gift. Our Purple Star, Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, and Sword Union Star Emperor tokens all came from this way. Is there such a thing? Zidong was shocked, and even Su Wei was dumbfounded. Although he was an elder of abandoned lair, he knew nothing about this kind of secret. It's been too long, Zilong sighed lightly. Zilong sighed slightly. Over the past tens of thousands of years, the Star Emperor tokens owned by our 3 forces have all been used in times of calamity. If it weren't for this Star Emperor token, perhaps our 3 forces would not have been able to survive to this day. The rise and fall of forces is like the ebb and flow of the tide. In this world, there is no dynasty that cannot be destroyed, no force that cannot fall. Only the strength of an individual is truly eternal. You must remember this. Yes, son understands. Zidong nodded respectfully, secretly vowing to himself that after returning this time, he would enter secluded retreat and never come out until he reached the Origin King realm. If one day he could cultivate to the level of the Great Emperors, he would become a new legend in the star's territory and replace the Great Emperors. What kind of glory would that be? While speaking, Zilong had already put the Star Emperor token into his space ring. Although this Star Emperor token had been unsealed, its value was still enormous. Zidong also returned the space ring to Su Wei, but all the good things inside were gone. Su Wei released his divine sense slightly to investigate and immediately felt a great heartache, as if someone had cut off a few kilograms of his flesh, causing him to curse in his heart. Let's go, be careful of those void cracks. That little brat may really be hiding in them, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Zilong swept his eyes over the surrounding void cracks before leading the way. Zidong quickly followed while Su Wei helplessly brought up the rear with a pale face. Inside the void cracks, Yang Kai wandered around casually. After launching a sneak attack on Su Wei, Yang Kai returned to the safety of the void and began searching for space spirit crystals in a joyful mood. The words he said before leaving were just to intimidate the enemy. He wasn't really bored enough to follow Zilong and the others. Not to mention that this kind of sneak attack could only be done once. If he did it a second time, the other party would definitely be prepared. Even if he did, it would be a waste of time. There were so many good things here, so how could Yang Kai waste time on these guys? As such, after leaving behind a few words, Yang Kai left. The target of his previous sneak attack had been carefully considered. Zilong was a second-order Origin King after all, so Yang Kai wasn't sure he could succeed in his sneak attack, so he could only target Su Wei. Although he did not succeed in killing him, allowing his arm to be swept by the 7-colored radiant light would at least earn him some interest. If Yang Kai guessed correctly, in order to save his life, Su Wei would have to cut off his arm. If Su Wei suffered such a heavy blow, Yuan Qi would undoubtedly be greatly injured. Perhaps Zilong would not let him off and would make him bleed on the spot. What Yang Kai did not expect was that Zilong did not kill Su Wei but instead had his son collect his soul brand. Now that the seven-colored radiant light had just retreated, there was plenty of time to search, so Yang Kai spent half a cup of tea's worth of time shuttling through the void cracks before casually finding a weak point in the void and returning to the Medicine Valley. The surroundings were quiet and there was no trace of anyone, so Yang Kai began to search for precious treasures with great enthusiasm. After waiting for half an hour, he returned to the void cracks again. Over and over again, Yang Kai's harvest grew more and more. At the same time, he was silently calculating the time in his heart. Before entering, Ni Guang had mentioned to him that in this severed world, a person could only stay for a month at most before they had to return to star territory from the entrance they entered, otherwise the consequences would be very serious. Because the remnant ancient aura here was too rich, it was not suitable for a cultivator to stay here for a long time. Once one stayed for too long, they would inevitably be suppressed and rejected by the world principles here. Just like how Qian Tong was rejected by Shadowed Star's world principles, when the time came, the various world principles would be added to the cultivator's body, a power that no human could resist. However, it was still early, and Yang Kai estimated that it had only been 11 or 12 days since he entered the severed world. Even if he counted the consumption of the return journey, he still had at least 10 days left. As such, Yang Kai wandered around the Medicine Valley with a clear conscience. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. As time passed, the number of precious treasures that could be found in the Medicine Valley greatly decreased. Thinking about it, although the Medicine Valley was large, it still had its limits. Even if the number of cultivator who entered here was not high, after such a long search, they had already collected all the good things they could find. Even the harvest of space spirit crystals began to shrink significantly. On this day, Yang Kai spent half a day harvesting a total of 3 space spirit crystals and 1 not-so-good spirit herb. Compared to the first day he entered the Medicine Valley, this result was simply too shabby. It's time to meet up with Gui Zhu. Yang Kai stood in place, stored the spirit herb into his space ring, and muttered to himself. Now that the harvest had begun to dwindle, it did not make much sense to act separately from Gui Zhu. If they met up, they could at least look after each other. Thinking so, Yang Kai began to push his Saint Qi and pour it into the mark left by Gui Zhu on his shoulder. Yang Kai stood in place and waited for a long time, but did not see any trace of Gui Zhu. It seemed that Gui Zhu was not within 1,000 kilometers of him, so he could not respond to his call. Yang Kai was not in a hurry and decided to change locations to try again, but at that moment, an earth-shattering sound suddenly rang out from the depths of the Medicine Valley. The moment he heard this sound, Yang Kai instinctively thought that the 7-colored radiant light was about to strike, but in the next moment, he realized that something was wrong. Every time the 7-colored radiant light appeared and retreated, the timing was fixed and Yang Kai could accurately grasp it, but at this time, it was clearly not time for the 7-colored radiant light to strike. According to his calculations, there was still at least a cup of tea worth of time before it would strike. Not only that, but the sound was also wrong. Because the 7-colored radiant light was the light exhaled by the 7-colored radiant peacock divine bird, every time the 7-colored radiant light struck, the sound of breathing would come from the depths of the Medicine Valley. The sound that entered Yang Kai's ears at this moment was definitely not the sound of breathing, but rather, the sound of wings flapping. Thinking so, Yang Kai's face changed abruptly as he raised his head and looked towards the source of the sound. At that moment, a strange cry rang out. To Yang Kai's ears, this cry was somewhat similar to a cat's cry, but it was quite loud and pierced straight into the sky, like a sharp sword that wanted to pierce through the severed world. Yang Kai's knowledge seat shook violently, setting off a storm. Immediately afterwards, a seven-colored light lit up in the sky, covering half of it. Chapter 1790. What's going on? Yang Kai exclaimed, standing in place as he stared at the scene in the sky with trembling eyes. Over there, every time the seven-colored radiant peacock breathed, it was the place where the divine bird was resting. Yang Kai had always been curious about how strong this seven-colored radiant peacock divine bird was, but he had never been able to figure it out. However, judging from the power of the seven-colored radiant light it breathed out, the divine bird was definitely no worse than a third-order origin king. Perhaps even more terrifying than a third-order origin king. Yang Kai had thought about going to see what the divine bird looked like, but he had never hardened his heart. However, judging from the situation over there, the seven-colored radiant peacock seemed to have made some movements. Could some blind guy have provoked it? Yang Kai thought so in his heart, secretly feeling sad for the person who had provoked it. After provoking the seven-colored radiant peacock, it was likely they would die without a burial. Something's not right. Yang Kai looked startled again because at this moment, he discovered that although the movement over there was obvious, there were no fluctuations from a battle at all. Obviously, no one had provoked the seven-colored radiant peacock. When the rainbow-colored light covered the entire sky, a huge figure flew up from the ground and merged with the rainbow-colored light. Then, the rainbow-colored light disappeared into the distance and gradually disappeared into the distance. It flew away? Yang Kai frowned and could only make such a guess. The next moment though, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. The seven-colored radiant peacock had always been resting in a certain place deep within the Medicine Valley, and no matter where it was, there was definitely something attracting it. In other words, there was definitely some kind of treasure in that place. Now that the seven-colored radiant peacock had flown away, wasn't this a good opportunity to investigate? Once this idea came to him, Kai Yang couldn't suppress it. He wanted to go over there and investigate. Standing in place, he struggled to think for a while. Finally, Kai Yang clenched his teeth and quickly flew over there. At the same time, somewhere in the Medicine Valley, Zilong stood in place, a fanatical look flashing across his eyes as he stared at the disappearing seven-colored light on the horizon. He shouted in a low voice, "The time has come. I didn't expect my luck to be so good this time. I've only been here for 10 days and I've already encountered the time when the divine bird leaves its nest. This is a heaven-sent opportunity." Zilong had always been very calm, but now, his expression was very excited, as if he had encountered a good thing that would not happen in 10,000 years. Su Wei was confused as he watched from the side. Zidong, on the other hand, was overjoyed and immediately asked, "So, we can obtain the immortal tree?" "The immortal tree?" Su Wei's eyes bulged as he stared at Zidong in amazement. "Young master, did you just say the immortal tree?" He obviously knew about the existence of the immortal tree. He knew what the immortal tree represented, but he had only heard about it in rumors. He even thought that the immortal tree didn't exist. But just now, he had heard Zidonglai mention the immortal tree. Putting everything together, Su Wei immediately deduced that the immortal tree, a supreme treasure of heaven and earth, was in the divine bird's habitat. "What has it got to do with you?" Zidong glanced at Su Wei coldly. Just now, he had accidentally exposed some important information due to his excitement. However, this didn't matter too much. In any case, the three of them would be heading there soon. Even if he didn't say anything now, Su Wei would be able to see the immortal tree himself. Su Wei looked embarrassed and didn't dare to ask anything more. "Whether we can obtain it or not, I don't know for the time being, but this is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity." Zilong took a deep breath. "Let's go. If I'm not mistaken, the others will also be rushing over. They court death." Zidong coldly snorted. The immortal tree was a heaven-defying treasure that only Purple Star was qualified to possess. Only he and his father were qualified to refine it. When he obtained the immortal tree and shared it with his father, both father and son would become immortal and indestructible. In time, they would cultivate to the peak of the martial Tao and dominate Star's territory. How happy would that be? Anyone who dared to compete with him for the immortal tree deserved to die. On the other side, Ni Guang took Shuiyu and rushed towards the divine bird's nest. Uncle Ni, how long will it take for the 7-colored radiant peacock to return? Shuiyu asked as she followed behind Ni Guang. I don't know, Ni Guang shook his head. Ni Guang shook his head. Every once in a while, the divine bird will leave its nest for a while. It can be very short, or it can be very long. It depends on its mood. However, this is a rare opportunity, so even if we can't obtain the immortal tree, we must obtain the immortal jade cream. Although it isn't as precious as the immortal tree, it is still one of the 3 great divine waters. A single drop can bring back the dead, it is a true life-saving medicine. Zilong and the others should also be there, right? Shuiyu frowned. They definitely won't let go of this opportunity. We have made preparations to obtain the immortal jade cream, so how could Zilong not have made any preparations? However, once we reach that place, how we obtain it will depend on our own abilities. When the time comes, you must act carefully. I may not have much energy to look after you. I know, Uncle Ni, you can rest assured, Shuiyu nodded. Shuiyu nodded and looked ahead. She didn't know if that guy would be attracted by the commotion this time and rush over. If she could meet up with him, her chances of victory would be increased. 2,000 kilometers to the left of Ni Guang and Shuiyu, Guizhu was wrapped in black qi as he stared in the direction of the strange movements. After a long silence, he said with some disinterest, let's go take a look. Young boy probably won't miss this opportunity to join in on the fun. It's more important to find him over there. The things we can collect in this damned place are getting less and less. The 3 second-order origin kings were all attracted by this movement and headed in the same direction. The other first-order origin kings were no exception. Although most people didn't know about the existence of the immortal tree and the immortal jade cream, their thoughts were the same as Yang Kai's. They all felt that the divine bird's nest must contain some kind of precious treasure, so naturally, they wouldn't miss such a rare opportunity. For a time, all the people in the Medicine Valley were attracted to this place and used all kinds of methods to rush forward. At the center of the Medicine Valley was a huge flat area with no trees or weeds around it. There was only a small green sapling about a meter tall that swayed gently in the wind. This sapling looked weak, but its leaves and roots contained an unimaginable vitality. This vitality was so rich that it was visible to the naked eye, forming a visible halo around the sapling. There were only 7 leaves on the sapling, and on each of these leaves was a drop of dew. This dew was round and flawless, giving off a milky white color and exuding a charming fragrance. There were only 3 drops of dew in total. This was the rumored immortal jade cream, a rare treasure that grew from the leaves of the immortal tree. It was definitely a treasure that could only be encountered by chance. It was rumored that the immortal jade cream was a heaven-defying treasure that could bring the dead back to life. As long as a person hadn't died for too long and their body wasn't too damaged, as long as they took a drop of the immortal jade cream, they could be resurrected. Among the 3 great divine waters, the immortal jade cream was the most valuable because it was a life-saving treasure. A figure suddenly flew over from the distance and soon arrived at this open flat area. Judging from the speed of this person and the Saint Qi fluctuations emanating from his body, it was clear he was a first-order origin king. Meng Tong. The origin king realm master who had no background and had been cultivating alone all this time. There's no one here. Meng Tong glanced around and found that he was actually the first to arrive here. He could not help feeling ecstatic as his small eyes darted around and he suddenly saw the immortal tree not far away. What is this? Meng Tong stared at the immortal tree in amazement, unable to recognize it for a while. Although he could not recognize the immortal tree, he could see that this little sapling was extraordinary. Not only was it this little sapling, but even its leaves and the milky white dew-like drops on them were all treasures. Damn it, why did it leave behind the 7-colored radiant light? It really pisses this old master off, Meng Tong yelled, almost coughing up blood in frustration. The divine bird had indeed left, and he was the first to arrive here, but within a 10-meter radius of the immortal tree, the 7-colored radiant light still existed and tightly wrapped the immortal tree. Anyone who wanted to obtain this treasure would have to break through the blockade of this 7-colored radiant light. Meng Tong did not dare to take such a risk and could only scratch his head anxiously, unable to come up with any good ideas. Asterisk schwa schwa, asterisk a strong gust of wind came from not far away and Meng Tong's face changed as he realized that someone else had arrived. Turning his head, he saw 3 streaks of light fly over and a moment later, these streaks of light dissipated, revealing the figures of Zilong, and Su Wei. Meng Tong frowned as he quietly opened up some distance from Zilong and the others, his eyes falling on Su Wei's severed arm and his eyes could not help narrowing as he felt somewhat distressed. He did not know what happened to Su Wei that caused him to lose an arm, nor did he know why Su Wei was acting together with Zilong, but he knew that he was alone and definitely not a match for these people. Meng Tong let out a heavy sigh, hating the existence of the 7-colored radiant light to the core. If it weren't for the protection of this radiant light, he would have already snatched away the immortal tree instead of standing here in a daze. A good opportunity. As soon as Zilong landed, his eyes lit up as he shouted. He did not expect that he would arrive so quickly. Only Meng Tong was here, and from the looks of it, Meng Tong obviously did not know what to do. Since he was the first to arrive, Zilong naturally would not waste any time and his figure flickered as he tried to approach the immortal tree. Brother Z, you're not slow. At this moment, a voice that caused Zilong to feel apprehensive rang out, causing him to stop and look towards the source of the voice. Soon, he saw an Guang flying over with Shuayu and landing not far away from him. Senior An, you're also very fast. Zilong snorted lightly, feeling extremely unhappy. If An Guang had come a little later, he would have been able to obtain the treasure first. Chapter 1791. I'm still inferior to Brother Z, An Guang laughed. An Guang laughed loudly, but with just a casual glance, he understood the current situation and immediately said, since there aren't too many people here, you and I should hurry up and take action. The 3 drops of immortal source liquid must be obtained first, you and I will each take 1 drop, and the other. Before An Guang could finish though, a voice came from afar, oh? So this is immortal source liquid. So, is this the legendary immortal tree? Ha, it seems this old master's luck is quite good. The other drop of immortal source liquid is this old master's. As soon as these words fell, a mass of black chi quickly flew over. This black chi was so dark that it seemed to be able to swallow all light, and within it, Guizu's figure could be vaguely seen. An Guang and Zilong's faces changed slightly at the same time as they both turned to look at Guizu. Guizu stood still before glancing over at An Guang and Zilong, asking with a chuckle, you two should have no objections, right? Zilong and An Guang looked at each other for a moment, seemingly communicating with each other. Soon, Zilong nodded, with your excellency's cultivation, you are on equal footing with this king and senior An. This 3rd drop of immortal source liquid will be taken by your excellency. My intentions are the same, An Guang nodded in agreement. In that case, let's begin, Guizu grinned meaningfully. Although he had won the approval of both Ni Guang and Zilong with his extraordinary strength, he was still confused about how to obtain the immortal source liquid, so he did not rush to be the first to act. Instead, he planned to observe Zilong and Ni Guang's actions first before making a decision. In just a short time, so many origin kings had appeared in this originally empty plain, so Zilong seemed to be worried that a long delay would lead to trouble. Immediately, he took action. Raising his hand, Yang Kai summoned a giant python-like object that gave off a bronze glow. As Yang Kai poured his Saint Qi into it, the two eyes on its head burst with light, as if it had come to life. A puppet? Gue Zhu narrowed his eyes and immediately understood that Zilong had prepared for this. A puppet was not made of flesh and blood, so it should not be afraid of the terrifying power of the seven-colored radiant light. Therefore, having a puppet enter the seven-colored radiant light to collect the immortal source liquid was the best and safest way. But, was it really that easy? Gue Zhu was suspicious in his heart, but his expression remained unchanged as he turned his eyes back to Ni Guang. On Ni Guang's side, he also released a puppet. However, it was not a puppet in the shape of a python, but a humanoid puppet. It was unknown which grandmaster had made this puppet, but it was refined to perfection. At first glance, it was possible to mistake it for a real person, but only by examining it carefully would one realize that this puppet was completely lifeless. Two puppets of different forms suddenly appeared. Under the urging of Ni Guang and Zilong, they rushed towards the location of the immortal tree. The giant python zigzagged forward on the ground while the humanoid puppet charged forward with all its might. Not long after, the two puppets rushed into the seven-colored radiant light, but their speed dropped sharply at this moment. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and it was difficult for him to move. Not only that, but there were also cracking sounds coming from the two puppets as if there was a huge force suppressing them, making it difficult for them to move their joints. Ni Guang and Zilong's expressions turned extremely solemn at the same time. Although they had prepared for this, both of them had brought their best puppets to assist them, they had still underestimated the terrifying power of the seven-colored radiant light. Puppets that were not made of flesh and blood did not fear the corrosive power of the seven-colored radiant light, but the omnipresent pressure was not something these puppets could easily resist. At this rate, it would not be long before their puppets were crushed to dust by the seven-colored radiant light. Thinking of this, Zilong did not dare to be negligent. He repeatedly urged his mind to control the python puppet to move forward. In an instant, the python puppet's speed increased greatly, and after expending a great deal of effort, it finally arrived in front of the immortal tree. At the same time, Ni Guang's humanoid puppet also arrived. A fiery look flashed across the eyes of the two as they simultaneously issued a command to their respective puppets. The next moment, the python's body coiled up and wrapped around the entire immortal tree, then exerted its strength fiercely, as if it wanted to uproot the immortal tree. The humanoid puppet's approach was even more clear-cut, grabbing the roots of the immortal tree with both hands and exerting its strength. The two second-order origin kings obviously had the same idea. As a result, the python puppet was tightly wrapped around the humanoid puppet, preventing it from exerting its full strength. A series of cracking sounds rang out from the two puppets' bodies. Gue Zhu's eyelids twitched as he watched this scene, feeling a little annoyed. After all, he had a share of the 3 drops of immortal source liquid, so Ni Guang and Zilong wanting to kill the chicken to get the eggs without even giving him a heads-up really annoyed Gue Zhu. But soon, Gue Zhu began to laugh strangely because he found that these two puppets were not cooperating at all and were instead restraining each other's movements. What was more, the seemingly fragile immortal tree was completely undamaged under the two puppets' frenzied attacks, as if it was brand new. "Senior Ni, have your puppet withdraw first," Zilong suddenly shouted. "This king guarantees that if we can obtain the immortal tree, he will give you a share." As he spoke, Zilong continued to activate the python puppet's power. Ni Guang sneered, "Brother Z, why don't you have your puppet withdraw first?" This old master can also guarantee that if we can obtain the immortal tree, he will also give you a share. The two looked at each other and saw the distrust in each other's eyes, snorting coldly at the same time and ignoring each other. The situation suddenly reached a stalemate. At that moment, Kong Fa of Galaxy Ridge also rushed over, and when he saw the situation in front of him, he could not help being stunned for a moment, unable to figure out what was going on. After seeing Su Wei though, Kong Fa's face lit up and he immediately went to meet up with him. After all, these two were jackals of the same tribe. They liked to collude with each other the most. But as soon as his feet moved, Su Wei shook his head at him without leaving a trace. Kong Fa immediately stopped and looked at Su Wei thoughtfully before turning to Zidong beside him. His expression became dignified. He also noticed that Su Wei was missing an arm, and for some unknown reason, he was now standing together with Purple Star's people. Before figuring out the situation, Kong Fa did not dare to act rashly and instead looked around for a moment before arriving beside Meng Tong, cupping his fists, and asking, "Brother Meng, may I ask what's going on here?" Meng Tong glanced at him. He didn't hide anything and simply explained the current situation to him. Meng Tong had always been alone, so he had no hatred towards Galaxy Ridge. On the contrary, he would sometimes travel to Abandoned Lair and Galaxy Ridge because in these two places, he could find various cultivation resources to cultivate. He could often find the cultivation materials he needed, and he had also met Kong Fa a few times. So, facing Kong Fa's inquiry, Meng Tong did not conceal anything. "It's actually the immortal tree and immortal source liquid?" Kong Fa's body trembled as a look of fanaticism appeared on his face as he stared towards the center of the field, his eyes darting around as if he was thinking of something. "Brother Kong, don't be impatient. There are 3 second-order origin kings here. If you act rashly, the consequences will be serious," Meng Tong reminded with a smile. Hearing this, Kong Fa restrained the fanaticism on his face and nodded lightly. "Brother Meng is right. However, looking at the current situation, it seems none of them will be able to succeed easily." "This is an opportunity," Meng Tong whispered. "Let's wait for the moment things take a turn for the better. Perhaps we can obtain some benefits then." Kong Fa thought so too. Immediately, he stopped talking and focused on observing. On the other side, Zidong looked at Ni Guang, who was in a stalemate with his father over the immortal tree, with a gloomy look on his face. He felt that if it weren't for Ni Guang's interference, his father would have already obtained the immortal tree. It was because of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's Ni Guang that his father was at his wit's end. Suddenly, he saw Xueyu standing alone not far away and could not help but light up as he thought of a good idea. "Su Wei," Zidong called out to Su Wei with a divine sense message. "What orders does young master have?" Su Wei shuddered, seemingly a little frightened as he hurriedly replied. "Did you see Xueyu?" Old servant naturally saw her. "Go, kill him," Zidong ordered indifferently. "What?" Su Wei's face changed wildly. Kill him? Young master, he is. He was the future successor of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. Even a fugitive like Su Wei would not dare to attack Xueyu easily. Otherwise, even if he hid in Abandoned Lair, President Aio would find a way to get him out and make him suffer a fate worse than death. "What's wrong? You dare not listen to this young master's orders?" Zidong's face sank. "Old servant wouldn't dare, young master, please calm down." Su Wei quickly admitted his mistake, his face pale. "It's good that you don't dare." Zidong coldly snorted, thought for a moment, and said, "In fact, I don't really want you to kill him. After all, with his heritage, you may not be able to succeed. Just go up and put on an act." Hearing this, Su Wei suddenly understood. Young master means, to attack Xueyu to disturb Ni Guang's state of mind? So he won't be able to compete for the immortal tree? "It's good that you know," Zidong nodded lightly. I understand, Su Wei relaxed. As long as he didn't really want him to kill Xueyu, things would be easy to handle. While speaking, Su Wei flattered, young master is really wise. Alright, hurry up and go. Zidong impatiently urged. Su Wei nodded without a trace before turning his gaze to Xueyu. Without saying a word, he released his Origin King realm territory and enveloped Xueyu, who was standing nearby. Xueyu had never imagined that someone would attack her in such a place and at such a time, let alone an Origin King. Caught off guard, Xueyu was completely enveloped by Su Wei's territory and could not help letting out a muffled groan as her body shrank. Chapter 1792. Although Su Wei's sneak attack had caught Xueyu somewhat off guard, her reaction was extremely fast. The moment she realized something was wrong, she immediately urged her Shi to alleviate some of the pressure on her. At the same time, a bright light flashed from her body as she summoned a jade scepter-like artifact that transformed into a light curtain that enveloped her. With this light curtain covering her body, the pressure from her territory field was greatly reduced. The jade scepter in her hand was obviously a powerful artifact that could offset the power of an Origin King's territory field, just like the bright sea territory mirror worn by Sword Union's young master Gu Jian Xian. It was impossible for ordinary people to possess such an artifact as it was not easy to refine and the materials consumed were extremely expensive. An ordinary cultivator would not be able to afford it. However, people like Xueyu and Gu Jian Xian would definitely carry at least one or two such artifacts with them in case of emergency. After all, they were only Origin returning realm masters, and the biggest difficulty for an Origin realm master to contend with an Origin King was the suppression of their territory field Shi. As long as this difficulty was overcome, an Origin realm master would have a chance to survive against an Origin King. This kind of artifact was a life-saving artifact for them. As soon as the jade scepter appeared, the pressure on Xueyu was greatly reduced and she slowly straightened her body. Turning her head, she glanced behind her coldly and saw who had attacked her. Su Wei. Xueyu shouted, a look of surprise appearing on her face. She couldn't understand why Su Wei would suddenly attack her at this time. After all, doing this would not benefit him at all and would only offend Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. Had Su Wei's head been caught in a door? Third young master, please forgive my offense. Although Su Wei was unwilling in his heart, he had no choice but to continue attacking Xueyu under Zidong's tyrannical power. Unable to completely suppress Xueyu with his territory field, Su Wei waved his hand and summoned out a dagger-like artifact before pouring his Saint Qi into it. The dagger trembled instantly. Go! Su Wei flicked his wrist and the dagger turned into a stream of light that shot towards Xueyu like an arrow. Xueyu's beautiful face paled as she faced the blow of an Origin King. Not daring to face this attack head-on, she quickly twisted her body and dodged, at the same time summoning her artifact again, one turning into two, two into four, four into eight. In an instant, the sky was filled with phantoms of artifacts, making it impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. The countless bracelets hovered around Xueyu's body. They formed an impenetrable protective net. Ding ding dang dang dang, a series of crisp sounds rang out as the shadows of the bracelet clashed with the light of the dagger. The shadows were struck and dissipated, and the power of the dagger was slowly worn down. Su Wei, you're courting death. Ni Guang also noticed the commotion. He couldn't help but fly into a rage and shout in a low voice. Su Wei gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. His mouth was filled with bitterness but he couldn't say anything. He knew that after this incident, he would be in big trouble. Mr. Ni, my previous suggestion is still valid. Why don't you reconsider it? The purple dragon's voice was heard. Neither too fast nor too slow, as if victory was already in his grasp. Others didn't know why Su Wei had suddenly attacked Xueyu, but Zilong knew that it was his son's idea. Now, only his son could convince Su Wei to take action. Zilong was very satisfied with Zidong's decision. Ni Guang's face sank. While controlling the humanoid puppet to compete with Zilong for the immortal tree, Ni Guang was secretly paying attention to the situation on Xueyu's side. Soon, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "This old master can't obtain it. You won't either. What do you want to do?" Zilong's complexion changed. Ni Guang answered him with his actions. As soon as Ni Guang finished speaking, the humanoid puppet suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. Immediately after, it spread out its limbs and fiercely attacked the giant puppet. A series of bangs rang out as the python puppet was struck, sending sparks flying everywhere. Ni Guang! Zilong roared, his face extremely fierce. His puppet had already suffered great pressure inside the seven-colored radiant light and had suffered great damage. Now that it was being attacked by Ni Guang's humanoid puppet, the damage was even greater, and its limbs were becoming somewhat sluggish. Ha ha ha! Ni Guang laughed heartily. Taking advantage of the moment when the python puppet was repelled, he controlled his humanoid puppet to grab one of the leaves that contained immortal source liquid and pulled it off with a fierce tug. In the next moment, the humanoid puppet rushed out without looking back. However, as it rushed out, the puppet's body began to crack like a broken bellows and its parts began to fall. Obviously, this puppet had reached its limit. Its speed was also becoming slower and slower, as if it could collapse at any time. At the same time, Zilong's python puppet was not faring much better. After being attacked by Ni Guang's humanoid puppet, its limbs were also becoming sluggish and its body parts were also beginning to break apart. Seeing this situation, Zilong suddenly realized that the situation was hopeless and could only settle for the next best thing, controlling the python puppet to bite a leaf containing immortal source liquid and then having the puppet return. The two puppets, one in front and one behind, each brought back a leaf from the immortal tree and a drop of immortal source liquid. Ni Guang and Zilong quickly rushed forward, not daring to lower their guard in the slightest. If at this time, Guizhu suddenly tried to snatch them, everything they had done would be for naught. On the other side, Xueyu's situation was gradually becoming more and more precarious. Ni Guang was unwilling to give up on the immortal source liquid and the immortal tree's leaf he was about to obtain, so he could only leave Xueyu to its own devices for the time being. He believed that with Xueyu's heritage, it would not be so easy for Su Wei to kill it. Xueyu did not fail to live up to his expectations, producing a variety of powerful artifacts and secret techniques. Even its companion monster spirit, Xie, had been mobilized, but there was still an entire great realm gap between Xueyu and Su Wei, so the situation was still worrying. "Little thing, you dare bully the weak? Too much." Guizhu, who had been standing silently to the side, suddenly sneered and stretched out his hand towards Su Wei. After this hand stretched out, a giant hand composed of black qi suddenly appeared above Su Wei's head. Countless Yin souls were wrapped around this hand, all of them letting out miserable wails. Guizhu's sudden attack caused Su Wei's soul to fly out of his body. Letting out a strange cry, Su Wei no longer dared to attack Xueyu, instead quickly summoning his own defensive artifact while pushing his Saint Qi towards the sky. Hong, with a loud bang, the giant black hand trembled slightly but still continued to descend, enveloping Su Wei directly. The ground shook as Su Wei let out a muffled groan. After the giant black hand dissipated, Su Wei stood in place with a pale face, blood leaking from the corners of his mouth. Under that blow, he was obviously injured. The gap between a second-order origin king and a first-order origin king was obvious. After this blow, Guizhu did not kill him. After all, although he was stronger than Su Wei, it was not so easy to kill an origin king. Right now, there were more important things waiting for him to deal with, so how could he be in the mood to tangle with Su Wei? The reason why Guizhu took action was entirely because of Yang Kai. In his opinion, Xueyu was Yang Kai's woman, and he was High Heaven Sect's supreme elder, so how could he just stand by and watch Xueyu be bullied by an origin king? If he really just sat back and did nothing, he would not be able to explain himself to Yang Kai. If you dare act recklessly again, this old master will kill you. Guizhu glanced at Su Wei gloomily and threatened fiercely. Su Wei suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Xueyu gasped for breath as she glanced over at Guizhu and nodded gently to express her gratitude. On the other hand, Zidong was extremely upset because of Guizhu's interference. A look of confusion and anger flashed across his eyes. He did not understand why a person like Guizhu would help Xueyu. During this short delay, Ni Guang and Zi Long had already obtained the Immortal Tree's leaf and the Immortal Source liquid respectively. Both of them took out the containers they had prepared in advance, sealed these treasures, and stuffed them into their space rings before letting out a sigh of relief. In any case, being able to obtain a leaf from the Immortal Tree and a drop of Immortal Source liquid this time was already a great harvest. As for the Immortal Tree, both of their puppets had been destroyed, so they could no longer enter the seven-colored radiant light and act as they pleased. Oh, little Yang Kai is here. Guizhu suddenly turned his head in a certain direction. Hearing what he said, Xueyu smiled happily and followed his gaze. Sure enough, she saw a streak of light flying over quickly, and from this streak of light, Xueyu felt a sense of familiarity. A moment later, Yang Kai appeared and was taken aback when he saw so many people gathered here. Even though he had rushed over, he had still been too late. He glanced over at Xueyu and nodded slightly before rushing over to Guizhu and asking in a low voice, "Supreme Elder, was I late?" "A little late," Guizhu nodded. "But it doesn't matter, the greatest treasure is still here, they can't take it away, ha ha ha." Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately cast his eyes towards the Immortal Tree, squinting his eyes as he carefully examined it, a look of shock gradually appearing on his face. He could feel that this seemingly fragile sapling contained an unimaginable vitality, and one of its leaves, which had a milky white dew-like appearance, was definitely a priceless treasure. Immortal Tree? Immortal Source liquid? Yang Kai called out in surprise. "Oh, you recognize this thing?" Guizhu looked at him in amazement. If he hadn't heard Ni Guang and Zi Long's words just now, Guizhu wouldn't have recognized the Immortal Tree, but Yang Kai had recognized it at a glance. "Something with such tremendous vitality, I can't think of anything else besides the Immortal Tree." Yang Kai's face lit up. "There's actually an Immortal Tree here. No wonder the Divine Bird was resting here." The Immortal Tree was a supreme treasure, and in terms of value, it was much higher than Yang Kai's seven-colored soul-warming lotus. After all, the soul-warming lotus only had the effect of nourishing one's soul, while the Immortal Tree could allow a cultivator to achieve an immortal and indestructible body. Which was more important, it was obvious at a glance. Chapter 1793. And this is indeed the Immortal Tree, and the drop of Immortal Source liquid on that leaf belongs to this elder. I just divided it up with Ni Guang and Zi Long, so their drops have been taken by them. Yang Kai, this old master has no way to enter the seven-colored radiant light to obtain the Immortal Source liquid. Do you have any methods? Guizhu looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Although Yang Kai was only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, everything he did gave Guizhu a sense of surprise, so at this critical moment, he could only ask Yang Kai. What if this little brat had a way? Yang Kai really did have a way. When he was collecting the heavenly infant grass before, he had tested it and found that the stone mongoose could move freely within the seven-colored radiant light. Although it was still affected to a certain extent, the effect wasn't too great. So when he heard Guizhu's question, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning. What's so difficult about that? Quick, stop him, don't let him take action. Zilong's face changed drastically as he pointed in the direction of Yang Kai and shouted. Since Yang Kai appeared, Zilong's face had become ugly, and now seeing him act so close to Guizhu and whispering to each other, Zilong knew that the situation was not good. The puppets he and Ni Guang had brought were damaged and could no longer be used. No one here could do anything about the seven-colored radiant light, but the stone man Zilong had seen before was definitely the key to determining the ownership of the immortal tree. So when he saw Yang Kai show signs of taking action, Zilong couldn't help shouting to Ni Guang, "Brother Ni, let's not talk about the grievances between you and me for now. Help me capture this little brat, he has a strange artifact in his hand that can resist the seven-colored radiant light." "What?" Ni Guang was taken aback and turned to look at Yang Kai. Although he wasn't very familiar with Yang Kai, they had traveled together before and hadn't noticed anything special about Yang Kai. Now, hearing Zilong speak so confidently, Ni Guang couldn't help feeling a little surprised. He couldn't help wondering what kind of strange artifact Yang Kai had that could actually resist the seven-colored radiant light. After all, both he and Zilong had brought their puppets. They were all specially refined, and whether it was Purple Star or Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, there was only one of them. However, even those two puppets were unable to stay in the seven-colored radiant light for too long. Although some of the damage was due to their mutual attacks, the main reason was the suppression of the seven-colored radiant light. The suppression of the treasure light was too terrifying. Could Yang Kai's treasures be more powerful than the two puppets? "Brother Ni, you don't want to watch the treasure fall into the hands of others, do you? Why don't the two of us work together and get that strange treasure first, then get the immortal tree? After we get the immortal tree, we'll divide it equally." Zilong spoke very quickly, as if he didn't care that Yang Kai was right next to him, as if he didn't put him in his eyes at all. Ni Guang frowned. He glanced at Xueyu. He wanted to ask for Xueyu's opinion. Xueyu slowly shook her head, her expression solemn. Ni Guang understood and responded, "Brother Z, your suggestion isn't very good, so please forgive me for not agreeing to it." Ignorant. Zilong was furious. In this situation, if he wanted to obtain the immortal tree, he had to obtain the treasure he needed. At first glance, it was obvious that Yang Kai was standing together with Guizhu, so the two of them were definitely on the same side. Zilong was afraid of Guizhu, so he could only try to win Ni Guang over, but Ni Guang had refused. Didn't he know that if things continued to develop like this, he would never be able to obtain the immortal tree? The divine bird leaving its nest was an extremely rare opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, he might never obtain the immortal tree again in his life and obtain an immortal and indestructible body. Zilong was as anxious as an ant on a hot wok, jia jia. Guizhu laughed strangely to the side, the black qi around his body churning, showing his displeasure. "Purple Star's sect master? Hearing about you really can't compare to meeting you in person, your performance really disappoints this old master. Humph, if you want to deal with this sect master, you'll have to pass through this old master first." Saying so, Guizhu let out a burst of ghostly howls. This howl caused all who heard it to shudder. Stretching out his hand, Zilong summoned the 10,000 soul banner and summoned it, transforming it into a huge ghost head that seemed capable of swallowing the heaven-devouring great emperor and floating in the air. The ghost head exuded a dense yin qi. Its mouth opened and closed continuously. Its mouth was pitch black, as if it was a bottomless pit. It was extremely frightening. Zilong's face couldn't help changing. "Uncle Ni, let's also go to Yang Kai," Xueyu said softly. Ni Guang froze for a moment before nodding, wrapping Xueyu in his Saint Qi before rushing over to Yang Kai and Guizhu's side. When he entered the severed world before, his impression of Guizhu was not very good. He felt that this guy cultivated some kind of evil secret art and was definitely vicious and difficult to get along with. But just now, when Su Wei was dealing with Xueyu, Guizhou had stepped in to help when Xueyu was in danger. Ni Guang had witnessed this scene. Ni Guang was extremely grateful. As such, he did not reject Xueyu's proposal. He did not know what the relationship between Xueyu and Yang Kai was, but since Xueyu had said so, it was obvious she wanted to stand on Yang Kai's side. After landing, Ni Guang nodded lightly to Guizhou, and Guizhou responded with a chuckle. 2 second-order origin kings had joined forces in an instant. Zilong's face became even uglier. Standing in place, he stared coldly at Guizhou and Ni Guang, his mood fluctuating. He knew that if nothing unexpected happened, this immortal tree would probably have nothing to do with him. The 2 second-order origin kings joining forces already had an absolute advantage. But even so, he could not let them succeed so easily. Zilong made up his mind and quietly sent a message to Su Wei with his divine sense. After Su Wei heard this, he quickly raised his head and beckoned to Kong Fa, who was standing not far away. "Brother Kong, come over here." Kong Fa's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Zilong with some dread. Su Wei chuckled, "Brother Kong, this Su won't harm you, you can rest assured." Kong Fa pondered deeply for a moment before he nodded, and then he walked over slowly. Su Wei then turned his gaze to Meng Tong. Before he could speak, Meng Tong grinned meaningfully, "Farewell, everyone. This Meng will take his leave first, until we meet again." After saying so, he turned around and flew away at an extremely fast speed. He obviously did not want to get involved in this muddy water. After all, the current situation was quite strange. Masters were facing off against each other, and everyone was invisibly divided into 2 factions. He, Meng Tong, was just an origin king without the slightest background who had entered the severed world just to obtain some benefits. Getting involved in this kind of dispute was not something he wanted. As such, he made a prompt decision to leave immediately. He was the first to arrive and the first to leave, which showed that this person was extremely cautious. It was not just luck that allowed him to cultivate to the origin king realm. Waste. Zilong coldly snorted, quite disdainful of Meng Tong's courage. After Meng Tong left, Zilong now only had Su Wei, a first-order origin king, on his side while the other side had 2 second-order origin kings. Although he had one more origin king on his side, Zilong still did not have an advantage. The key to victory was still Yang Kai. As long as they could capture Yang Kai and rob him of his precious artifact, it would be a complete victory. Interesting. Guizhou saw Zilong's actions and smiled gloomily. "Yang Kai, as long as this old master is here, no one can touch a hair on your head. Yang Kai, don't worry, Uncle and I will also help you look after him," Xueyu also said from the side. Hearing this, Ni Guang nodded without hesitation, "I will." Since Xueyu had said so, how could he refute? While agreeing, Ni Guang secretly muttered in his heart. It seemed that the relationship between Xueyu and Yang Kai was closer than he had imagined. Otherwise, Xueyu would not have asked him to help. "In that case, I'll have to trouble the 2 of you." Yang Kai laughed and did not hesitate, directly summoning his embodiment. As soon as this golden embodiment appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. Zilong, Su Wei, and Zidong had seen this embodiment before and knew that Yang Kai would definitely use this artifact to obtain the immortal tree, but this was the first time Guizhou, Ni Guang, and the others had seen it. Immediately, all of them were amazed. None of them recognized what the stone mongoose was. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged, placed his soul clone on his embodiment, and controlled it to walk towards the location of the immortal tree step by step. Wishful thinking. Zilong became anxious and could not help shouting as he took a step forward and released the terrifying pressure of an origin king towards Yang Kai. "Ha ha ha, Brother Z, this Ni would like to exchange pointers." Ni Guang laughed and also took a step forward, using his own pressure to meet Zilong's. Kong, With a loud bang, the pressure of two second-order origin kings collided, causing the surrounding space to tremble for a moment. Both of them let out muffled groans at the same time as their figures swayed slightly. In this confrontation, the two sides were actually evenly matched. Ni Guang's eyes were bright and filled with burning fighting spirit as he stared straight at Zilong, but the latter grit his teeth and shouted, "Ni Guang, are you willing to see the immortal tree be taken away by others? It's not too late to join forces with me." Ni Guang curled his lips. "Join forces with you? Stop daydreaming. Even if my Hangluo Chamber of Commerce can't obtain the immortal tree, your purple star can't either. Good, you've forced my hand." Zilong was enraged. His entire body suddenly bloomed with purple light. This purple light seemed to be solid and was extremely frightening. At the same time, Zilong's body suddenly emitted the sound of waves, like a tsunami. Purple Qi Eternal River Secret Art. Ni Guang's face sank as he realized that Zilong was really anxious and wanted to go all out against him. Not daring to show the slightest neglect, Ni Guang also pushed his secret art to its limit. In an instant, Ni Guang's whole body burst with golden light, as if he was cast from iron, giving him a majestic appearance. The surrounding world energy became turbulent as the territory of the two origin kings began to extend, touch, and disappear. Accompanied by a long roar, Zilong turned into a streak of purple light and rushed towards Ni Guang without hesitation. Ni Guang roared angrily as his figure flickered and transformed into a streak of golden light to meet this attack. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the purple light and golden light collided mid-air, neither giving way to the other in the slightest, the resulting explosion of Saint Qi sputtering out in all directions, as if doomsday had arrived. Chapter 1794. The battle between Zilong and Ni Guang broke out in an instant. Su Wei and Kong Fa stared at the terrifying scene in the sky with trembling eyes, deeply feeling their own powerlessness. As origin kings, both of them were existences with eyes far above their heads, but in the end, they were only first-order origin kings. Now that they saw the full power of two second-order masters, they immediately understood the gap between them. If Ni Guang and Zilong were so strong, what about Guizhou, who was on the same level as them? The two of them couldn't help glancing over at Guizhou. Guizhou didn't have any intention of attacking them and instead just stood guard by Yang Kai's side. He also knew his priorities and knew that protecting Yang Kai was the most important thing right now, so how could he have the leisure to deal with Su Wei and Kong Fa? As long as these two didn't move, Guizhou wouldn't find trouble with them. However, Guizhou didn't expect that Su Wei's life and death were no longer in his hands but rather in Zidong's. Seeing that his father and Ni Guang were fighting, Zidong naturally wasn't willing to let his father fight alone, so he immediately sent a message to Su Wei and asked him to meet Guizhou head-on. Su Wei's face was extremely ugly as he cursed Zidong in his heart. However, due to his soul brand being controlled by Zidong, he didn't dare to resist and could only turn to his old friend. Rolling his eyes, Su Wei calmed down and quietly sent a message to Kong Fa, "Brother Kong, an opportunity has come." Kong Fa frowned, "Brother Su, the opportunity you speak of, don't tell me you want to take advantage of this opportunity to attack that little brat?" "That's exactly what I was thinking. Do you want to die? That old man beside that little brat seems easy to deal with. Even if you and I join forces, we might not be his opponent." Kong Fa was taken aback. "Brother Kong, riches and honor are found in danger. Since you and I reached the Origin King realm, have we ever broken through again? Do you want to remain in the First Order for the rest of your life? The immortal tree is a supreme treasure that many people can't even hope to see. If we miss this opportunity, this Su will never feel at ease. In any case, no matter what you think, this Su is determined to fight. Even if we lose our lives, so what? Su Wei sincerely tried to mobilize Kong Fa, trying to pull him into the water, otherwise, he wouldn't dare provoke Gue Zhu alone. Kong Fa's expression turned solemn. He seemed to be deep in thought. Seeing that there was hope, Su Wei quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, "You and I don't have to fight that old fogey head-on. Now that Ni Guang is entangled with Zilong, we only need one of us to distract that old fogey while the other takes the opportunity to capture that little brat. As long as we can capture that little brat, that old fogey will surely hesitate to attack." That may be the case, but Kong Fa was still somewhat timid. "Brother Kong, this Su is willing to entangle that old fogey. You can take the opportunity to deal with that brat." Su Wei also didn't care too much. He immediately took on all the dangerous tasks. Kong Fa's body shook as he stared at Su Wei in amazement. "Brother Su, you," in his impression, Su Wei wasn't the kind of person who was willing to pay, so Su Wei's proposal surprised him. Su Wei laughed, "I only hope that Brother Kong succeeds. Don't forget this Su's hard work." "Of course not." Kong Fa was finally persuaded by Su Wei and quickly said, "Since Brother Su says so, this Kong will be too disloyal if he still refuses. This matter. I'll do it. If this Kong succeeds, you and I will split the immortal tree in half." "Good." Su Wei was overjoyed, thinking that he had finally pulled his old friend into the water. His efforts had not been in vain. After the two finished their discussion, Su Wei no longer wasted any time. Instead of delaying, they began circulating their Saint Chi while staring towards Yang Kai with malicious intent. "Heh heh heh." Gue Zhu laughed strangely, finally can't hold back. "Good, this old master is too bored to stay here. You two little brats can accompany this old master to play." Gue Zhu's words fell. The huge ghost head that had been suspended mid-air suddenly roared, opened its big black mouth, and bit towards Kong Fa and Su Wei. The two of them were taken aback and quickly scattered, using their own methods to avoid this attack. Summoning their artifacts and secret techniques, they attacked the ghost head. Gue Zhu did not panic and simply pointed his finger, splitting the ghost head in half, causing the two's attacks to miss. The two halves of the ghost head then twisted and transformed back into two separate ghost heads that chased after the two. Both Su Wei and Kong Fa's faces sank as they realized that they had underestimated Gue Zhu too much. Just the pursuit of this ghost head was not something they could easily shake off, let alone approach Yang Kai and attack him. For a time, the place where the divine bird was resting became lively, with fierce battles taking place everywhere. Yang Kai, under the protection of Shuiyu and Gue Zhu, controlled his embodiment to advance towards the seven-colored radiant light. A short time later, the embodiment arrived in front of the immortal tree. Through the embodiment, Yang Kai could clearly see this immortal tree, and at such a close distance, he could feel just how terrifying the vitality contained in the immortal tree was. Yang Kai had heard rumors about the immortal tree before and had also heard that it had gone extinct in the long river of time, but he had never imagined that one would still exist in this severed world. This was a supreme treasure that could grant one an immortal and indestructible body. It was something even more precious than the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, and now it was right in front of him. Yang Kai's mood could not help surging, but after calming himself down for a while, he controlled his embodiment to try and uproot the immortal tree. The stone mongoose embodiment's two palms gripped the roots of the immortal tree tightly and then exerted a little force to lift it up. But to Yang Kai's surprise, the immortal tree did not budge. The sapling seemed to be rooted in the ground made of steel. Yang Kai could not help increasing his strength, still, nothing happened. Yang Kai did not believe this and increased his strength even more. After doing this a few times, he could not help but be shocked. Although the stone mongoose embodiment did not devour many rare minerals and did not grow sufficiently, it was a special creature like the stone mongoose that was born with extraordinary strength. When Yang Kai controlled his embodiment to exert its full strength, even a small mountain could shake. But this immortal tree could not be uprooted. But what shocked Yang Kai even more was that even under such a strong force, the immortal tree was not damaged in the slightest. If it had been an ordinary tree, it would have been broken by the embodiment. It seemed that Ni Guang and Zilong's two puppets had not been able to obtain the immortal tree not because they interfered with each other, but because the two puppets were not strong enough. At that time, even if they had joined forces, they would not have been able to obtain the immortal tree. Is it not strong enough? Yang Kai muttered to himself, his eyes flashing. In the next moment, he waved his hand and the stone mongoose Xiao appeared. If one stone mongoose was not strong enough, two should be enough, right? On top of that, Xiao had devoured countless rare minerals and was many times stronger than the embodiment in terms of strength. As soon as Xiao appeared, he received orders from Yang Kai and immediately rushed towards the immortal tree at an incredible speed. In the next moment, he rushed into the seven-colored radiant light. The light suppression came from all directions and Xiao's body suddenly released an indescribable, extremely profound power that completely offset this suppressive force. Xiao's body only paused for a moment before he continued forward unimpeded, walking through the seven-colored radiant light as if he were walking on flat ground. This is principal strength? Yang Kai was taken aback. Although his soul clone was controlling the embodiment, he himself was not affected, so he was still able to perceive the changes in Xiao's body clearly. The power that Xiao released just now clearly contained the aura of world principles. This kind of aura was not unfamiliar to Yang Kai. As the Star Master of Shadowed Star, Yang Kai could experience the world principles of Shadowed Star, and although the principal strength coming from Xiao was weak, it was clearly genuine. When did Xiao comprehend this kind of power? Yang Kai furrowed his brow. The stone mongoose didn't have high sentience, so it was impossible for it to comprehend world principles on its own, so this kind of power must have been formed by external forces. When did this happen? Thinking quickly, Yang Kai suddenly understood. Back on the Ore Star, Xiao had swallowed the remnant star source of the Ore Star before falling into a deep slumber. At that time, Yang Kai thought that Xiao's strength would increase greatly after he woke up. But later, it turned out that Xiao hadn't changed much, so Yang Kai was a little disappointed. Now, it seemed that it wasn't that Xiao hadn't changed, but rather that he hadn't shown this change. After swallowing the remnant star source of the Ore Star, Xiao had clearly gained a trace of principal strength, and although this trace of power was weak, it was more than enough to compete with the seven-colored radiant light. The power of laws, that was an extremely profound power. While Yang Kai was lost in thought, Xiao had already arrived next to the embodiment, stood opposite it, and immediately stretched out his hands to grasp the immortal tree. In the next moment, a low growl came from Xiao's throat. Its two little eyes were wide open, and it looked like it was using all its strength to do so. Kacha, underground, there was a faint sound of something shattering. As for the immortal tree that had remained motionless all this time, it was finally shaken by this unparalleled power. The frail sapling was being pulled out at a subtle speed, and the ground suddenly cracked with crisscrossing fangs one after another. As the immortal tree was pulled out, the world energy aura in the surrounding area began to fluctuate violently, seemingly causing an incredible chain reaction. This is... Gue Zhu casually obstructed Su Wei and Kong Fa while focusing his senses on the changes around him, a dignified expression appearing on his face. He was shocked to find that within 1,000 kilometers of where his divine sense could perceive, the world energy aura seemed to be stirring and was madly converging towards the immortal tree. In just a short time, the aura in this medicine valley had been greatly reduced. With such an environment, it would likely be difficult for any valuable precious herbs to grow here in the future. This immortal tree is closely connected to the vitality of this medicine valley. Gue Zhu saw through this and his eyes flashed. At that moment, from the distant horizon, a loud roar suddenly rang out. This roar contained an extremely angry emotion, causing Guo Zhu to look up and his expression to change drastically. Chapter 1795. On the horizon, a seven-colored light was rapidly approaching, and within this light, a huge figure could be vaguely seen. Not good. Guo Zhu shouted, no longer bothering to tease Su Wei and Kong Fa. Using all his strength, he repelled the two Origin Kings and shouted to Yang Kai, the divine bird is returning to its nest, Yang Kai, hurry up. There was no need for him to remind Yang Kai. The moment he heard that loud cry, Yang Kai realized what was happening. His face became extremely solemn. He did not know what kind of ability the divine bird possessed, but it was actually able to sense the changes in the immortal tree. Yang Kai had only made a little progress here, yet it had already been alarmed. With its speed, it would not take long for it to return to this place. Sitting cross-legged on the spot, Yang Kai controlled his embodiment to attack while constantly giving Xiao Xiao orders. Roar. Xiao noticed Yang Kai's anxiety and his body suddenly sank as he opened his mouth and let out a roar. A sound wave visible to the naked eye burst from his mouth, and in the next moment, his small body suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Xiao's size had increased by 3 or 4 times. Although this was not his limit, nor had he reached the level of the stone giant, the increase in strength was not to be underestimated. The immortal tree was suddenly uprooted at an extremely impressive speed. Yang Kai glanced in the direction of the divine bird and his face could not help changing. The seven-colored light was about to reach him and was now less than 100 kilometers away. 100 kilometers might seem far, but with the divine bird's speed, it would only take a few flaps of its wings to cross this distance. At this moment, not only was Yang Kai panicking, but everyone else also seemed a little flustered. Ni Guang and Zi Long had already stopped and rushed back, the former pushing his Saint Qi to wrap Shuayu. Before Shuayu left, she shouted Yang Kai's name loudly, urging him to escape. Zi Long also took Zi Dong with him and did not dare to linger, hurriedly retreating. Brother Kong, let's go. Su Wei's scalp went numb. While shouting, Su Wei formed a series of seals with his hands and spat out a mouthful of turbid qi before transforming into a streak of light and fleeing faster than anyone else. Kong Fa followed closely behind. Many Origin King realm masters fled in panic like stray dogs. The scene was extremely comical. In an instant, everyone around the immortal tree evacuated, leaving only Guo Zhu to guard Yang Kai. Even someone as strong as Guo Zhu was sweating profusely at this moment as the black qi around his body began to fluctuate. Grand Elder, you go first. Yang Kai said anxiously. This old man will go with you. Guo Zhu, on the other hand, was very dependable and did not abandon Yang Kai to escape on his own. This made Yang Kai feel that accepting him into High Heaven sect was indeed a good decision. One had to know that Guo Zhu choosing to stay behind at this time was risking his life. At times like this, it was easier to see a person's true character. Guo Zhu had undoubtedly won Yang Kai's approval. I'm confident that I can escape. You don't have to worry about me, Yang Kai replied quickly. Guo Zhu was startled but immediately understood that Yang Kai was probably relying on his space force, so he quickly said, then you must be careful, this old master will go first. Saying so, his body flickered as the 10,000 soul banner wrapped him up. Transforming into a mass of black qi, Guo Zhu flew off into the distance. In the time it took to speak, the divine bird had already closed in on them, and in the next breath, it would descend upon them. At such a close distance, Yang Kai was able to clearly see what the divine bird looked like. It was an incomparably huge peacock with colorful feathers all over its body. Its tail was slender and long, and it was extremely beautiful. Besides the legendary phoenix, there was likely no other divine bird in this world that was more beautiful than this one. But now, under this beautiful appearance, there was a monstrous murderous intent. Another loud and clear cry rang through the air. Over where the divine bird was, the seven-colored treasured light swallowed and spat out, attacking in a frenzy. It was as if the Milky Way in the sky had shattered as it swept downwards. Kai Yang leapt up from the ground and rushed forward. At the same time, the stone mongoose Xiaofan and his embodiment had already obtained the immortal tree. The moment the immortal tree was pulled out of the ground, the entire Medicine Valley shook for a moment. Xiaofan grabbed his embodiment with one hand while holding the immortal tree with the other, stomped his feet on the ground and rushed towards Yang Kai. The two sides met up halfway. Yang Kai directly stuffed the two stone puppets into his space ring before stretching out his hands. Rich space force surged from his body as he fiercely thrust them into the void and split them apart. A void crack immediately appeared. Yang Kai dove in. The seven-colored radiant light enveloped the place where he had just been and was blocked by the void crack, but Yang Kai had already disappeared. The divine bird seemed to be aware of this and its huge body swooped down towards the void crack. Inside the void crack, Yang Kai slowly exhaled, a look of lingering fear on his face. If he had been a little slower just now, he really would have been killed by the divine bird. Fortunately, Xiaofan had lived up to his expectations and had successfully pulled out the immortal tree. Thinking of the immortal tree, Yang Kai's heart became hot again. How did such a precious treasure end up in his hands? Yang Kai had never expected that his trip to the severed world would yield such an earth-shattering harvest. His original intention was to come here to find a shocking void beast and obtain its monster core, but everything that happened afterwards was beyond his expectations. Whether it was the many precious treasures he had collected in the Medicine Valley or the immortal tree, they had all far exceeded his expectations. Yang Kai's blood boiled with excitement. At that moment, a strange fluctuation of power came from not far behind him. Yang Kai frowned and turned around to look, but after seeing the scene in front of him, he could not help paling in shock, his eyes widening in an instant. From the void crack he had torn open to escape, a huge claw had reached in, and from the shape of this claw, it was undoubtedly the seven-colored radiant peacock divine bird. Could it actually break through the blockade of space force and accurately find the void he was in? Yang Kai's face suddenly sank. Immediately afterwards, a second claw reached out from the void crack, one that was as sharp as a sword and glowed with a cold light. Looking around, it was as if these two claws had grabbed hold of a door and something terrifying was trying to come out from it, causing one to shudder. The next moment, the two claws fiercely parted, and the void crack Yang Kai had torn open immediately widened. Through the void crack, Yang Kai could vaguely see the situation on the other side, but he could not see it clearly. The divine bird's head poked out of the void crack and its two scarlet eyes immediately fixed on Yang Kai, who was suspended in the void. There was an unforgettable hatred in its eyes. The divine bird opened its mouth and let out an angry roar as a dazzling seven-colored light quickly formed in its throat. Not good. Yang Kai was scared out of his wits and did not dare to stay in place. Even Ni Guang and Zilong did not dare to touch the seven-colored radiant light. Although Yang Kai was confident in his strength, he did not dare compare himself to Ni Guang and Zilong, so naturally, escaping was more important. As soon as he left, the seven-colored radiant light shot out from the divine bird's mouth like a beam of light, shooting straight into the depths of the void. Wherever he passed, the void would tremble. Huh! Yang Kai frowned. Although he had avoided the attack of the seven-colored radiant light and did not suffer any damage, at this moment, he was keenly aware that the void crack here seemed to be somewhat unstable under the influence of the seven-colored radiant light and was showing signs of collapsing at any time. This discovery caused Yang Kai to break out in a cold sweat. He never expected that the divine bird would have such a shocking method. Another seven-colored beam of light was shot out. Although Yang Kai had already distanced himself from the divine bird, and the other party had no intention of pursuing him through the void crack, when the second beam of light poured into the void crack, the surrounding space became even more unstable. This guy, he shouldn't be trying to destroy the void crack to force me out, right? Yang Kai thought of a possibility and his mood suddenly became extremely bad. If this was the case, the situation would be terrible. He thought that after obtaining the immortal tree, he would be safe inside this void crack, but he did not expect that even if he hid inside the void crack, he would still have to worry. The third beam of 7-colored radiant light poured in. The fourth, the divine bird seemed to be tireless and continued to spew out beams of light into the void, and as the number of beams of light increased, the void crack became more and more unstable. Finally, when the divine bird spat out 9 beams of light, a dark hole suddenly appeared in the void that was hit by the beams of light. This scene looked as if the void crack had been pierced through by the divine bird. At this time, the entire void crack began to collapse, and the space principles became extremely chaotic as the void crack rapidly shrank towards a certain point in the center. It was conceivable that once this void crack completely shrank, this void crack would no longer exist and Yang Kai would be ruthlessly crushed by the power of this void crack. Yang Kai could not help cursing and without even thinking about it, flew directly towards the void crack created by the divine bird. Now that he wanted to escape from this void crack, he could return to the severed world through another weak point in the void, but returning to the severed world was not necessarily safe. Once the divine bird smelled his aura, he would not be able to escape the fate of being hunted down. He could only pin his hopes on the new hole, praying that the hole was connected to a safe location. With his space principles, Yang Kai did not have to worry about getting lost in the void, so no matter where this void crack led to, it was better than returning to the severed world. Yang Kai made a prompt decision without the slightest delay. After a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai arrived in front of the void crack and dove in. After his figure disappeared, the divine bird coldly looked in the direction he left and retracted its head and claws. Chapter 1796. In front of the divine bird, the power of the void fluctuated as the collapsing and shrinking void cracks gave off a terrifying aura. After a short while, the void crack in the severed world condensed into a single mass. However, it did not disappear completely and instead formed a huge rotating vortex in front of the divine bird. This vortex was translucent, like a mirror. Through this mirror, one could vaguely see the scene on the other side. On the other side, a figure was looking around, seemingly at a loss. If this figure was not Yang Kai, who could it be? The divine bird naturally saw this clearly and without hesitation, let out a cry, flapped its wings, and plunged into the vortex in front of it. Immediately afterwards, its figure appeared on the other side of the mirror. When the divine bird left the severed world, the monstrous pressure dissipated in an instant. The origin kings who had fled before also appeared one after another and gathered not far in front of the vortex, staring at the situation on the other side with strange looks on their faces. Over there, Yang Kai was being chased by the divine bird, his figure gradually disappearing into the distance. And the space he and the divine bird were in looked so familiar. Is that star territory? Ni Guang raised his brow as he recognized that this territory was where they had entered the severed world before. How could such a thing happen? Gue Zhu was also confused, unable to understand. Not far away, Zilong's expression fluctuated, as if he was contemplating something, but soon, he made a decision. After secretly informing Zidong, he wrapped Zidong in his Saint Qi and rushed towards the vortex. Su Wei was restrained and had no choice but to follow. After these three people rushed into the whirlpool and appeared on the other side, they immediately chased after Kai Yang. From the looks of it, Kai Yang didn't hesitate. Obviously, they were unwilling to give up. After all, the immortal tree was now in Yang Kai's hands. As long as they could catch up with Yang Kai, they would have a chance to snatch the immortal tree from him. "Uncle Ni, let's go too," Shuiyu said anxiously. Ni Guang nodded. "It looks like we'll be leaving this vortex. There is no doubt that this is the territory of the Star Realm, and there is no danger here. There are not many benefits to be had here. Let's go." Saying so, he turned to look at Gue Zhu again. "This friend, do you intend to?" Gue Zhu coldly snorted. "My sect master is being pursued, so this old master naturally cannot stand idly by." "All right. Then I'll go with you." The two of them reached an agreement and rushed toward the whirlpool. The remaining Kong Fa thought for a moment and hurriedly followed. Just as Ni Guang had said, there weren't many benefits left in this place. Even if they stayed, they wouldn't be able to gain much. They might even provoke the dangerous existences in this place. If he was lucky, he might be able to snatch some benefits from Yang Kai. Not long after, everyone had completely disappeared. After a short while, a figure stealthily appeared on the spot, and he turned his head to look around with a terrified expression. It was Meng Tong who had left earlier. No one knew where he was hiding, and he only showed himself after things had calmed down. Swish swish, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. "There's still someone here?" Meng Tong was stunned for a moment before looking in the direction of the source of the sound. A moment later, a beautiful figure appeared in his field of vision. After seeing the person's appearance, Meng Tong smiled at him as a form of greeting. "Oh, it's Brother Meng." The person recognized Meng Tong and called out happily. "Elder Luo." Meng Tong greeted as he recognized this person. It was Luo Lan of Sword Union. Although they weren't familiar with each other, they had met a few times. Meng Tong was like this and had no grudges with other Origin kings. He also didn't have deep friendships with other Origin kings, so he had always been alone. What happened here? This mistress seemed to have seen the divine bird in the distance just now, Luo Lan asked curiously. Luo Lan asked curiously. She had also seen the divine bird leave its nest, but she was too far away at that time. By the time she arrived, everything had already been settled, so she was at a loss as to what had happened here. It's a long story. Meng Tong smiled bitterly, but now there's an opportunity to leave this place. Would Elder Luo like to leave first? Luo Lan was startled and looked towards the vortex thoughtfully, lightly opening her red lips and asking, "Leave through this vortex?" They have all left, so perhaps only you and I are left in the severed world. This Meng is also planning to leave, Meng Tong nodded. They've all left? Luo Lan was surprised, but after thinking about it, she nodded. In that case, this mistress will leave with you. That's good. Meng Tong smiled. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed towards the whirlpool. After he and Luo Lan left the severed world and returned to Star Territory, Meng Tong had time to briefly explain what had happened to Luo Lan. When she learned that the immortal tree had fallen into Yang Kai's hands in the end, Luo Lan was shocked. After all, there were so many masters present at that time, including 3 second-order Origin kings, but in the end, the one who obtained it was Yang Kai, an Origin returning realm master. This was both ironic and unexpected. Luo Lan could not help sighing that Yang Kai's luck was so good. However, the divine bird obviously did not give up and instead chased Yang Kai all the way from the severed world to Star Territory. At this moment, Yang Kai's situation must be extremely dangerous. And that's what happened. After Meng Tong finished speaking, he did not say anything else. Luo Lan looked into the distance with some worry, not knowing if Yang Kai could escape this disaster. Yang Kai gave her a good impression and was someone Gu Jian Xian wanted to befriend, so she naturally did not want any accidents to happen to Yang Kai. But now, the direction of the situation was not something she could control, so Luo Lan felt powerless. Elder Luo, this Meng is preparing to leave. Farewell. Meng Tong was a careful person. Although the immortal tree was also very attractive to him, he didn't think that extreme luck was enough to defy the heavens, so he didn't intend to meddle in the muddy waters behind him. After leaving the severed world, he returned to his cave mansion to enter secluded retreat. He had gained quite a lot from this trip. If he was lucky enough, he could go into seclusion for a while. Even if he couldn't advance, he could still increase his strength by a lot. Thank you for clearing my doubts, Brother Meng. Have a safe journey. Luo Lan nodded lightly. Farewell. Meng Tong cupped his hand slightly. Then, he turned around and left. After Meng Tong left, Luo Lan couldn't help but sigh, but she didn't intend to pursue him. Instead, she identified the direction and returned to Azure Tree Star. At the same time, Yang Kai was running wildly in star territory. Behind him, the 7 luminaries peacock chased after him at lightning speed. This made him extremely depressed. Yang Kai did not know how strong the divine bird was or what realm it was equivalent to, but judging from the fact that this evil beast had been chasing him all this time, its strength was definitely not below a third-order origin king. This was because even though he had used the secret space technique to move at high speed, he was still unable to move. Even so, Yang Kai was still unable to get rid of its pursuit. With a gentle flap of its broad wings, the divine bird could cross a distance of several dozen kilometers in an instant. Yang Kai almost coughed up blood. The divine bird seemed to have a deep enmity with him for killing its father and stealing its wife as it chased after him relentlessly. The distance between the two would sometimes widen and sometimes shrink, making it impossible for Yang Kai to escape. What made Yang Kai even more frightened was that, from time to time, the divine bird would spit out a burst of 7 luminaries light. Every time this happened, Yang Kai had to concentrate on dodging, not daring to let this light touch him. This kind of fleeing through star territory while being chased by a powerful enemy was somewhat familiar. When Yang Kai fled from Green Mountain Star, Luo Hai had pursued him like this for more than half a year until Yang Kai went to Scarlet Wave Star. It was only after Yang Kai hid inside the sealed world bead that Luo Hai completely lost track of him. And now, the divine bird was doing the same thing again. Its strength was much higher than Luo Hai's. If Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space had not improved greatly during this time, he would definitely have been doomed this time. Mobilizing his space force again and again to avoid the 7 luminaries' light, the situation seemed extremely dangerous. After countless fruitless attacks, the situation became worse. The divine bird seemed to have been thoroughly enraged. It no longer simply spat out light to attack Yang Kai. Instead, it began condensing many feathers made of pure energy from its body and shot towards Yang Kai. Light was easy to gather, but these attacks were extremely difficult to defend against. Yang Kai had suffered greatly. He had condensed more than 20 blood beasts in the severed world with great difficulty. He had also lost several of them in order to avoid danger. Each blood beast represented a golden blood thread, and the loss of a blood beast meant the destruction of a golden blood thread. Yang Kai's heart was bleeding. *Xiao, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came from behind. Yang Kai's complexion changed, and just as he was about to dodge, he was shocked to find that the divine bird's attack this time was somewhat different. It was much faster and more ferocious than before. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai hurriedly turned around and waved his hands in front of him. The space in front of him was affected by his space force and a circular void crack suddenly appeared. As soon as this void crack formed, a ray of light shot out. With a bang, the circular void crack created by Yang Kai was directly shattered and a fierce attack pierced through it and hit Yang Kai squarely in the chest. Feeling a great pain, Yang Kai felt as if his body was about to be torn apart as something poured into his chest and shot out from his back, leaving behind a spray of golden blood. Suffering such a heavy blow, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became sluggish. Under the tremendous inertia, Yang Kai's body flew backwards like a ragged sack. While he was busy, Kai Yang lowered his head to look at his injuries. When he saw them, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. His chest had really been penetrated by something, but fortunately, it had not hurt his heart and had only brushed past the right side of his chest. This kind of injury was not fatal, but it was enough for Yang Kai to suffer. Asterisk chi chi, asterisk a sound that made Yang Kai's soul tremble rang out. Looking up, Yang Kai saw real feathers floating around the seven-colored radiant peacock's body. These were the divine bird's feathers, each of which was condensed from its essence and would not be used lightly. From this, it could be seen how determined the divine bird was to kill Yang Kai. Chapter 1797. It seemed that the attack that had severely injured him before was also a manifestation of the divine bird's feather. Thinking so, Yang Kai's expression became extremely dignified. While pushing his Saint Chi to suppress his injuries, he also urged his golden blood threads to weave a golden blood shield behind him. At the same time, he circulated his five elements indestructible sword tempering art. In an instant, a five-colored light flashed around Yang Kai's body. Countless thin sword chi streaked across this light, accompanied by the sound of 10,000 swords ringing out. Even with the strength of his physical body, he had not been able to resist the attack of the divine bird's feather and had been pierced through from the front to the back. This time, facing so many of them, how could Yang Kai dare act carelessly? In an instant, Yang Kai used all his defensive means. But just as he finished doing all this, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind him. At this moment, Yang Kai felt like he was a canoe sailing through monstrous waves, tossing and turning unsteadily, as if he could be destroyed at any moment. This was a feeling of his life hanging by a thread. At this moment of great crisis, Yang Kai was surprisingly calm, his perception sharper than usual. He danced left and right amidst the terrifying attacks, trying his best to avoid the attacks of the divine bird's feathers. Asterisk shio shio shio, asterisk one attack after another brushed past Yang Kai's body, some of them even managing to graze him, causing the five-colored radiance of the five elements indestructible sword tempering art to dim significantly. Time had never passed so slowly before, but it also seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye. By the time the sound of something breaking through the air disappeared, Yang Kai had almost collapsed. Asterisk Hong, asterisk another attack came from behind him. Yang Kai caught a glimpse of a seven-colored light from the corner of his eye. Seven-colored radiant light. Yang Kai's face sank as he realized that he really could not avoid this time. Just now, in order to avoid the attack of the divine bird's feather, he had expended a great deal of energy and concentration. At this critical moment, the divine bird had spat out the seven-colored radiant light, cutting off any hope he had of continuing to evade. At this critical moment, Yang Kai hurriedly summoned the sealed world bead and his figure flickered, disappearing in place. He went straight into the sealed world bead. The next moment, the seven-colored radiant light enveloped the sealed world bead. Although the power of the treasure light was boundless. But how could it harm an emperor artifact in the slightest? As such, the sealed world bead only paused for a moment before shooting off into the distance like an arrow. The divine bird that had been chasing after Yang Kai also showed an anthropomorphic look of astonishment. Previously, he had not scolded them on how to escape and how to use the power of space. It could accurately grasp the direction of Yang Kai. Then, he easily chased after them. But this time, when Yang Kai summoned the sealed world bead, it completely lost track of Yang Kai. However, a divine bird was still a divine bird. Although it didn't know what was so great about the sealed world bead, it knew that Yang Kai's disappearance must have something to do with this bead. As such, it let out a cry and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, wanting to swallow the sealed world bead into its belly. But how could Yang Kai allow it to do as it wished? After using the sealed world bead to avoid the 7-colored radiant light, he quickly ran out of the sealed world bead, grabbed this emperor artifact, and continued to flee. Being teased by Yang Kai like this, the divine bird was furious and its feathers trembled, as if it wanted to tear Yang Kai to pieces in the next moment. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Inside the star field, an extremely mysterious power began to fill the air, gradually becoming richer and richer. Strangely enough, this sudden appearance of this power only tightly lingered around the divine bird, like the golden hoop curse, unable to shake it off, but had no effect on Yang Kai, who was fleeing not far away. This strange power was growing at an extremely fast rate. After a dozen breaths of time, a purple thundercloud appeared above the divine bird's head. Purple arcs of lightning swam through this thundercloud like snakes, giving it an unfathomable power. The purple thundercloud floated strangely above the divine bird's head, following it like a shadow. No matter how the divine bird moved, it was unable to shake it off, just like how it was chasing Yang Kai. For the first time, the divine bird showed a look of dread and cried out anxiously. Although Yang Kai didn't know what was happening behind him, he also noticed that something was wrong, but at this time, how could he be in the mood to look back? Instead, he focused on running away. Kacha, a sound that resounded throughout the star territory exploded in Yang Kai's ears. The moment this sound rang out, his soul became somewhat unstable and his already injured body paled, causing him to cough up a mouthful of golden blood. The divine bird behind him cried out angrily as a purple bolt of lightning fell from above and struck its huge body. A burnt smell instantly filled the air and even the powerful 7-colored radiant peacock was struck by this purple bolt of lightning, causing it to tremble and lose several of its colorful feathers. The speed of its pursuit of Yang Kai was greatly reduced. Kacha, a second explosion rang out and a second purple bolt of lightning fell. The divine bird suffered another heavy blow and cried out even more angrily, flapping its wings even harder, but it was still unable to resist the onslaught of the purple thundercloud. Kacha, a third, Yang Kai rushed out a few thousand kilometers in a row and felt that he was now a safe distance away from the divine bird. Only then did he have the leisure to turn around and take a look. What he saw made Yang Kai overjoyed. He clearly saw that the divine bird, which he was so afraid of and could only flee in embarrassment, was now fighting against the terrifying heavenly pressure. A breakthrough? The first thought that flashed through Yang Kai's mind was that the divine bird had broken through its shackles at this time and reached the next realm. After all, the purple thundercloud that condensed above the divine bird's head was too similar to a baptism of heaven and earth. No. Yang Kai quickly denied this conjecture. The divine bird's strength was intrepid and its realm was profound. It was not a simple matter for an existence like it to break through. Perhaps its strength had not improved for thousands of years, so it did not make sense for it to suddenly break through at this time. Moreover, Yang Kai did not feel that the divine bird's aura had become stronger, even though it was already very strong. If it was not a breakthrough, then how could this scene be explained? Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of a great idea. Suddenly, he laughed out loud, his previous depression and helplessness swept away and was replaced with a sense of satisfaction. There's no mistake, it's definitely the rejection of heaven and earth principles. Yang Kai's eyes brightened as he stared in the direction of the divine bird, watching it struggle and wail under the purple thundercloud. He felt as if the heavens were looking out for him, actually obstructing the divine bird's pursuit at this critical moment. Heaven and earth principles were a strange kind of power that was difficult to describe, but also extremely profound. At the very least, an Origin King realm cultivator was unable to touch upon world principles. Even if one became the star master of a certain cultivation star, they could only vaguely sense the world principles of that cultivation star and could slightly mobilize those world principles for their own use, enjoying many of the benefits of a star master. Heaven and earth principles would reject all existences that did not belong to their own world. For example, Shadowed Star's world principles were very simple, they simply rejected Origin Kings. After Qian Tong broke through to the Origin King realm, he returned to Shadowed Star, thinking that he would be able to reach the pinnacle of Shadowed Star, but he had not expected to be rejected by Shadowed Star's world principles. From time to time, he would be struck by thunder tribulation or fire tribulation, tormenting him to the point where he did not dare enter retreat to cultivate. Moreover, this kind of repulsive force would only grow stronger and stronger, so if he did not leave as soon as possible, he would sooner or later be tortured to death. As a last resort, he could only beg Yang Kai to take him away from Shadowed Star. Qian Tong's situation should be the same as what the Divine Bird was experiencing right now. The Divine Bird did not belong to Star's territory, so its existence had challenged the authority of Star's territory's world principles, so it was being rejected. The purple thunderclouds were the most direct manifestation of this rejection. The Divine Bird could resist this repulsive force, but it might not be able to do so next time. Because this was the repulsive force of the entire Star's territory, not the subtle repulsive force of Qian Tong on Shadowed Star. This kind of repulsive force was not comparable to what Qian Tong was experiencing. Yang Kai also remembered Qian Tong's experience and made some inferences about this scene. Although he was not certain, he was at least 80% sure. Looking at the scene in the distance, Yang Kai's heart settled. Without the Divine Bird chasing after him, there was no need for him to panic. Standing high up in the sky, Yang Kai took out a few healing pills from his space ring and stuffed them into his mouth, continuing to heal himself while observing the situation in the distance. In the distance, a purple light flashed, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, as one bolt of purple lightning after another fell from the sky. No matter how the Divine Bird tried to dodge, these bolts of lightning would accurately bombard it, each time seeming to cause it some damage. After dozens of times in a row, the Divine Bird began to panic. It could perceive that each bolt of purple lightning was more powerful than the last. It was able to resist them now, but if this continued, it might really fall here. Although the immortal tree was precious, compared to its own life, it was nothing more than a foreign object. How to choose, the Divine Bird naturally understood. After once again withstanding the power of the purple lightning, the Divine Bird no longer dared to remain in place and quickly turned its huge body to return. It also felt the repulsive force of this star's territory, so it knew what to do to ensure its safety, so it decided to return to its nest immediately. Oh, the Divine Bird is returning. Up ahead, two streaks of light were rapidly approaching. It was Zilong, Zidong, and Su Wei who had gone ahead. When Zidong saw the huge body of the Divine Bird, he exclaimed thoughtfully, "Was that little brat killed by the Divine Bird?" Zilong did not answer and instead stared at the purple thundercloud above the Divine Bird's head. When he felt the terrifying power contained in this thundercloud, his face could not help changing as he quickly changed direction to avoid the Divine Bird. However, the Divine Bird was furious at this moment, so how could it allow Zilong to leave? Opening its mouth, it spat out 7 colored radiant light towards Zilong's trio. Zidong screamed, his face pale as paper. Zilong and Su Wei, on the other hand, wore dignified expressions as they hurriedly used their own methods to dodge. By the time they managed to avoid the attack of the 7 colored radiant light, the Divine Bird was already 1,000 kilometers away. Chapter 1798. This Divine Bird. Su Wei was confused, not knowing what the Divine Bird had encountered at this moment and why it was fleeing like a stray dog. "It seems to be breaking through," Zilong said thoughtfully. It wasn't that he didn't know enough, it was just that when it came to world principles, he had no way of understanding them. "Look over there." Zidong seemed to have discovered a new continent as he pointed in a certain direction and screamed, "It's that little brat, it's definitely that little brat. He's not dead yet." A few thousand kilometers away, a dazzling light flashed. Although it was too far away for Zidong to see Yang Kai's face clearly, he could still speculate that it was Yang Kai. After all, at this time, in this place, who else could it be but Yang Kai? It's good he's not dead. Zilong's eyes flashed, the heavens are really helping me. He had been worried that Yang Kai would be killed by the divine bird and the immortal tree would be snatched back, but now that he learned that Yang Kai was safe, his mood suddenly shook. As long as the immortal tree was still in Yang Kai's hands, he still had a chance. Not hesitating any longer, Zidong wrapped Zidong in his Saint Chi and quickly chased in the direction of Yang Kai. Not far behind Zilong's group of three, Ni Guang, Gui Zhu, and the others also encountered the returning divine bird and were thrown into confusion by the seven-colored radiant light it spat out. The divine bird is returning to its nest. Yang Kai, he. After Xueyu stabilized herself, her face couldn't help going pale as she thought of a possibility that was almost impossible to accept, causing her body to tremble slightly. Women were different from men. Many years ago, on that dead star, her entire body had been groped by Yang Kai. Although she hated him at that time, he was still the first man who had ever touched her body and occupied an extremely special place in her heart. Later, she was eroded by the profound Yin sunflower water and her life was hanging by a thread. It was Yang Kai who refined a spirit pill that saved her life. She tried to win over Yang Kai. She wanted to keep this man by her side but was rejected by him, causing Xueyu to feel sad. So over the years, Xueyu had been brooding over Yang Kai, and could not forget him. But she had her pride. She had her own way of doing things, and it was impossible for her to pester Yang Kai like an ordinary woman. As the next successor of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, what she needed to consider the most was the prosperity of the Chamber of Commerce. As for her own happiness and desires, they were nothing more than an illusion. In the Emperor Garden, meeting Yang Kai for the second time, Xueyu was overjoyed and wanted to have a good talk with Yang Kai. But when she saw Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo, the dragon lady, being so affectionate, Xueyu couldn't help but get angry. That reunion did not end well. This matter made Xueyu feel regret for a long time, and she also blamed herself for a long time. He secretly made up his mind that if he really had the chance to see Yang Kai again, he must make things clear to him. However, she also knew that the territory of Star was so vast that it was almost impossible for two people who had no contact with each other to reunite. What made her even more surprised was that a reunion really came. Outside the entrance to the severed world, Xueyu saw Yang Kai rush over. She couldn't believe her eyes. She was not a little girl who was easily confused, and she had always scoffed at the idea of fate, but this time, she somewhat believed it. In the severed world, in the face of a life-or-death crisis, Xueyu finally put aside everything. Using an almost shameless and forceful method to force Kai Yang to declare his position, he achieved his goal. As she said, her expectations were not high, as long as there was such a man in this world. As long as he could treat her like a woman and let her feel everything a woman should feel, she would be satisfied. But now, this person might be dead. Xueyu could hardly accept this, as if she had been struck by lightning, her pretty face pale and bloodless. Yang boy isn't dead. Gui Zhu's eyes were deep as he stared forward. Zilong has chased after him, so he must have discovered Yang boy's whereabouts. We need to catch up as well. With his strength, he won't be able to resist Zilong. If Zilong really succeeds, there will be no turning back. Hearing what he said, Xueyu's tender body trembled as she quickly turned to Ni Guang and called out in a trembling voice, "Uncle Ni." Ni Guang remained silent as he enveloped Xueyu in his Saint Chi and flew alongside Gui Zhu. After flying for a while, Ni Guang suddenly said, "Third young master, Yang Kai will be a good friend, but you shouldn't take him too seriously. You need to know what kind of mission you are shouldering. He obviously saw the problem. Whether it was Xueyu's performance in the severed world before or her current eagerness, he realized just how important Yang Kai was to Xueyu. Hearing this, Xueyu's face stiffened as she nodded slightly. I know, uncle and I. Guizhu chuckled strangely. Love between a man and a woman is a matter of course. What does this have to do with the mission she is shouldering? He he he, your Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's actions are too contemptible. Ni Guang's face changed drastically as he turned his head to look at Guizhu in amazement. What are you looking at? This old master knows that this little girl is a woman. This old master believes you also know. Guizhu coldly snorted. What are you trying to say? Hangluo Chamber of Commerce daring to let Ni Guang take Xueyu out for life experience meant that he was a trustworthy person. On top of that, Ni Guang was a second-order origin king, so he was definitely qualified to access the top secrets of the Chamber of Commerce. As such, Guizhu was not afraid of leaking information. In fact, as Guizhu expected, only a few people in Hangluo Chamber of Commerce knew that Xueyu was a woman, and Ni Guang was one of them. Ni Guang and President Aio had known each other since they were young and had made great contributions to the development of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce over the years. It could be said that Ni Guang's status in the Chamber of Commerce was second only to Aio and the Supreme Elders who did not care about worldly affairs. How do you know this kind of thing? Ni Guang was shocked. What's so strange about it? Guizhu sneered. Not only does this old master know that this little girl is a woman, but this old master can also see that her physique is not ordinary. Although I don't know what it is specifically, I think it has something to do with you concealing her true gender. And, let this old master guess, a physique that needs to be concealed in order to conceal one's gender. Besides the rumored wonderful furnace divine body, there is also the dragon marrow phoenix body. This little girl's appearance is not very charming, so it should not be the wonderful furnace divine body. She dressed up as a man and looked quite valiant, so it should be the dragon marrow phoenix body? TSK, this kind of physique is hard to come by in 10,000 years. Ni Guang was really shocked this time as he stared at Guizhu gloomily. He had never expected this old man's vision to be so sharp and his memory to be so good. With just a few guesses, he was able to deduce Xueyu's true physique. Xueyu was also shocked as she stared at Guizhu in amazement. She believed that this kind of thing was not something Yang Kai had told Guizhu, and Yang Kai would not be bored to such an extent. You. Ni Guang opened his mouth. Relax, relax. Guizhu smiled and stretched out his hand, patting Ni Guang's shoulder affectionately. Ni Guang was still a little vigilant, but after realizing that Guizhu had no malicious intent, he didn't react too strongly and simply let him pat his shoulder. This old master won't do anything to this little girl. After all, this little girl is my sect master's woman. Senior. Xueyu blushed furiously and shot Guizhu a reproachful glare, blaming him for speaking such nonsense. Ni Guang's head was a mess, and after being tormented by Guizhu, he could only turn his eyes to Xueyu. Xueyu lowered her head, not daring to make a sound. Ha! Ni Guang sighed deeply. This matter, don't let your father know about it, I'm afraid he will be angry. I've watched you grow up, and Uncle Ni has no children, so you are my daughter. This matter. I'll find an opportunity to speak to your father and see what he thinks. Thank you, Uncle Ni. Xueyu bit her red lips and whispered. Don't thank me yet, you know what your father's temper is like. This matter will be difficult to handle. Ni Guang sighed deeply before suddenly glaring at Guizhu. You old bastard, you're too shameless, saying such words in front of a junior. Ha ha. Guizhu laughed strangely, not caring at all. But Ni Guang's expression became solemn as he stared deeply at Guizhu. You just called that little brat sect master, so does that mean you're from the same sect as him? What sect are you from? Why have I never heard of you before? In Ni Guang's opinion, with Guizhu's powerful cultivation, the sect he belonged to was definitely not some obscure existence and should be famous. However, Ni Guang had never heard of Guizhu before, nor had he ever met him. This old master and young boy are indeed from the same sect, but this old master only decided to join when we were in the severed world. This old master has never even seen a sect before. Ni Guang looked at Guizhu like he was a fool and asked in amazement, you only decided to join? What does that little brat sect have that could attract someone like you? A sect that could win over a second-order origin king must have a strong attraction, otherwise, how could a second-order origin king agree to join? Ni Guang was very curious about what Yang Kai's sect had that could attract Guizhu. Ha ha. Guizhu chuckled without saying anything, wearing a mysterious look. Humph, if this old master told you that there were 3 origin king-grade alchemists in his sect, wouldn't you be scared to death? This old master won't brag about such things casually. Forget it, forget it. Ni Guang waved his hand with some interest. If you don't want to say, then forget it, but since old master is here, that little brat's sect shouldn't be bad. Also, I can see that little brat's aptitude and character aren't bad. Yu's vision isn't bad, so he has some qualifications to match Yu. Shuayu smiled sweetly. Hearing Ni Guang praise Yang Kai, she seemed happier than hearing him praise her. Ni Guang saw her expression and sighed in his heart. Yu was such a wise person, so how could she act like an ordinary woman when faced with such a situation? Chapter 1799. Within Star Territory, Yang Kai was fleeing as fast as he could. Although the divine bird was repelled by the world principles and had to retreat temporarily, Yang Kai knew that his crisis had not yet been resolved. Because a dazzling purple light was rapidly chasing after him from behind. Zilong. Almost without thinking, Yang Kai knew who the owner of this purple light was. With such a conspicuous color, who else but Zilong, who cultivated the purple Qi Eternal River secret art, could possess such a dazzling color? Since Zilong had chased after him, Su Wei must also be here. With his current strength, if Yang Kai was at his peak, he might be able to face a first-order origin king, but against a master like Zilong, he was powerless. What's more, when he was being chased by the divine bird, he had repeatedly used his space force, which had consumed too much of his energy. His body had also been pierced by the divine bird's feathers, so at this moment, Yang Kai only wanted to run as far away as possible, so how could he dare to slow down? But even with his space force, after such a long time of running and exhausting himself, Yang Kai was beginning to feel exhausted. Using his space force, Zilong could only move a dozen kilometers at a time. Such a distance was nothing to a second-order origin king, and even if he was not proficient in the Tao of space, with Zilong's strength, he could cover such a distance in the blink of an eye. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only summon his star shuttle and sit cross-legged atop it, urging his wind and thunder wings to fly forward. Behind him, the sound of wind and thunder rang out as a pair of transparent two-colored wings appeared. The left half was filled with wind attribute energy while the right half was filled with thunder attribute energy, allowing Yang Kai's speed to soar. Looking back, Yang Kai silently observed for a moment and determined that his current speed was almost equal to Zilong's, only then did he feel relieved. As long as he could buy some time, he would have a chance to recover. However, where to escape to now was the key question. The immortal tree was too attractive, and Yang Kai was sure Zilong would not give it up. As such, Yang Kai had to choose a clear target, a safe one at that. Among the Star Territory, Only Tongxian Realm's Cultivation Star and Shadowed Star were familiar to Yang Kai, but these two places were too far away from him. It would take at least 1 or 2 days to fly there, and those two places weren't safe either. If they really lured Zilong to one of these places, it would only lead to disaster. Whether it was Tongxian Realm or Shadowed Star, there was no master capable of resisting Zilong. Tongxian Realm was no good, Shadowed Star was also no good, so where should he go? Yang Kai was at a loss for a moment. He had roamed the territory for so many years, but in the end, he found that his contact area was too monotonous. At this moment when his life was in danger, he actually had no place to go. He thought so. He immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea, transformed his soul avatar, and looked up. In the sky above his sea of consciousness, the stars twinkled, specks of light. It was the star that Yang Kai had refined into his sea of consciousness. A star that occupied the entire territory of the star. Yang Kai's divine sense quickly traversed through the star, looking for a place to take refuge. Every time he looked at a place, he would slowly shake his head, and his expression would sink a little. For a while, he couldn't find a good place to hide. Suddenly, he saw a certain place and his eyes couldn't help lighting up. Muttering under his breath, he muttered, "Yes, I can go to that place." How stupid. He secretly blamed himself for being too anxious and forgetting about that place. If he could escape to that place, what did it matter if Zilong was a second-order origin king? Forget about him. Even if those old monsters came, they wouldn't be able to get him out of there. That place was an absolutely safe haven. Moreover, he could also take the opportunity to consolidate his gains in this place and see if he could break through to the Origin King realm. The only difference between him and an Origin King was in terms of cultivation. In addition, whether it was his physical body or divine sense, Yang Kai's comprehension of the heavenly way was far superior to that of an ordinary Origin King. So, as long as he could break through to the Origin King realm, he would no longer have to fear Zilong. "I've decided, I'll go there." Yang Kai shouted, his soul avatar dispersing as his consciousness flew out of his knowledge sea and returned to his physical body. In the next moment, he opened his eyes, and his eyes flickered with a bright light. He turned his head and glanced gloomily at Zilong, who was chasing after him, and he sneered, "Chase after me, chase after me. Sooner or later, it'll be too late for regrets, humph." Pushing his Saint Chi, his star shuttle suddenly accelerated. This bastard! A few thousand kilometers away, Zidong cursed, "What kind of secret technique is he using to be so fast?" Zilong's face was also gloomy, his mood very bad. Originally, he thought that without the interference of the divine bird, it would be absolutely easy to capture Yang Kai with his strength, but how could he have imagined that even after chasing Yang Kai through the star territory, the distance between them didn't show any signs of closing. In terms of speed alone, this little brat was actually neck and neck with him. What young master says is correct, this little brat must have used some kind of secret technique to overdraw his strength, but young master can rest assured that once his secret technique fails, his speed will drop greatly. With Master Zilong's ability, he will definitely be able to capture him easily. Su Wei saw Zidong's anger and quickly tried to appease him. Yang Kai wasn't worried that Zidong would be angered to death, but rather that they were now under the eaves. If Zidong had nowhere to vent his anger and decided to vent it on Yang Kai instead, wouldn't Yang Kai have to take the blame for Yang Kai? He wouldn't do such a stupid thing. All he wanted was to be safe and sound, and he didn't dare ask for anything else. Zidong glanced at him sideways, causing Su Wei's heart to beat rapidly. Not knowing what this young master was thinking, he could only smile awkwardly. "Are you sure he's using some kind of secret technique? Are you sure his secret technique will fail?" Zidong asked. This. Su Wei was suddenly at a loss for words. "Damn. Didn't you just say he's using some kind of secret technique? This old master was just following your words, but now you're asking this old master again?" Are you a fucking pig? Su Wei cursed in his heart and was extremely angry, but he didn't dare show it on his face, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Waste. Zidong cursed before turning his head away and no longer looking at him. Su Wei smiled apologetically and said, yes, this old servant is waste. This old master won't bother with you anymore, Su Wei secretly swore in his heart. While the two of them were talking, Zilong's eyes were staring deeply ahead. His divine sense was much stronger than Zidong's and Su Wei's. His eyesight was also extremely strong, so even though he was thousands of kilometers away, he could still see the situation on Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai had indeed used some kind of secret technique, one that allowed him to grow wings on his back. Zilong had never cultivated this kind of secret technique before. However, he also knew that such a thing didn't consume much of the cultivator's strength, so it was impossible for him to expect Yang Kai's secret technique to fail and exhaust himself. Zilong glanced back again and frowned. Just as he had expected, Ni Guang and that ghastly guy had also chased after him. They were also several thousand miles away from him. A long delay was fraught with dreams. If he allowed Yang Kai to join up with the two behind him, things would become troublesome. With this in mind, Zilong suddenly opened his mouth and slowly exhaled. Along with this exhalation, a shuttle-shaped artifact suddenly appeared. This is... Zidong seemed to be seeing this thing for the first time. His eyes couldn't help shining. Su Wei also frowned. Even with his experience, he couldn't tell what this thing was. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely be surprised. Because this thing looked very similar to High Heaven Sect's small starship. Back then, in addition to refining an Origin King grade starship, Yang Kai had also equipped it with another small starship. This one was also shuttle-shaped. Shattering Void Shuttle. Zilong said faintly, a senior of my Purple Star obtained this refining method from the great emperors tens of thousands of years ago, but due to his limited ability, he was only able to refine a single one. Moreover, there are some flaws in it, but it's enough to chase this little brat. It should be more than enough, all of you come up. Saying so, Zilong waved his hand and the shattering void shuttle expanded into a 10-meter-long object in the blink of an eye. A secret door appeared on the shuttle and the trio entered. They went inside. Both Su Wei and Zidong watched in amazement as they discovered that the interior of this shattering void shuttle was engraved with many complex spirit arrays, each of which was inlaid with many high-rank saint crystals. Su Wei, preside over this spirit array. Zilong pointed to a spot. Turning to Su Wei, Zidong ordered. Master Zilong, please enlighten this old servant as to what he should do. Just sit on top of the spirit array and pour your saint chi into it, Zilong explained. Old servant understands. Su Wei immediately sat down cross-legged in the middle of the spirit array, but before he could pour his saint chi into it, his face changed and he let out a muffled groan. Because at this moment, this spirit array was actively extracting his saint chi at an extremely fast rate. This caused his expression to change drastically. He instinctively wanted to jump out, but as soon as he met Zilong's cold eyes, he shrank back and sat back down. Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and the son of a mouse only knows how to dig holes. This father and son pair is really nothing good. Su Wei's heart was filled with scars from this torture, a tragic sight to behold. No wonder Zilong said that this shattering void shuttle had flaws. It turned out that it required a cultivator's saint chi to use it. Moreover, looking at the power of this spirit array, an ordinary cultivator would not be able to withstand it at all. Even an Origin King like himself would not be able to last long before his saint chi ran dry. Dong Lai, you sit here, Zilong pointed to another spirit array and said to Zidong. Yes, father, Zidong did not hesitate and sat down on the other spirit array. Zilong then chose the third spirit array. The three sat cross-legged inside the shattering void shuttle and opened the spirit array. In an instant, the shattering void shuttle buzzed and shot forward. Its speed was definitely much faster than Zilong's, as if it was capable of shattering space itself, quite fitting of the shattering void shuttle's name. "Huh, little brat, let's see where you can run now." Zidong laughed as he sat on top of the spirit array. After circulating his Saint Chi, he found that he was closely connected to the shattering void shuttle, allowing him to clearly sense Yang Kai's position. Zidong could not help feeling overjoyed. This way, he could enjoy watching Yang Kai flee in embarrassment. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.